Chapter 1. This is how the world ends. Chapter 2. Hartnep's Transition Estate, Stebbins County, Pennsylvania. He was sure that he was dying. It was how he imagined death would be. Cold. Darkness flowed slowly into the edges of everything, as if the shadows under tables and behind cabinets were leaking out to fill the room. Soft, not painful. That part was odd. In his dreams, and Lee Hartnep often dreamed of death, there was pain, broken bones, bullet wounds, deep knife cuts. But this wasn't painful. Not anymore. Not after that first bite. There had been that one flash of pain, but even that was beautiful in its way, so intensely painful that it possessed purity. It was beyond anything in his personal experience, though Hartnep had imagined it so many times. With the quiet people with whom he worked, the hollow people, empty of life. The police and the paramedics brought him demonstrations of every kind of pain, brutalized and beaten, crushed in car wrecks, suicides and murders. Even the old people from the nursing homes, the ones everyone believed died peacefully in their sleep. Hartnep knew that they had experienced pain too. For some it was the rat-hungry gnawing of cancer. For others it was the mind pain that came with having memories carved out of their brains by the ugly scalpel of Alzheimer's. Pain for all. Pain was the coin that paid the ferryman. Even now Hartnep smiled at the thought. It was something his father once said, back in the days when Lee Hartnep was the assistant and his father was the funeral director and mortician. Old John Hartnep had been a poetic man. Humorless, but given to metaphor and simile. It was he who had started calling the bodies in their cold room the hollow men. Well, hollow people, to be PC. People from whom the sacred wind of life had fled through whatever crack the pain had chipped into them. And now Hartnep felt his own sacred wind trying to blow free. The wind, the breath, was the only heat left in him. A small ball of dying air in his lungs that had nowhere to go. There wasn't enough left of his throat for Hartnep to exhale that breath. There would be no death rattle, which amused the professional in him. He knew that some other mortician would hear it when preparing his body. Of course, it would not be a mortician right away. First, it would be a coroner. He had, after all, been murdered. If you could call it murder. Hartnep watched the liquid darkness fill up the room. Was it murder? The man, his killer, could never be charged with murder. Could he? If so, how? It was a puzzle. Hartnep wanted to cry out for warmth, but of course he could not do that. Not with what was left of his throat. It was a shame. He was sure that he could manage at least one really good scream. That's what usually woke him up in the night. It's what finally drove his wife into leaving him. She could take the fact that he worked with the dead all day, and she was sympathetic to the fact that his work gave him nightmares. But after 8 years, she couldn't take the interruptions to her sleep 2 or 3 times a week. First it was earplugs, then separate rooms, and finally separate lives. He wondered what she would think about this. Not just his death, but his murder. He heard a noise and wanted to turn his head. Could not. The muscles of his neck were torn, teeth and nails. He couldn't feel the wounds anymore. Even the coldness was fading. His body was a remote island, separated from his mind by 1,000,000 miles. The noise again. a clatter of metal, then the sing-song of tools dropping to the tiled floor, retractors and needles and other items, things that he wouldn't need any longer, things that would be used on him in a few days. He wondered who would prepare his body for the box. Probably that schmuck Lester Savoy over in Bordentown. Another crash. Then a sound, like footsteps, but wrong somehow. Awkward, disjointed, like a drunk trying to stagger slowly across a barroom floor. Lee Hartnett knew that it wasn't a drunk, though. He didn't have a name for what it was. Well, that was not exactly true. It was a hollow man. The room was darker now. Shadows were closing around him like a body bag being zipped up with him inside. A simile. Dad would have liked that one. Hartnett felt his body shivering. He felt the vibration of it, but not the actual sensation. It was hard to understand. He knew that his flesh was trembling because his vision was shaking, but he felt no puckering of goosebumps on his flesh, no actual intensification of cold as his skin tried to retreat from it. And yet the vibration was there, the shaking. He wondered at it. It was so violent that for a moment he thought that his body was going into convulsions. But that would have affected his eyesight, and he could still see as normally as the darkness allowed. His head lolled on his ruined throat, and he marveled that there was enough structural integrity left in his neck muscles to move his head so violently. Then, all at once, Lee Hartnett realized what was happening. It wasn't a wave of cold shivers. The cold, in fact, was nearly gone. It seemed to flee as the darkness grew. It wasn't convulsions either. The movement was not caused by any muscular action or nervous flutter anywhere in his body. This was purely external. He was being shaken. No, worried was the word. The way a terrier worries a rat. That's what was happening. And yet not. This wasn't a hunting dog trying to break the neck of a rodent. No, this was something else. Even down there in the darkness, Hartnett realized how wrong it all was. He could not feel the teeth that clamped onto him. He was beyond the sensation of pressure or pain. All that was left to him was the savage movement of his body and the uncontrollable lolling of his head as the hollow man bit at him and tore him to pieces. The cold was gone now. The darkness closed over him, shutting out all light. Even the trembling vision faded into nothingness. Hartnett could feel himself die. He knew that he was dead. And that terrified him more than anything, more than the man on the gurney, more than when that man had opened his eyes, more than that first terrible bite, more than the cold and the darkness, more than the knowledge that he was being eaten. He knew that he was dead. He knew. God Almighty! How could he be dead and know? He should be a corpse, just that, empty of life, devoid of all awareness and sensation. This was something he had never imagined, never dreamed. The wrongness of it howled in his head. He waited in the darkness for the nothingness to come. It would be a release. He waited. He prayed. He screamed in a voiceless voice. But he did not become a corpse. He became a hollow man instead. Chapter 3. Magic Marty in the Morning, WNOW Radio, Maryland. This is Magic Marty at the mic on a crisp, clear November morning, coming at you live from both sides of the line here on WNOW and streaming live from the net. Your source for news, sports, weather, traffic, and tunes. The news is coming up at 1:30, so let's take a look out the window and see what Mother Nature's cooking up, and darn if she isn't cranky today. Looks like we can wave goodbye to the sunshine because there's a whopper of a storm front rolling in from Ohio. It parked itself over Pittsburgh last night, and the Three Rivers got pounded by 2 inches of rain. Getting pounded by 2 inches makes me think of my first husband. Sound of a rimshot and cymbal. This is a slow-moving storm, so we can expect to see the first drops later today. This storm is clocking sustained winds of 30 miles per hour with gusts up to 50. Button up, kids. This is going to be a bad one. Chapter 3. Magic Marty in the Morning, WNOW Radio, Maryland. This is Magic Marty at the mic on a crisp, clear November morning, coming at you live from both sides of the line here on WNOW and streaming live from the net. Your source for news, sports, weather, traffic, and tunes. The news is coming up at 1:30, so let's take a look out the window and see what Mother Nature's cooking up, and darn if she isn't cranky today. Looks like we can wave goodbye to the sunshine because there's a whopper of a storm front rolling in from Ohio. It parked itself over Pittsburgh last night, and the Three Rivers got pounded by 2 inches of rain. Getting pounded by 2 inches makes me think of my first husband. Sound of a rimshot and cymbal. This is a slow-moving storm, so we can expect to see the first drops later today. This storm is clocking sustained winds of 30 miles per hour with gusts up to 50. Button up, kids. This is going to be a bad one. Chapter 4. Sweet Paradise Trailer Park, Stebbins County, Pennsylvania. Some days have that it's only going to get worse feel right from the moment you swing your feet out of bed and step flat-footed into a pile of cold vomit. Even then, feeling the viscous wrongness of that, you know that the day can get worse. Desdemona Fox knew that it was going to be that kind of day. She was an expert on them, and this one promised to be a classic. The vomit belonged to the long-haired, lean-bodied, totally gorgeous piece of brainless trailer trash who lay sprawled on the floor with one tan leg hooked over the edge of the bed. Des sat up and stared down at him. By dawn's early and unforgiving light, he still looked ripped and hunky, but the stubble, the puke, and the used condom stuck to his left thigh let the air out of last night's image of him as Eros, god of love. The only upside was that he had thrown up on his own discarded jeans instead of the carpet. "Fuck it," she said, and it came out as a hoarse croak. She coughed, cleared her throat, and tried it again. It was louder the second time, a bit less phlegmy, but it carried no enthusiasm or authority. Des picked up her foot, fighting the urge to toss her own cookies, and looked around for something that wasn't hers that she could wipe it on. There was nothing within reach, so she wiped it on Love God's hip. "Fuck it." Sounded better that time. She got up and walked on one foot and one heel to keep any residual gunk off the carpet. She rented the double-wide and didn't feel like losing her security deposit to that prick Rempel over a stained carpet. She made it to the bathroom, turned on the shower, set the temperature to something that would boil a pot full of stone crabs, and stripped off the T-shirt that she had slept in. It was vintage Pearl Jam that had seen better decades. Des took a breath and held it while she stepped under the spray, but her balance was blown and she barked her shin on the edge of the stall. She was cursing while she stood under the steaming blast and kept cursing while she lathered her hair with shampoo. She was still cursing when the hot water ran out. She cursed a lot louder and with real bile as she danced under the icy spray, trying to rinse her hair. Rempel had sworn to her, sworn on his own children, that he had fixed that water tank. Des hated him most days, but today she was pretty sure that she could put a bullet into his brain pan without a flicker of regret. As she toweled off, Des tried to remember the name of the beefcake sprawled on her floor. Billy? Bart? Brad? Something with a B. Not Brad, though. Brad was the guitar player she had nailed last week. Played with a cover band. Retro stuff. Green Day and Nirvana. Lousy band. Guitar player had a face like Channing Tatum and a body like... The phone rang. Not the house phone. Her cell. "Damn it," she growled, and wrapped the towel around her as she ran back to the bedroom. What's his name? Bert? Brian? She was sure it started with a B. Had rolled onto his side, and his right cheek was in the puke. Charming. Her whole life in a single memorable picture. Des dove onto the bed, but mistimed her momentum so that her outstretched hand hit the phone instead of grabbing it, and the cell, the clock, her badge case, and her holstered Glock fell off of the night table onto the far side of the bed. Shit! She hung over the bed and fished for the cell underneath, then punched the button with her thumbnail. "What?" she snarled. "And good morning to you, Miss Sunshine." Sergeant J.T. Hammond. He was her partner on the 8 to 4, her longtime friend, and a frequent addition to the list of people she was sure that right now she could shoot while laughing about it. Though admittedly she would feel bad about it afterward. J.T. was the closest thing to family she had and the only one she didn't seem able to scare off. "Fuck you," she said, but without venom. "Rough night, Des?" "And the horse you rode in on." J.T. chuckled softly. "Why the hell are you calling me so goddamn early?" grumbled Des. "2 reasons," he said brightly. "Work and—" "We're not on until 8 o'clock. "And it's not as early as you think. My watch says that it's 8:02. "Oh, shitballs!" "We didn't set our clock last night, did we? Little much to drink." Des hung up. She lay there, hanging over the edge of the bed, her ass in the air, her weight resting on one elbow. "Oh, man," said a slurry voice behind her. "Now that's something to wake up to." Des didn't move, didn't turn around. "Here's the morning news, dickhead," she said very loudly and clearly. "You're gonna grab your shit and be out of here in 10 seconds, or I'm gonna kick your nuts up between your shoulder blades." "Damn, you wake up on the wrong side of—" 10, 3, 2, I'm out." There was a scuffling sound as Brandon or Blake or whoever the hell he was snatched up his stuff. Then the screen door opened and banged shut. An engine roared and the wheels of a Harley kicked gravel against the aluminum skin of the trailer. Des shimmied back onto the bed, turned over, and sat up. The room took a seasick sideways turn and then settled down. She looked around at her bedroom. Stark, cheerless, undecorated, and sparsely furnished. So much of it reminded her of herself. She closed her eyes. Insights like that she didn't need on her best days. Today it was just mean. She opened her eyes, took a breath, and stood up. Love God had left a trail of puke droplets all the way to the front door, and she didn't have time to clean them off the carpet. Rampell would be delighted. He hated returning a security deposit. "Fuck it," Des said to the empty room. Her eyes stung with unshed tears. She got dressed in her last clean uniform, twisted her blonde hair into an ugly approximation of a French braid, and buckled on the gun belt with all the junk and doodads required by the regs. She grabbed her hat and keys, locked the trailer, and stepped into the driveway. The parking slip was empty. She screamed shit loud enough to scare the crows from the trees. Buck or Biff or whoever had driven her home from the bar. Her car was 4 miles down a dirt road, and she was already late for work. Some days only got worse. Chapter 5. Pinky's Donut Heaven, Stebbins County, Pennsylvania. Sergeant J.T. Hammond's first name was really J.T., his father's idea. J.T. had a sister named C.J. and a younger brother named D.J. Their father thought it was hilarious. J.T. had not sent him a Father's Day card in 11 years. J.T. sat in his cruiser and waited for Des to come out of Pinky's with coffee. After he had picked her up at her place and dropped her so she could retrieve her car, they arranged to meet at the gas station convenience store on Doll Factory Road to have some coffee and go over the patrol patterns for the day. Stebbins was a small town, but they shared patrol duties with the 3 other towns that made up all of Stebbins County. The county was the size of Manhattan, but 95% of it was farmland, with only 7,000 residents. J.T. preferred to start each shift with a game plan for patrol, backup, and tasks. That way, if all that went on the duty log was parking tickets, a couple of DUIs, and accident reports, then at least all the I's would be dotted and T's crossed. However, today was likely to be the kind of day when attention to detail was going to matter. If the storm was anything like the Weather Service was predicting, then all of the officers would be working well into the night, shepherding people to shelters, closing the schools early, coordinating with fire rescue and other emergency services to pull people out of flooded areas, and who knew what else. Their cruisers were parked in a V, front bumpers almost touching. J.T.'s unit was a 7-year-old police interceptor with 220,000 miles on the original engine. The vehicle was spotless, however, and was the only car in the department's fleet of 6 that did not smell of stale beer, dried blood, and fresh urine. J.T. was fastidious about that. He had to be in the thing 8 hours a day, and sometimes double that, and tidiness mattered to him. His house was just as clean, and had been ever since Lakeisha had died. J.T.'s kids were grown and gone. Lavonda was saving the world with Doctors Without Borders, and Trey was a state trooper over in Ohio. Living neatly was the only way that living alone was bearable. By contrast, Dez's cruiser was newer and uglier. Mud-spattered, dented, and tired-looking, even though it was less than 2 years old. She drove it hard and ached for high-speed chases. If it was up to her, she'd be driving a stripped-down monster truck with a front-mounted minigun and a couple of rocket pods. At least 3 times a year, J.T. offered to help Des detail her car and also clean and decorate her trailer. But that suggestion was invariably met with the kind of enthusiastic vulgarities usually reserved for root canals and tax audits. J.T. looked at his watch and tooted the horn lightly. Des peered out of the dirty store window. He tapped his watch, and she gave him the finger. J.T. smiled, settled back, and opened the copy of Jet he had been reading. He was halfway through an article on black superheroes in comics and wanted to finish it before Des came out. Not that she would jab him for reading such an ethnic-specific magazine. After all, she had every one of the blue-collar comedy tour DVDs, and there was nothing whiter than that stuff. It's just that Des tended to bust on J.T. for his love of comics. J.T. was pretty sure that Des had never been a kid. Donnie Sampson, who owned a tractor parts store on Mason Street, came out of the store with a blueberry Slurpee in one hand and a Coke Slurpee in the other. He was laughing out loud, and J.T. guessed that it was one of Dez's jokes. Donnie always liked a filthy story, and Des was a walking encyclopedia of them. Donnie saw J.T. and saluted with a Slurpee cup. J.T. gave him a nod. Des was taking her damn time, so he settled back, but instead of reading the magazine, he laid it in his lap and stared through the windshield at the closed door of Pinky's, thinking about Des. They were often paired for patrol, and since neither of them had family living close, they usually did Thanksgiving, Christmas, and the Super Bowl together. Nothing romantic, of course. J.T. was old enough to be her father, and she was very much like a niece to him. Maybe a daughter if she would pull the goddamn Democratic voting booth lever at least once before the world went all to hell. In his way, J.T. loved her, felt protective of her. She was tough, though. She laid a pretty comprehensive minefield between her and the rest of the world. The rest of the guys in the department hated and feared her in equal measures. Des was a very good cop, better than a small-town police department deserved, but she wasn't a very nice person. Well, maybe that was unfair. She was damaged goods, which isn't the same thing as being bad-natured. That, and she was way too deeply entrenched in the nihilistic and often self-defeating mentality of rural small-town America. She cursed like a pirate, drank like a Viking, and screwed the kind of people the two of them usually arrested, providing they were well-built, well-hung, and in no way interested in any species of committed relationship, especially since the last time she broke up with Billy Trout. That was a damn shame, too. Billy Trout and Des had grown up together and had been a hot item more times than JT could count. They were never able to make it work, which frustrated JT because he knew, even if they were both too damaged to see, that the two of them had real magic together. JT never liked to use a phrase like soulmates, but he couldn't find a better label. Shame they were like gasoline and matches whenever they were together. All of the guys Des dragged to her lair were clones of Billy, but saying so to Des would be exactly the same as saying, "Shoot me." So instead of a lover, Des Fox had a partner, a middle-aged black man from Pittsburgh with a college degree in criminal justice and a set of well-used manners that had been hardwired into him by his librarian mother. Des, on the other hand, was pure backcountry Pennsylvania, a blue-eyed blonde who could have been a model for fitness equipment, if not for what JT personally viewed as an overreactive redneck gene. The radio buzzed. "Unit 4, what's your status?" JT lifted the handset and clicked the send key. "Dispatch, I'm code 6 of Pinky's. You got something for me, Flower?" Flower Martini, 28-year-old daughter of love generation boomers, was the dispatcher, secretary, booking photographer, and court stenographer for the Stebbins County Department of Public Safety. She looked like Taylor Swift might look if her career took a sharp downward turn past a long line of seedy country and western bars. She was still cute as a button, and JT was pretty sure she had her eye on him, age and race differences notwithstanding. "Yeah," said Flower. "Looks like a possible break-in at Hartnip's Transition Estate." She overpronounced the name, giving it a nice blend of wry appreciation and tacit disapproval. The Hartnip family had been morticians in town for generations, but in the mid-'80s, during the New Age inrush, the son, Lee, had given the place a makeover, changed the name from Hartnip's Funeral Home to the trendier Transition Estate. Non-denominational services, and a lot of Enya music. It actually sparked a rise in business that drew families from as far as Pittsburgh. Now, with the New Age covered in dust, the name was a local punchline. People still died, though, and the Hartnips still prettied them up and put them in the ground. "Cleaning lady called from the mortuary office," said Flower. "Witness is a non-English speaker. All I could get was the location and that something was wrong with the back door. No other details, sorry. You want backup?" "Des is with me." "Copy that." There were only 2 units on the road at any one time, despite the size of the county. Unit 1 was reserved for Chief Goss, and Unit 3 was in reserve. "We'll investigate and call in if we need backup." "Respond code 2. Proceed with caution, Hunt, JT." There was the slightest pause between caution and his name, and JT thought he heard Flower start to say Hun. She called him Honey off the radio all the time and was constantly getting yelled at by the chief. She was the mayor's sister, and it was more than the chief's job was worth to fire her. "Roger that." JT clicked off and then tapped the dashboard button to give the siren a single whoop. A moment later, the door to Pinky's banged open, and Des Fox came out at a near run, a white paper bag between her teeth and 2 extra-large coffees in paper cups in her hands. She handed a cup through the open window, then leaned half inside and opened her mouth to drop the bag in his lap. "What's the call?" she asked, looking irritated that police work was interfering with the ritual of caffeine and carbs. JT knew that it was sacred to her. "Possible break-in at Doc Hartnip's place." "Who the fuck would want to break into a mortuary?" "Probably a drunk. Even so, I could use some backup. Yeah, let's do her, Hoss. But lights, no sirens, though, okay? My head's held together with duct tape right now. Won't make a sound, he promised. Des reached in and took the bag back and carried it with her to her cruiser. Hey! J.T. yelled. She gave him the finger again. When she looked back, J.T. stuck his tongue out at her and Des cracked up, then winced and pressed a hand to her head. Ow! J.T. leaned out the window. Huh? He yelled. A few seconds later, Des blew out of the parking lot in a spray of gravel. She hit the blacktop, punched the red and blue lights, and the big engine roared as she rocketed north on Doll Factory Road. J.T. sighed, snugged his coffee into the holder, and followed at a discreet 70 miles per hour. Chapter 6. Green Gates 55-plus Community, Fayette County, Pennsylvania. The old doctor sat on a hard wooden chair in the kitchen and stared at the phone. The call from the warden at Rockview Prison, where the old man worked as the chief medical officer, had been brief. Simply the warden conveying an interesting bit of information. 6 words stood out from that conversation. We transferred his body this morning. Those 6 words, so casually spoken, were like knives in the doctor's chest. We transferred his body this morning. Forcing his voice to sound calm, forcing himself not to scream, the doctor had asked for and been given the names and phone numbers of the mortician who had arrived to take the body, and the relative of the deceased who had made the arrangements. A relative the doctor had not known existed. No one had known. There were not supposed to be any relatives. The corpse was supposed to go into the ground after the execution. It was supposed to be in the ground now. Oh, my God, the doctor whispered. He got up from his chair, walked like a sleepwalker into the living room, up the stairs, into his bedroom. He opened the closet, reached up onto the shelf, removed a zipped case, opened it, and stared dazedly at the gun. A Russian Makarov PM automatic pistol. He'd bought it new in 1974. When he had defected, the CIA took the pistol away, but eventually returned it to him. A sign of trust. He sat down on the edge of the bed. There was a box of shells in the case and 3 empty magazines. The doctor opened the box and began feeding shells into a magazine. He did it slowly, methodically, almost totally unaware of what he was doing. His mind was elsewhere, miles away, in a small town where a mortician would be opening a body bag. God, he murmured again. He slid the last bullet into the magazine and slid the mag into the frame. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and held it for 10 seconds, then exhaled it slowly as he pulled the slide back to feed around into the chamber. The gun was heavy and cold. It would be quick, though. He knew where and how to place it so that death would be certain. All it would take was a moment's courage, if courage were the right word. Practical cowardice, perhaps. 2 cold tears boiled out of the corners of his eyes and rolled unevenly over the lines that age, anger, and mania had etched into his cheeks. He weighed the gun in his palm. "May God forgive me for what I've done," he whispered. Chapter 7. Hartnip's Transition Estate. The mortuary was tucked 100 yards down a winding dead-end road that had been officially renamed Transition Road. The road was bordered by lush evergreens and rampant wildflowers. It always cracked Des up that there was a big yellow "No Exit" sign right at the turn. The owner was Lee Hartnip, known as Doc, not because of any medical background, which he did not have, but because he had a Ph.D. It didn't matter that his doctorate was in literature with a minor in philosophy. The fact that he had a doctorate at all put him in a very small club within the Stebbins community. Des liked Doc. He was a bit of a stiff at times, but he was real people. There were several small functional buildings tucked behind a faux mansion used for viewings. There were no lights on and no cars in the lot. The mortuary was around back, so Des and JT looped behind a thick stand of pines to the service lot. 2 cars were parked near a functional-looking rear door. The aloof gray nose of a Cadillac hearse peered out of the shadows of an open garage. A second hearse was up on blocks near it. Des and JT pulled their cruisers side by side, blocking the parked cars. They opened their doors and studied the scene for a moment, then got out. JT raised his chin at the larger of the 2 passenger cars, a 4-year-old silver Lexus. "That's Doc Hartnep's. Other one must be the cleaning lady's." The second vehicle was a Ford that was so old and battered that it was virtually impossible to tell the model, year, or color. The rest of the lot was empty, the morning quiet, except for a light breeze that stirred the treetops. The red and blue of their dome lights slashed back and forth across every reflective surface: window glass, the polished skin of the mortician's car, the dead headlights of the vehicle on blocks. "Looks quiet," said Des. JT keyed his shoulder mic to channel 1. "Dispatch, units on scene. Can you provide location of the witness?"
"No, hon," said Flower. Negative. I told her to wait in her car, but she hung up."
"Copy that." JT turned to Des. "Flower said she told the cleaning lady to stay in her car. Maybe she went inside." They unsnapped their sidearms as they approached the mortuary, each of them fading to one side to be out of a direct line if someone fired through the door. They came in on good lines of approach, working it like they worked every potential crime scene. The town may have been a no Starbucks wide spot on a farm road, but they took their job seriously. The cleaning lady had been right. There was something wrong with the back door. Des saw it first and nodded toward it. JT leaned over and saw that the door was a half-inch into the jamb, but not far enough for the spring lock to engage. "How do you want to play it?" he asked quietly. They didn't speak in whispers. The sibilant S sounds of whispers carried farther than ordinary voices speaking low. Des studied the door. "No sign of force. Lock's intact. But I don't like it, Hoss. Boy Scout motto," she said. He nodded, and they drew their guns. Glock 22s with a round already in the chamber and a 15-round high-capacity magazine in the receiver. They both lived by the be prepared wisdom. This felt good to Des. Just the thing to erase the memories of the love god laying in his puke on her bedroom floor. This kind of entry, or a call to a bar fight or serving a warrant on a child molester, made her blood pump. It made her feel like crawling out of bed in the morning had some purpose. Des knew, however, that JT hated this part of police work. He was at the opposite end of the evolutionary scale, and Des knew it. JT actually believed that a peace and peace officer meant that the job was all about keeping things dialed down to a no-violence, no-ass-kicking state. JT keyed his shoulder mic. "Dispatch Unit 4. Hold the air and stand by."
"Copy."
"I'm on point," said Des. "You, me, left, right." Des put the toe of her shoe against the door, mouth counted from 3, and pushed. The door swung inward on silent hinges. Des and JT faded back for a moment, and then went in fast. She cut left with him covering her, and then he was inside, checking behind the door and clearing the corners. Guns were up and out in two-handed grips, eyes tracking together with the light. They were in a large utility room, a shed that had long ago been built onto the house. There were cabinets and an industrial washing machine on one wall, shelves with cleaning supplies on the other. The far wall had another door, and this also stood ajar. "I've got blood," barked JT.
"I see it."
It was impossible to miss. A handprint, small, a woman's, pressed flat on the wall by the door. Blood trails had run all the way to the floor. That hand would have to have been soaked with blood to leave trails that long. Des felt a familiar shift inside her head, as if a switch had been thrown. It was something she first experienced midway through her first tour, and it happened all the way through her 2 tours in Afghanistan. When she tried to describe the feeling to a sergeant over a bottle of beam in a tent in northeast Afghanistan, the scarred vet said that it was part of the warrior mind. "It's the caveman mind, the survivor mind," he had told her. "It's when you realize on a deep level that you just stepped out of the ordinary world and are walking point through the valley of the shadow." Des had tried to explain this to JT once, and though he understood on an intellectual level, the bottom line was that he had never been in the military. He hadn't walked the big sand, and in 30 years on the job he had never fired his service weapon and had never taken fire. That made a difference, even if neither of them ever said so aloud. He was smart and did everything by the book, but on some level, he was a civilian, and Des could never claim that exemption ever again. The mind shift changed her body language, weight easing onto the balls of her feet, knees bending for attack or flight, eyes blinking less often, hand readjusting on the grip of the Glock. She was aware of it on a detached level. JT peered at the blood and then leaned back. He gave his lips a nervous lick. "I do not like this, Des."
"Liking it's not part of the job, Haas."
Des used 2 fingers to turn the knob, and this time JT kicked the door hard. Then they were moving fast, rushing into the main preparation room, checking corners, watching each other, tracking everything, and stopping dead in their tracks. The interior lights were on, fluorescents gleaming from stainless steel tables and dozens of medical instruments. There was no movement in the room, but everything was wrong. A gurney lay on its side by the open cold room door. Sheets and straps were tangled and askew. Beakers and bottles had been smashed. The delicate instruments of the mortician's trade were scattered like pickup sticks. Everything, walls, floor, debris, was covered with blood. It was a charnel house. "Jesus H. Christ," breathed JT, and for a moment his professional calm drained away, leaving in its place a shocked spectator. The air was thick with disinfectant, old meat, and the sheared copper stink of fresh blood.
"Clear the fucking room, Haas,"
snapped Des, her voice as hard as a slap. JT immediately shook off his shock and moved around to the far side of the room, kicking open closet doors, checking the cold room, making sure that the prep room was as empty as it looked. Except it wasn't. "I got a body," he called, and Des cut a look his way. "Oh, jeez. It's Doc."
"Fuck."
"Gunshot?" Des barked. "No. Christ, I don't know. Knives, maybe. This is bad. He's all messed up." Des was not looking at the dead mortician, however. She clicked her tongue, and when JT looked up, she ticked her chin toward a door on the far side that led into the mortuary offices. "Blood trail," she said. JT forced his emotions down and locked the cop focus back into place. He hurried to her side. He had his gun ready and his eyes open, but Des could see fierce sweat popping out all over his face. There were 2 sets of footprints, bare feet and shoes. The bare feet were male and large, easily size 12. The other set was smaller, though still large for what was obviously a woman's work shoe. The marks were scuffed and swirled as if the 2 figures were dancing as they exited. Violent struggles make the same patterns. "Fuck," growled Des, and kicked open the door. They rushed into the office, shouting at the tops of their voices, "Police! Put your hands on your head! Police!" Their shouts bounced off the walls and died in the still air. As with the prep room, there was only 1 person in there, and as with the other room, the person was already dead. JT stopped in his tracks and stared at the body. "God." Des crossed to the only other exit, a front door. The barefoot blood trail went outside and vanished into the grass lawn, beyond which was a stretch of dense forest called the Grove. "We got someone on foot." She backed away from the door and called it in. "Dispatch, Unit 2. We have multiple victims, suspect at large and possibly on foot in vicinity. Roll all available units and crime scene." Then she closed the door, flicked on the overhead lights, and crossed to where J.T. stood staring at the victim. The dead woman sat slumped backward in a wheeled leather desk chair that was parked in a lake of blood. She was dressed in a blue cleaning smock that buttoned up the front. She had gray support hose and sponge-soled shoes. Her dark hair was pulled back into a tight bun. Reading glasses hung around her neck on a cheap junk jewelry chain. Her name tag read Olga Eltsina. Des guessed that Olga was probably 50. Russian, at least 5'9", easily 200 pounds. Arms like a shot putter, tree trunk legs, bowling ball breasts. Not pretty by any standard, with thick lips and a bulbous nose. What had been done to her was unspeakable. There was no point in checking for a pulse. There wasn't enough left of her throat to bother. The skin below her jaw was a ragged ruin. Strips of flesh hung from her cheeks, her arms, the tops of her breasts. There were pieces of shapeless meat on the floor and stuck to her drab uniform. Des slid her flashlight into its belt holster, bent and peered at the wounds. They were strange. Not one clean cut. No puckered bullet holes. No gouges like you'd see from a claw hammer. The skin looked shredded. Des heard a faint gagging sound and half turned to J.T. "If you're gonna hurl, do it outside." He looked gray but shook his head. "Take a breath, Hoss," Des advised. And he did. Slow and ragged.
"God,"
he gasped, and mopped sweat off his face with his sleeve.
"I've seen every kind of traffic accident, and I've seen decapitations and all that. Christ, Des, I think those are bites."
"I know," said Des softly.
"Doc, too?"
J.T. nodded.
"The door was ajar. You think a bear got in here?"
She studied his face for a moment.
"Come on, J.T. This wasn't any fucking bear. There'd be slash marks with a bear."
"Coyote?"
He sounded more hopeful than speculative. Over the last decade, several packs of coyotes had repopulated rural Pennsylvania. They were vicious, violent creatures, and they had taken a serious toll on the house pet population. However, attacks on humans were extremely rare, and their bites looked like dog bites. Des leaned as close as possible without stepping into the pool of blood.
"No," she said as she straightened. "Wasn't a bear, a coyote, or a fucking Bigfoot, and you know it."
J.T. was panting like a runner.
"Des, you don't think these are human bites, do you?"
It was clear to both of them, to anyone who'd ever seen the blunt bite signature of human teeth, what kind of bites these were. Des kept a poker face.
"Forensics will take castings," she said.
Des stepped back and walked into the other room to take a look at Doc Hartnett. He lay in a ragdoll twist on the bloody tile floor. J.T. drifted up behind her. It hurt Des's heart to see him like that. Doc was one of the good guys.
"J.T., look at this," she said,
pointing to the bulge in the left rear hip of Hartnett's trousers.
"Looks like his wallet's still there."
"Car keys are on a peg by the door,"
J.T. said.
"Perp left in his own car."
"He was barefoot when he went outside, if those are the perp's footprints."
Des shook her head.
"We need forensics and detectives on this. This isn't falling together for me. There's a lot of valuable stuff in here, and there's a flat screen and Blu-ray in the office. Why not take them?"
"Maybe he didn't have time. We might have spooked him and he went out into the grove."
Des nodded. That was an ugly possibility. The grove connected to the state forest, half a mile from there.
"Tell you what, Hoss," she said. "It's going to be a circus here soon. We have to start a log on this, and I don't want to screw anything up. Go get your camera from the cruiser. JT gave a distracted nod, but didn't move. Des straightened and snapped her fingers under JT's face, startling him. "Yo, you in there? If you need to bug out, then bug out. Go sit in the car or whatever, but don't lose your shit in here." JT gave her a 5-count stare. "You cool?" Des asked. Her tone quiet, but not soft. Her blue eyes hard as metal. He drew in a long breath through his nostrils and gave a curt nod.
"Yeah, I'm cool."
Des grinned. "Okay, then put on your big girl panties and let's be cops." JT gave a half laugh.
"Okay, sorry. It's just that—"
"When you get the camera," Des interrupted, "bring the shotgun, just in case Cannibal Lecter comes back. We don't want to offer him a pork sandwich." That squeezed a fraction of smile from JT's pinched features. He headed outside. Des fished in a pocket for gum and popped 2 pieces of Eclipse from the aluminum blister pack and crunched them thoughtfully between her teeth. Poor JT, she thought as she stood in the doorway, watching him for a few seconds. Under every other circumstance, he was nominally in charge, and Des knew it. They both knew it. He was better at most aspects of the job. They were both good with it. He'd been on the job longer, too, but her 5 years in the military made all the difference in how they were reacting to the horror of this moment. While JT was rolling along the back roads of Stebbins County, Des had been playing hide-and-seek with the Taliban in the Afghan hills. She was never Special Forces, but she humped her share of battle rattle over miles of desert, working everything from Haji patrol to scouting IEDs to dodging red-on-red fire, working in the first wave of American women to go into battle side by side with the men. She'd seen every kind of carnage and mayhem modern weapons could create, and carrion animals could make worse. Had it been any other guy but JT losing his shit on the job, Des would have torn him a new one. JT was like family. Different rules applied. Her thoughts drifted from JT to the crime scene. This was big, and it could easily get out of hand. If the perpetrator had gone into the grove, then that would mean putting together a massive manhunt. Beyond the lawn and the grove, the state forest was an easy place to get lost and stay lost, not to mention the tens of thousands of square acres of farmland in Stebbins County. Hundreds of farm roads, fire access roads, country lanes, trail crosses, and game trails to follow. If the killer was even half smart, it would take 100 men with dogs and helicopters to run him to ground, and even then it might take days to do it. Days they might not have, if the coming storm was as bad as they were saying on the news. She turned away and looked down at the corpse. Doc Hartnett. Damn. Des had known plenty of soldiers who had been killed in battle or by things like landmines and suicide vests, but she had never known anyone who had been murdered. She was surprised that it felt so much worse. "This is fucked up," she told the dead man. JT returned a moment later with the camera. He also carried a Mossberg shotgun, which Des would die rather than use, because the weapon was loaded with beanbag rounds. She thought they were sissy rounds, and once remarked that it was the lethal force equivalent of giving the perp a blowjob. JT knew different. The beanbag round would put anyone from a badass biker to a spaced-out meth head on his ass. But that wasn't enough for Des. Des took the digital Nikon. "I'll document the scene," she said. "Why don't you walk the perimeter? Figure out where the perp went so we can get some boots on the ground in pursuit. I'd like to bag this dickhead before shift ends so I can spend all night beating the living shit out of him in the holding cell. Sound good?" He laughed, and it was clear he wasn't sure if she was joking. "And JT," she added, "keep your eyes open. This asshole might be outside. He just killed 2 people. Don't get into a debate with him." She punctuated her remark with a sharp nod toward the weapon he held. JT jacked around into the shotgun and went outside without a word. Des went into the adjoining office, stepping gingerly over the bloody footprints, and stood on a clean section of carpet, aiming the camera toward the doorway. She took shots that established a clear trail from the prep room into this one. Then she bent over and took close-ups of the bare footprints. She took incremental overlapping pics so that they could be lined up later to show an unbroken progression from one killing room to the other. The flash popped everything into moments of brightness that reminded Des of the starkness of the skies in Afghanistan. Flash. Des shot the handprints on the wall. She shot the blood spatter on the lampshade and across the desk. She shot the pool of blood around the wheeled office chair. She turned and straightened to take photos of the Vic. Flash. And the cleaning woman was standing right there. Right there. Flash. Des stared in absolute and uncomprehending horror at the big Russian woman standing 2 feet away. Eyes open to reveal nothing. There was no hint of awareness or pain or anything in those bottomless black eyes.
"I don't—"
Des began, and the woman snarled and lunged at her. Chapter 8. Hartnip's Transition Estate. The woman slammed into Des with full weight, grabbing her hair, driving Des backward, and then they were falling. The woman snarled, a weird gargling impossibility that came from her ruined throat, and darted her head forward even as they crashed onto the coffee table, exploding it into 1,000 fragments of wood and decorative inlay. The impact tore a scream from Des as the woman's 200 pounds came down on her, and items on her utility belt punched into spine and kidneys and ribs. She heard the woman's blood-streaked teeth clack together an inch from her ear. Des jammed her forearm under the woman's chin as the teeth snapped again and again, trying to bite her face, her ear, her windpipe. Black clotted blood dribbled from the corners of the woman's mouth and splashed on Des's cheeks and shirt.
"Get off of me, you crazy bitch!"
Des screamed, twisting her body to try to escape the crushing weight. The Russian kept trying to twist her fingers into Des's French braid. The woman straddled Des, massive thighs blocking her from grabbing her weapons. Yet for all of the woman's bulk, she was strangely limp, as if her muscles were half asleep and sagging. It was a horrible deadweight quality, and it made escape much harder. There was no real plan to the cleaning woman's attack except to pull Des close enough to bite. She snarled and hissed and bit the air, squirming to get her chin around the barrier of Des's forearm. Fending off those teeth was immediately exhausting because it meant that Des had to push away most of that slack, squirming mass. The woman tried to spit at Des, expectorating a viscous mass of dead blood at her, but Des twisted away. The black goo splattered on the floor, and out of the corner of Des's eye, she could see something like maggots squirming in the muck.
"Christ!"
Des finally managed to pull her right arm free. The camera was still attached to her wrist by its lanyard. Des grabbed it and smashed it with all her strength against the woman's temple. The impact shot pain through Des's wrist. Pieces of metal and plastic flew everywhere, and the force knocked the Russian woman's head away. But that was all it did. There was absolutely no change of expression on the woman's face, even though a flap of skin as large as a silver dollar flopped down onto her cheek. The wound did not bleed, and there was no reaction at all to the blow or the pain that it must have caused. A growl burst from low in Des's chest as she swung again and again, hitting with the camera every time, mashing the woman's ear, splitting her eyebrow, grinding into temple and eye socket and sinus. The jagged edges of the broken camera tore the woman's face to red ribbons. But they did not slow the woman's attack at all. She did not even attempt to block the blows. She kept trying to bite. Her cold fingers continued to scrabble and grab. The woman spat more black blood at Des, splattering her uniform shirt.
"JT!"
Des screamed as panic surged up inside of her. Then Des pulled her heels close to her own buttocks, bent her knees, and placed her soles flat on the ground. Then she abruptly snapped her hips upward in a reverse Bronco buck-off. The sudden upward thrust bounced the Russian woman's body into the air, and Des instantly rolled sideways, using the turn of her hips against the inside of the attacker's thighs. Leverage won out, and the woman fell sideways. Des immediately rolled the other way, spinning onto her side and kicking out at the woman with both feet, catching her in the chest and face and knocking her back against the sofa. The woman was not even stunned. She flopped back from the point of impact, flopped onto her hands and knees, and began crawling toward Des. "Shit!" Des rolled onto her back and drew her Glock. "Fucking freeze!" The woman snarled and snapped her teeth together and lunged. Des fired. The bullet caught the woman in the upper chest, punching a black hole through the breastbone an inch below the clavicle. The force sent the woman reeling back on her knees, arms flailing like a supplicant in the throes of a religious mania. There was no pain on her face, no sign that she even noticed the .44 round that had punched through her body. Her lips curled back from bloody teeth, and she dove once more at Des. Des screamed and fired. The second round caught the woman on the side of her chin and blew a hole out past her ear, spraying the sofa with blood and flecks of gray matter. The woman paused, her feral expression dissolving into vacuity, her mouth losing the firmness of its snarl. And still she did not go down. Des felt the world spin around her. 2 shots at this range. 2 shots, chest and face. There was bone and brain tissue on the goddamn couch. This was impossible. It could not be the truth. With bizarre slowness, the woman came on, throwing herself at Des's legs, grabbing at her thighs, teeth apart to bite. Des bent forward and slammed the hot barrel against the woman's forehead. "Fucking die!" She squeezed the trigger. Once. Twice. The woman's head exploded. Skull fragments and strips of duramater and brain pulp blew back against the sofa and the wall and the floor lamp. The woman collapsed. All at once. Just as J.T. burst through the door from the prep room with the shotgun. Chapter 9. Hartnip's Transition Estate.
"Des, are you all right?"
J.T. demanded as he rushed to her. Des's voice faltered on the first word as she saw the gore that was splattered on her legs and gun hand. She saw the squirming larvae and went into a hysterical fit, slapping the stuff off her clothes. "God!
Are you hurt?"
No! Help me the fuck up!" J.T. hooked a hand under her armpit and pulled her out from under the corpse. Des's heels scrabbled at the blood-soaked floor as she backpedaled into J.T. He lost his grip on her 10 feet from the corpse. Des fell hard on her ass and sat there, staring, mouth open, shaking her head. Her gun fell from her hand, and she made no move to pick it up. So J.T. did.
"What happened?"
His question seemed to be coming from another room. It was tinny and distant, and Des wasn't sure if he was really there. J.T. came around and squatted down in front of her. His face twisted into a frown of doubt, and he snapped his fingers the same way she had done to him. God, was it only a few minutes ago? On some remote level, Des understood that she was in shock, just as she was aware that she was thinking about being in shock. Her mind was fragmented as it tried to crawl away from the precise reality of what just happened. Des began again, but didn't know where to go with it. She shook her head. J.T. rose and helped Des carefully to her feet, took her by the elbow and guided her across the room to a niche filled with filing cabinets. He still held her Glock in his other hand.
"Des,"
he said softly.
"What happened?"
"She attacked me," gasped Des.
"No,"
he said, shaking his head.
"Listen to me, Des. The chief and the forensics people are going to be here soon. We need to have a story. We need to tell them something they're going to believe, so I need you to tell me what really happened. Why did you discharge a weapon? Was it accidental?"
"No," he corrected himself.
"I heard 4 shots. We can't sell that as accidental. Des, did you see the perp? Did he come back? Is that what happened? You saw him and fired?"
Des kept shaking her head. She pushed a strand of hair from her eyes with trembling fingers.
"Give me something, Des,"
pleaded J.T., his eyes clouding with the beginnings of panic.
We have to make sense of—
She fucking attacked me, snarled Des. JT took a step backward. He looked at her, his eyes searching hers. Then he turned and looked at the woman. When he turned back, his eyes kept meeting hers and darting away.
Des,
No, goddammit. That Russian bitch attacked me.
Okay, I hear you. She attacked you. But how?
What do you mean, how?
Come on, Des. She was dead.
Of course she wasn't dead, dumbass!
Des, her whole throat was torn open. We both saw it.
Then we saw it wrong! Des took a steadying breath. Look, JT, I did not imagine that woman tackling me, and I sure as hell didn't put 4 rounds into her for shits and giggles. She came after me! She spaced the words, slow and loud. JT raised his head into an attitude of listening. Des heard it too. Sirens.
Look, Des, you know I have your back, right? That's unquestioned. I'll tell any story you want me to tell. Screw the chief and screw everyone else. But you got to give me something to work with. We can't spin a fairy tale.
JT, they're gonna blood test you, he said. He dropped the magazine and ejected the round from the chamber, then thumbed the round back into the magazine and slid it back into the receiver. He didn't return her weapon, however.
What's your blood alcohol?
Fuck you.
No,
he said firmly.
Don't close me out. I'm on your side, remember? How many ways do I have to say it? But you have to tell me what happened here.
Des pointed a finger at the corpse. She could not have been dead, JT. No way. I don't care how it looked. We made a bad call on that. You want a story? Then that's the story, and it's the truth. She tried to fucking bite me.
Bite you,
JT repeated without inflection. He crossed to the corpse, squatted down, and touched the backs of his fingers to her cheek, her forearm, the inside of her wrist. As he rose, he flicked back toward the prep room, where Doc Hartnett lay. He walked back slowly to Des, his dark features lined with concern and doubt. Yes, she tried to bite me. Guess biting's a frigging theme around here.
Her skin's pretty cold, Des.
I don't care if she's packed in ice, JT. She had me pinned down and I punched the shit out of her and told her to back down, and I might as well have been pissing up a rope. She came after me and tried to tear my throat out.
So you shot her?
Yes, I fucking shot her.
An unarmed woman?
Yes, Des snapped.
A seriously injured, unarmed woman.
Christ, JT! The sirens were close, turning off of the highway onto the access road.
You shot her 4 times, Des. How many shots does it take to—
Des suddenly shoved him, and JT staggered backward into the row of filing cabinets. A vase of gardenias fell off and smashed on the edge of a secretary's desk. Before he could recover his balance, Des snatched her Glock out of his hands and shoved it into her holster. I never thought you'd turn on me, JT, she said bitterly. She wanted to punch him, to knock him down and stomp on him. She wanted to cry, too, but she would eat her own gun before she'd do that on the job. Even after what just happened. JT got slowly to his feet, his eyes flicking from her face to her gun hand.
You're scaring the shit out of me, Des. You're acting irrational here, and
I'm perfectly rational. I didn't lose it, and I'm not drunk, or hopped up on anything. You want to breathalyze me? Fine. And when it comes up clean, I'm going to shove it up your ass.
Calm down, Des. I didn't say—
The sirens were right outside now, the wails filling the room with implications. Des closed her eyes for a moment as she heard car doors open and feet crunch on the gravel. Voices began yelling as the front and back doors banged open and officers from Stebbins and 2 neighboring towns flooded into the mortuary.
Des,
JT said slowly,
you know what they're going to say. They're going to look at the body. They're going to take her temperature and test lividity and do the science that's going to show how long she's been dead. And then they're going to match that against our response time on the call logs. Then they're going to look at those bullet wounds.
So what?
Let them look. Come on, Des. You shot her 4 times. How come none of the wounds bled?
Des took an involuntary step back, as if JT had punched her. What? JT pointed.
Corpses don't bleed. Either you killed her on the first shot, in which case they're going to want to know why you kept shooting, and from different angles and distances, or you killed her with the headshots, and they're going to ask you to explain why the perpetrator you shot in the chest didn't bleed."
He shook his head, and his voice had a pleading note to it.
"What do we tell them, Des?"
There didn't seem to be enough air to breathe, and Des could not answer his questions. Her chest was tight with tension, her heart hammered with fear. She looked down at the dead woman, following the line of gaze of the arriving officers, seeing the extremity of the violence, seeing the blood and pieces of human debris as if through their eyes. Jesus Christ, she thought.
This is it for me. If JT doesn't believe me, then no one will.
Wild panic flared in her, and she looked around as if hoping to see a door marked exit. But one door led back to the charnel house of the prep room, and the other was the route a killer had used to flee this insane crime scene. Then that door suddenly opened, and Chief Martin Goss waddled through the door from the prep room and into the office. He was a short, fat man with boiled red skin that was permanently coated with hypertensive sweat. Goss's eyes went from JT to Des to the corpse and back again. He looked at the gore splattered on Dez's uniform.
"Holy Jesus, jumped up Christ," he said. "Des, are you okay?"
"I'm fine,"
she mumbled.
"You sure? We have paramedics inbound."
She nodded.
"I'm good, Chief. Just shook up."
"JT?" "I'm fine. I was outside when this went down."
Goss licked his lips.
"Your call-in said that there was a suspect on foot?"
JT showed him the tracks of the bloody bare feet.
"Prints disappeared near the edge of the lawn. Looks like the suspect was heading west, but that's a guess."
Goss nodded curtly, clicked his shoulder mic, and relayed the information to the rest of the team, ordering a search and advising extreme caution. He also called the state police and requested their assistance. The Stadies had more men, and they had choppers. Other officers, including Paul Scott, the county's forensics officer, flooded into the place. Scott flicked a brief glance at JT and Des, and then went into the other room, his evidence collection bag in hand. Then Goss turned back to JT and Des.
"Okay, now tell me everything that happened."
Des started to speak, but her words came out in a jumble. She could hear the panic in her own voice. JT stepped in and took a swing at it. Despite his earlier reactions, he appeared to have reclaimed his calm, and he gave the report in quick, clinical police jargon, from the moment they parked the car, to the handprint in the utility room, to finding Doc Hartnepp's body. Goss's eyes narrowed for a moment, but he didn't interrupt. Des watched his face, trying to read him. JT said,
"Believing this to be an active crime scene, we did only a cursory examination of the second victim, and determined that she was dead. I went outside to do a walk-around while Officer Fox, began documenting the crime scene in here with a digital camera.
He paused only a second. Des had to give him that much.
Second victim was apparently still alive, and proceeded to attack Officer Fox in a very aggressive and irrational way. Officer Fox was compelled to use deadly force to protect her own life."
The officers had all stopped to listen to this account. Their faces registered varying levels of confusion, doubt, and disgust. Paul Scott came back in and bent close to whisper something to Goss. The chief looked at him, went and peered into the other room, and then came back and studied the faces of both JT and Des. His face was clouded with confusion and doubt. "He's not buying it," Des thought. "I am well and truly fucked."
"That's it?"
asked Chief Goss slowly. His eyebrows arched almost to his hairline.
"That's your story?" "That's the way it happened, Chief,"
said JT. Des nodded. Her clothes were splattered with blood. Her hair was in disarray, and she knew that she must look like a crazy woman. Goss pointed at the dead woman.
"Did you inflict those injuries on her throat?"
"Of course not," Des began, but JT touched her arm.
"She appeared to have sustained some injuries when we arrived on the scene, Chief," said JT. "As I said, we did a cursory examination and—"
"Did you also do a cursory examination on Doc Hartnepp?" J.T. winced at the inflection Goss put on cursory.
Yes, sir.
Did you determine that he was probably dead or apparently still alive? Dead, sir, said Des. Really? Goss said slowly. The cleaning lady attacked you in here? Yes. What about Doc Hartnett? Sir? Did he attack you too? No, said Des. J.T. told you. The doc was already dead when we got here. Really? Goss went and pointed into the other room. Then where the fuck is his body? Des shot J.T. a look, and then the two of them hurried over to the entrance to the prep room. There were several officers in there, and blood everywhere. Some of it was red, some was black, like the sputum the Russian woman had spat at her. Tiny worms, like maggots, writhed in it. A set of bloody footprints led from the large pool of blood on the floor to the open back door. But there was no body. Doc Hartnett was gone. Chapter 10. Offices of Regional Satellite News, Stebbins County Bureau, Pennsylvania. He answered the phone with, "Fishing for news with Billy Trout." His voice was dead. His body slumped into an executive desk chair that he swore once belonged to the misogynistic serial murderer Gerald Stano. He called the chair Old Sparky after the much different seat by which Stano exited the world in a Florida prison execution room. "This you, Billy?" The caller was a man with a Mississippi accent. "Mm-hmm," grunted Trout. He was 6 clues away from finishing the New York Times crossword. 38 down was a 6-letter word for parasite. He tried lawyer, ex-wife, and editor, but none of them would fit. "You still doing those weird news segments?" asked the caller. "Hence the clever way I answer the phone," murmured Trout with disinterest. "Still paying for the good stuff?" "Depends. Who's calling?" "It's Bernie Schlunk." "Ah," said Trout, and filled in the clue. INSECT. He tossed the paper onto his desk. "You still in Rockview?" "At Rockview. Inmates are in, staff are—" "I know, it was a joke." "We saw each other yesterday. What do you want?" "Yeah, I tried to talk to you yesterday at the execution, but you ducked out before I could get free." What a shame, thought Trout. "Talk to me about what?" "A news tip." Trout snorted. "The only news around here is the storm, and I'm not a weatherman." "Not that kind of story. Look, Billy, I want to know if you're still paying the same rates for tips as you used to." "If it's something good, I can give you 75%. Schlunk snorted. "You going cheap on me?" "No," said Trout. "The economy blows, or don't you read the papers?" "Who reads the fucking papers? News is free on the internet." "And you wonder why I've cut my rates?" "I want the same rates as before." "Can't do it. As it is, 75% is my kids not eating." "You don't have kids." "I got alimony, and both of my ex-wives are immature. Works out the same." "Believe me," said Schlunk, "this is worth the regular rate." "This is the regular rate. Plus another 25% on top." "I can't afford to feed a drug habit." "I don't do drugs." "Then I can't afford to feed your internet porn habit, Schlunk." "God, I can't tell you how much I miss being your straight man, Billy. Maybe I should be doing drugs, 'cause I must be having a psychotic episode. I mean, I think I'm talking to an actual reporter who wants an actual goddamn exclusive. But hey, maybe that's just the magic mushrooms talking." "That's side-splitting," yawned Trout. It occurred to him that Schlunk was one of those rare people who looked exactly like his name. He was a big, sloppy, shambling lump of a Southern boy who came to Pennsylvania because Mississippi wasn't redneck enough. Trout grudgingly conceded to himself that Schlunk had sent 3 or 4 good stories his way over the years. Okay, he said. "You tell me what you have, and I'll tell you if it's worth full price." "Full price is 125% of your old rate." "Just tell me." "Word of honor?" Trout smiled as he glanced around the newsroom. It looked like a Hollywood set dresser had made sure there was every possible stereotype and sight gag appropriate to a regional paper sliding down the greasy slope to the septic tank. Stacks of bundled papers, 2/3 of the desks empty, the other 1/3 buried under clutter so comprehensive that it had long ago morphed into a single eyesore rather than a collection of unique and separate pieces of junk. Wall clocks that were still set to the wrong hour of daylight saving time, and one other reporter asleep with his heels on his desk and a John Grisham novel open on his chest. It depressed him. He could remember a time, not that long ago, when coming to work filled him with excitement. Of course, back then he believed that journalists were the good guys and the voice of the people, and that the truth actually mattered. Time and the economy had beaten most of that out of him. Now it was a job, and soon it might not even be that. Regional satellite news was one of the hybrid services that had begun to crop up during the rise of 21st century Internet news and the death spiral of print. Trout and his fellow reporters fed news stories to over 40 print papers in western Pennsylvania, none of them first-rate. And they fed video stories to the Internet and, on good days, to services like the AP. They had very few good days here in the hinterlands of Stebbins County. "Really?" said Trout. "You'd take my word."
"Ha! How's it feel to be someone else's street man?"
"Fucking hilarious. How's it feel to hear me hang up?"
"You won't. Not with what I have for you."
Billy Trout tapped the eraser of his pencil on his desk blotter for a 3 count. "Okay, 125. But this had better be worth 2 words for you," said the prison guard. "Homer Gibbon." "I got 2 words for you. Yesterday's news." He heard Schlunk chuckle. "You do know he's dead," Trout said. "Oh, wait. As I remember, you were fucking there when they gave him the lethal injection, and another news flash, so was I." "Gosh, how long ago was that?" "Yesterday? No, I lie. It's 23 hours, and there's more to the story if you'd shut up and listen." "Okay," sighed Trout. "This is me shutting up. Ever since Gibbon lost his last appeal and the execution date was set, there has been a never-ending media shitstorm. Reporters camped out in the parking lot. I don't know how you snagged a ticket to the show. I have friends in low places. But once that asshole was dead, the party broke up. Now, new chapter. The official story was that Gibbon was going to be buried in some nondescript hole on the prison grounds. Fair enough. But that's not what happened." Trout's interest perked up by 1/2 degree. Homer Gibbon was the state's most notorious serial killer. He had been convicted on 11 counts of murder and was suspected of having actually killed more than 40 women and children in Pennsylvania, Ohio, New Jersey, Maryland, and Virginia over a 17-year period. Although he had never formally admitted to any of the murders, he was convicted on an evidentiary case so compelling that the jury's deliberation had lasted only 2 hours. Appeal followed appeal, but during the last appeal, forensic evidence from a cold case murder in Scranton irrefutably tied Gibbon to the rape and murder of a diner waitress and her 2-year-old daughter. The murder had been shockingly brutal, with elements of torture so repellent that even the most jaded reporter tended to generalize about the details. The appeal died. The new trial was quick, the death penalty given, and the governor approved execution by lethal injection for the first time since Gary Heidnik was put down in 1999. Even the expected protests by human rights and pro-life groups were listless. Nobody wanted Gibbon to live. "So what did happen?" asked Trout. "The remains were shipped to his family." He didn't have any family. I did the background on Gibbon." "I know, right? You wanted to do one of those bullshit human interest things? What's the cost to the family of the killer, or the victims aren't the only victims, some crap like that." "I'm so glad you respect my work." "Come on, Trout, let's be real here. I lock shit up and you shovel it onto the headlines. Neither of us is doing any great humanitarian good here. Best case scenario for me is I make life hell for the baby rapers while they're waiting for the system to put them back into the community, and maybe you write a piece once every 10 years that has more genuine heart than exploitative bullshit. Tell me I'm wrong." Trout was impressed. Schlunk was an insect, but apparently not as stupid a creepy crawly as previously thought. Trout filed that away. "The family," he prompted, swinging back to that. "The court records said he had no family. Court records were wrong. Some old broad stepped up after the last appeal, said that she was his aunt, and apparently produced enough proof to convince the judge and the warden. Point is, she petitioned to claim the body for burial. All last minute. All hush-hush." Trout was genuinely interested now. "An aunt, huh? How old?" "About 2 years older than dirt. She arranged to have his body shipped back and have a mortician tidy given up before they put him in a pine box." "What cemetery would allow—" "No, she wanted to bury him on the family estate. Well, farm. Used to be an estate, but there isn't much of it left. Few dozen acres that have been left to grow wild. There's a family cemetery behind the house, and she wants Homer Gibbon buried there." "Why? She trying to ruin the property value?" asked Trout. But he was already seeing it. Old lady whose only relative is a serial murderer. Maybe she knew him as a kid and wants to honor the child he'd been rather than the man he'd become. Classic stuff. Or maybe she really believed in the defense's theory that Gibbon suffered from a chemical imbalance. Was that the tether she used to cling to her self-respect and the family name? "Are you even fucking listening to me?" growled Schlunk. Sure, Trout lied, thinking that the story might actually have legs. Could be a feature piece. A heartbreaker. Might even be something that could be squeezed into a Lifetime movie if the aunt was a Betty White type. "You were saying, aunt, burial prep?" "When she petitioned the judge to receive the body, she requested that the information not be released to the press. She was afraid that his grave would be desecrated by friends and family of Gibbon's victims, or by kids, thrill-seekers and stuff." Yeah, said Trout. He was casting the rest of the movie in his head. Maybe go with Kristen Bell as the waitress who gets killed. "But I need that address. Story's dead without it." "I know. So we're absolutely clear on the 125%. "You're on the wrong side of those bars, Schlunk. Yes or no?" Yes. "Now where's the fucking aunt Stebbins?" Trout missed a beat, then said, "What?" "Stebbins. The aunt? She lives in Stebbins." "But I live in—" "Yeah," said Schlunk. "The old broad lives in your town." Chapter 11. Hartnip's Transition Estate.
"Find him!"
bellowed Chief Goss.
"Doc Hartnip's injured and probably in shock."
"Going to rain soon," said one of the officers.
"Then hustle your ass. If he's hurt, then he can't have gotten far."
"He's not injured, Chief. He's fucking dead." "Somebody stole his body," Des said. But her voice was small. J.T. looked at her and gave a small shake of his head. Officers ran in all directions, plunging into the woods, banging open doors on the outbuildings, shining lights into corners and under-parked cars. Gauze called the news in for the officers already combing the woods for the killer. They were working the far side of the mortuary. "Here!" yelled an officer from Nesbit who had been working his way across the lawn toward the woods. Des ran toward him. For a fat man, Goss could move fast, and he was only a step behind J.T. The Nesbit officer, a black-haired kid named Deviney, who was 1 year out of the academy, knelt on the grass on the forest side of the property. He pointed at a scuff of blood on the pea gravel and the streaks of red on bent blades of grass. "Looks like he went into the woods." J.T. bent and peered at the blood trail and then began following it, keeping to one side to protect the evidence. Des flanked him on the other side of the trail. The smears of blood faded from bright wetness to faint touches to nothing 40 yards from the wall of trees. "Lost it," said Deviney, who was dogging J.T. and, Des thought, clearly avoiding her. All of the cops were giving her strange looks. Fuck 'em, she thought. Her nerves were still jangling, and the skepticism of Goss and the other officers was doing nothing to take her blood pressure off the burner. If this had been a UFO sighting, or if she'd seen Bigfoot poking through her garbage can, Then maybe she'd give some weight to JT's unspoken assumption that her perceptions were still being filtered through a mix of Jack Daniels and Yingling Lager. But what happened back in the mortuary office was no visual hallucination, and it wasn't pink fucking elephants. The woman had been dead, and then she had gotten up and gone apeshit. That was fact. Des could still feel the slack weight of the woman bearing her down to the ground and her cold fingers trying to grab Des's hair. She hunkered down and peered at the grass. "No, look at the grass." Davini and JT bent low and looked where she was pointing. The grass was short and springy, resistant to footfall impressions, but as the law of forensics goes, every contact leaves a trace. Some of the grass, though unbroken, was pushed down and was still in the process of standing up. "Nice catch," said Goss, but there was a strong reserve in his voice. "Davini, see if you can find this asshole. If you spot him, don't engage. Call for backup." Goss gestured to an officer from Nesbit. "Natalie, go with him, okay? No heroes." They nodded and moved off toward the trees. "Where do you want JT and me?" asked Des. Goss sucked his teeth for a moment. "I want you to go sit in your unit and write me up a report I can live with. No, don't look at me like that. It's not a request."
"Why?"
asked JT.
"This is an active crime scene
And it appears that a victim of a violent attack got up and waltzed right out of your crime scene." Des cursed silently. She wanted to get away. Go home.
No way,"
insisted JT.
"Doc Hartnett did not get up and walk away. No, sir."
"Then pitch me another scenario, Officer Hammond." Goss pointed to the trail they had followed from the mortuary. "We followed shoe prints coming out of the building. That trail starts right where you said Doc was killed. I'll bet those shoe impressions are going to match those of the victim. Are you suggesting, officers, that someone entered the crime scene while you were engaged in your violent struggle with a cleaning woman, took the time to put the dead man's shoes on his own feet, then picked up the body and carried it into the woods? Take your time. Think it through before you answer." JT clamped his jaw shut so firmly Des thought his teeth were going to crack. The chief's eyes flicked back and forth between the two of them. "We called in for a shitload of backup. If Davini and Natalie come up dry, we'll start a proper search of the woods, and our people are already checking the buildings." Des pointed to the gables of a whitewashed Victorian barely visible beyond the grove. "At least let us check Doc's old house." "I thought it was empty," said Goss. "It's up for sale, yes, but it's not empty," corrected Des. "Doc's sister, April, and her two little kids, Tommy and Gail, have been living there while her divorce is being finalized. Been there 2 weeks. We didn't get a chance to check on them, so let us—" "No," Goss said firmly. "I'll send someone else. You go work on that report. Give me something that doesn't sound like science fucking fiction." Des turned away to keep the hurt she was feeling from showing. JT sighed heavily. They watched officers Ken Gunther and Dana Howard vanish into a path that wound through the grove to the old Hartnett house. Without turning, Des said, "This was a righteous shooting, Chief." When the chief did not answer, Des turned and locked eyes with him for several silent seconds. Gradually, the stern line of Goss's mouth softened a little, and he sighed. "Christ, I hope so, Des." JT said,
"Are we going to need a lawyer?"
Goss sighed. "Not with me, but the state's going to come in on this, no question about it. Talk to the union rep, get their lawyers on standby." They turned suddenly as the forensic officer, Scott, came hurrying out of the mortuary, waving a clipboard at them. As he closed in on them, he said, "JT, Des, what happened to the third body?" JT and Des stared blankly at him. "Which third body?" asked Goss. "The dead one," said Scott.
"You trying to be funny?"
barked JT. "No," said Scott. "I mean the body from the morgue. The one that Doc Hartnett was here to work on. What happened to it?" JT shook his head.
"There were no bodies in the cold room or the prep room. Doc might have been here to do paperwork or—"
"No," Scott cut in. "There was definitely a body." He tapped the papers on the clipboard with a fingernail. "It was on the log. Came in a little over 2 hours ago. Doc signed for it himself."
"There were footprints of a third person,"
JT said slowly.
"Somebody must have come in and moved the body."
Footprints I saw were bare feet, said Scott. That's kind of weird.
Everything's kind of weird today,
J.T. said under his breath.
Question is why someone, bare feet or not, would come in, kill Doc Hartnett, attack the cleaning lady, and then carry off a corpse.
Scott sucked his teeth. Maybe this was all about stealing the body. Someone breaks in to do that and didn't know Doc was there. Might have been opportunistic. Doc's car's parked right outside. Yeah, but Doc could have arrived after the perp was inside. Ditto for the cleaning lady.
Which brings us back to why someone would want to steal a corpse, said J.T. And it might have been more than one person. Corpses are heavy as hell.
Yeah, dead weight, joked Scott. No one laughed. He cleared his throat and said, Seems like an obvious motive to me.
Not to me,
growled Goss. Are you kidding? Celebrity corpses are hot, Scott said, gesturing with the clipboard. Especially one like this. The word celebrity hung in the air for a moment, and then Des snatched the clipboard out of Scott's hand. She scanned the form and gasped. Goss and J.T. read over her shoulder. The top sheet was a standard mortuary receiving order for the transfer of a body from a prison to a local funeral home. However, it was attached to a signed and notarized confidentiality agreement from the warden of the State Correctional Institution at Rockview. It was couched in complex legalese that promised fines, loss of business license, and criminal prosecution if Dr. Lee Hartnett broke the seal of secrecy to reveal the name of the deceased prisoner entrusted to his care. Standing there under the harsh morning light, they read the name. Des was unable to speak. Goss just stared at the paper, mouthing the name silently. J.T. whispered,
Holy Mother of God.
The name of the deceased was Homer Gibbon. Chapter 12. Magic Marty in the Morning, WNOW Radio, Maryland. This is Magic Marty at the mic with the latest on the storm. Despite heavy winds, the storm front is slowing down and looks like it's going to park right on the Maryland-Pennsylvania border, with Stebbins County taking the brunt of it. They're calling for torrential rains and strong winds, along with severe flooding. And here's a twist. Even though this is a November storm, warm air masses from the south are bringing significant lightning, and so far there have been several serious strikes. Air traffic is being diverted around the storm. So, let's settle back and listen to some appropriate tunes. First up, we have Bob Dylan with A Hard Rain's A-Gonna Fall. Chapter 13. Offices of Regional Satellite News. Billy Trout was totally jazzed about the story, or stories, as it would probably turn out. There was the short-term exclusive, Homer Gibbon, the Killer Comes Home. That was gold, particularly since the only previous hometown for the serial killer had been a series of foster homes in the Pittsburgh metropolitan area. Nobody, no fucking body, knew about his connection to Stebbins. Nobody knew he had an Aunt Selma. And, Trout thought as he gathered up his field gear into his laptop case, how cool was the name Selma? Selma Elsbeth Conroy. Aunt Selma. It was tailor-made for a news story and perfect for Hollywood, which was the second story. Trout had promised himself that if there was even a scrap of meat on this bone, he'd turn it into a box office feast. Fuck Lifetime, he was going to pitch this to someone huge. Scorsese, De Palma, maybe Sam Raimi. Get Helen Mirren to play Aunt Selma. Maybe work in a hint of incest and get Kate Winslet to play Selma as a younger woman. The thing was writing itself. For the first time in weeks, he felt like getting up and coming to work had some purpose. He was so excited that he wished he could call Des Fox and share the news with her, but that would be a bad move. The last time they broke up, Des had made it abundantly clear that she would rather be eaten by rats than hear from Trout again. It didn't matter that the breakup was her fault. Trout understood it because he understood Des. He understood it every time they broke up, and every time they got back together. Des was damaged goods and probably always would be. She had a heart of gold. Trout knew that for certain, but it was surrounded by barbed wire and landmines. He glanced at the pictures of her that were pinned to the inside walls of his cubicle. Des in tight jeans and a halter, wildflowers in her hair, laughing at something Trout had said while he took her picture. Des graduating from the police academy. Des sitting along on the dock behind Trout's house, her arms wrapped around her knees, her whole body silhouetted by the setting sun. Des in a heart-stopping string bikini that was little more than tiny triangles of brightly colored cloth. Des as a teenager with braces when he picked her up for the junior prom. Des. The memory that burned the hottest in his mind was not their breakup, which was both a legendary clusterfuck and a 7-day wonder for the local gossip mill. Nor was it the argument that had lit a fuse to their explosive deconstruction as a couple. No, the one unshakable and unpolluted memory that Trout lived with day and night, especially nights, was their last evening together before it all went wrong. It had been perfect. They'd spent the day riding horses through the state forest, Des on a spirited gelding, and Trout lumbering beside her on a Clydesdale, who was a retired Amish lumber horse. The forest had been filled with flowers and birdsong, and it seemed that all they did was laugh. Des had a great laugh. She laughed with her whole body, her eyes squeezed shut, tears streaming down her cheeks. Then they'd gone back to his place. On any other night, Des might have chided him for the corniness of the setup he'd prepared. Chilled wine, candles faintly scented with lavender and lilac, pink and red roses, and new sheets on the bed. They danced in the middle of the floor to Sade, and then stood there and kissed, until they were both lightheaded. Then Des and Trout slowly peeled off the layers of clothes that kept their fingers and mouths from each other's skin. When they were naked, there was a strange and lovely moment when they simply stood there and looked at each other. Trout touched her as gently as if she were a phantom of mist, his fingertips ghosting across her lips and throat, trailing lines of heat down her chest to each full breast and each pink nipple. She took him by the hand and led him to his bed. Sex for them was always good, but often quick, with Des wanting to brush past foreplay and get right to it. That night was different. They spent a long time with each other, playing games that coaxed each other to the edge and then backed off, only to start again in another way. Then he lay back and gently pulled her on top of him. They made love slowly, as if they had all the time in the world. And then they lay together afterward, their bodies pulsing with animal heat, sweat running down to soak the sheets, hearts pounding rhythms that each could feel beneath the other's skin. It was the last time they made love. Maybe the last time they ever would. Within a day they were at war, and both knew how to fire the rockets that shattered hearts and hopes. Trout almost dug out his cell phone to call her. Maybe she wasn't angry anymore. Maybe she'd calmed down enough to regret what she had done. Maybe she missed him. He left the phone in his pocket and, through force of will, shifted his mind back to the moment, to something real and present and tangible, something over which he had actual control. Trout let the excitement of his new story pump through him like adrenaline. He got up and headed down the hall to the video room. A young man was slouched in a chair, tapping a message into Twitter. He looked up as Trout slid into the chair next to him. "Goat," said Trout brightly. "Just the man I was looking for. Grab your camera." Gregory Goat Weinman was a tall, gangly collection of loose-jointed limbs, tangled black curls, and never-seen-the-sun white skin, wrapped in nouveau bohemian mismatched clothes. "Oh, are we having a stop-the-presses moment?" he said without inflection. "As a matter of fact," said Trout, "get your stuff." Goat finished composing his tweet and hit enter. Trout read the comment, which was a scathing observation about the latest Woody Allen film. Goat was the cameraman, film editor, general engineer for the regional satellite news and, Trout knew, a prima donna of legendary dimensions. Goat was a failed indie filmmaker with an MFA from Carnegie Mellon and a far too refined sense of artistic snobbery to give him a snowball's chance in Hollywood. He might as well have auteur tattooed on his forehead. Trout also knew that Goat hated every second of it here in the land of regional cable news, but in this economy and with that temperament, it was the only steady work he could get. On the other hand, Goat could take footage of Little League games, Tea Party rallies, NASCAR races, or gun shows, and turn it into compelling viewing. It would win awards if anyone ever watched their shitty news feed, which no one did. "Come on," urged Trout. "Chop, chop." "Not gonna happen." "Why? Did you finally watch all of the porn on the net?" "Don't I wish, but no, I was editing film all night. The friggin' mayor's speech in the soccer game. If it wasn't for soccer moms, I'd kill myself. Anyway, I'm beat. I'm out of here, man. This is important." "What? The storm? If you think I'm gonna stand out in a friggin' hurricane while Gino reads the weather, then you need better drugs." "Screw the storm. I have a lead on something that might actually be something." "Something by whose scale? Town or country?" Trout grinned. "Figures somewhere between Pulitzer and Oscar." Goat blinked. "You shitting me?" "I shit thee not." Trout dropped the story on Goat. "Aw, hell yes," said Goat. "That's huge. I know, right? This is going to give the whole Gibbon story some new legs. Let me tweet something." Trout nodded. Like anyone who still planned to have a future as a paid reporter, he understood the value of social networking. Twitter and Facebook moved mountains in terms of PR and buzz. Goat managed the online accounts for their division of regional satellite news, and he had goosed the buzz to the point where RSN had over 80,000 followers, 10 times the number of people who lived in the county. "How's this?" Goat typed in a short message. "Coming soon, RSN exclusive, Untold Secrets of Homer Gibbon." "Perfect," said Trout. "Short, though. I thought Twitter let you write 140 words. 140 characters, corrected Goat. Brevity is God to the ADD crowd. This is 57. Makes it easier for people to retweet it while keeping their usernames. Helps with spreading it out even more." He paused. "When we get back, I think I'll edit a Homer Gibbon best-of reel. News headlines, footage of the FBI pulling that body from the dumpster in Akron, stand-ups from the trial, the perp walk, all that, then upload it to YouTube. We can post the link on Twitter, see if we can goose it to go viral. Prime the pump for when we drop the real bomb." "Works for me," said Trout. Goat shut off the computer and began stuffing equipment into a reinforced duffel. When he stood, he loomed over Trout like a giant stick bug. "Let's roll!" 3 minutes later, they were in Trout's Ford Explorer, bucketing along Doll Factory Road toward Transition Estate. Chapter 14. Hartnip's Transition Estate. Officer Andrew Deviney was 23 years old. He had graduated from the police academy 1 year and 4 days ago and planned to log another year on Nesbitt PD to establish a solid record and maybe a commendation or two, and then he was going to put in an application to the FBI and blow small-town America so fast his resume would have skid marks. That had been the plan since high school. No way was he going to loiter in a dead-end former coal town like Nesbitt, a town whose only claim to fame was that it was not as much of a shithole as Stebbins. He knew he fit the FBI profile to a T. Good GPA from school and college, with a degree in criminal justice and a minor in accounting. That had been a deliberate choice. He knew that the FBI was all about accounting. Follow the money, even now with the Bureau under the auspices of Homeland. Everything was money, and Deviney knew numbers. He even liked accounting. His dad and uncles were CPAs, and his mother had a degree in economics from Pitt. As he ran softly through the grass toward the woods, he cut covert glances at the officer sent to accompany him. Natalie Shanahan. She was north of 30, carrying 10 pounds more weight than her uniform had been cut for, and she ran with her face pointed forward, as if this was a game of catch-up, rather than an exercise in tracking. She wouldn't find anything. Deviney was sure of it. He would. He'd pick up the trail once they were in the woods, and he'd find the missing victim. He would make the save, so to speak. It would go in his jacket. He pulled a little ahead as they reached the edge of the lawn, wanting to be the first one into the grove. "Slow down, kid," puffed Shanahan, but Deviney pretended not to hear her. The forest was thick with tall, dense pines whose shaggy coats of needles meshed together so tightly they turned bright morning into dim twilight. Deviney made sure that he had his flashlight out and on before Shanahan. He'd find a way to mention that in his report, always being careful to appear to be praising his fellow officer while slanting the details in his favor. In the poor light, the grass thinned and faded to bare earth and moss. Deviney spotted the erratic line of shoe impressions almost at once, but he crossed over them and edged toward the right, knowing that Shanahan would follow. She did, and he steered her 20 yards away from the trail. "Shit," she said, slowing to a walk, breathing hard under the Kevlar vest. "Lost it." "I know," Deviney lied. He chewed his lip as if in thought. "Look, he's hurt, right? He's not going to want to climb any hills. There are 2 trails." He indicated 2 natural paths between the tree trunks. "That one goes downslope, path of least resistance. Why don't you take that and I'll go uphill just in case?" Shanahan never batted an eye. "Good call. Stay frosty, kid." Christ, he thought. Which bad cop movie did you crib that from? "Absolutely," he said with a grin that showed a lot of teeth. He set off to the left, moving at an angle that was almost certain to intercept the line of footprints he saw. He caught a look to see Shanahan trundling down the slope toward a minor footnote in his after-action report. When he reacquired the footprints, he smiled. He bent to study them. Man's shoe, probably size 9 or 10. Ground was soft, but the impressions weren't deep. Deviney knew that Doc Hartnett was 5'9" and slender. Maybe 165. A perfect fit. The line of flight was erratic. A drunk would walk like that, or someone badly hurt, maybe delirious with shock. That also fit. He thought about what he had overheard back at the mortuary. J.T. Hammond and Desdemona Fox had reputations as cops better suited to more challenging departments, and both had a bunch of commendations. Granted, Des Fox had also racked up as many reprimands as honors. Use of foul language on the job, destruction of public property, and excessive force. She allegedly threw a wife-beating town selectman through the front window of the county assessor's office. Rumors of a couple of off-the-clock DUIs she was allowed to skate on because a lot of the local cops either liked her or wanted to get into her pants. Deviney could appreciate that. Des Fox was an uber hottie, built like Scarlett Johansson with ice-blue eyes, bee-stung lips, and a natural blonde if the rumors were true. If she hadn't had a personality that one mutual friend had described as Genghis Khan with boobs, Deviney might even have considered asking her out. But her reputation might leave a stain on his record. "No way, Jose." He stopped. The ground was scuffed, and he shone his light to read the scene. A confusion of footprints, palm prints, and knee-shaped dents. Doc Hartnett had clearly fallen down here. Deviney edged around the scene, careful to steer well clear of every trace of evidence. Then he paused. The footprints, leading off from where the victim had fallen, were no longer heading in the same direction. Instead of an erratic but straight line to the northeast, they curved around a thick tangle of wild rhododendron. That path would take Hartnett down toward Shanahan. "Shit," Deviney said, and began moving fast. He had to head off the dock before Shanahan saw him. Otherwise, he'd have to split the save. He broke into a light jog, following a trail that he barely needed a flashlight to see. He kept his head down, body bent at the waist, and he was smiling in anticipation when he rounded a thick tree and ran head first into a silent figure. Deviney rebounded from the impact and looked up, smiling in instant embarrassment and surprise. The smile died on his face. Doc? Doc Hartnep's face was covered in blood. His eyes were dark and dead, his features slack, except for his mouth, which opened wide as he lunged at the officer. There was a wet crunch as white teeth closed around Officer Davini's windpipe, and then a hydrostatic hiss as bright blood shot with fire hose force into the air, splattering the grasping arms of the surrounding trees. Chapter 15. Hartnep's Transition Estate. Des, J.T., and Chief Goss stared at the name on the clipboard for a shocked 3 seconds, and then they all turned and began hustling back through the field toward the mortuary building. "How the hell did the body of a sick psycho like Homer Gibbon wind up here?" Des grumbled as she race-walked along beside Goss. "Did you know about this, Chief?" Goss's eyes shifted toward her and then away. "It was arranged last minute." "And you didn't think the responding officers might need to know about it?" "Keep your voice down," Goss snapped, his face coloring. "Why should I have told you or anyone about this? He's a stiff in a bag, and he's scheduled to go into the ground tomorrow. Besides, there was a court order forbidding anyone involved in the transfer from talking about it." "Why?" Des demanded. Goss hedged, clearly uncertain whether the gag order was still in force under the circumstances. He walked several fast paces before he replied. Okay. Gibbon had a relative in town, and she petitioned the court to be able to claim his remains and bury them on family property."
"Wait,"
said J.T., holding up a hand.
"Gibbon was from here?"
"No, but his aunt lives here, Selma Conroy." J.T. looked at him.
"Sexy Selma?"
"Who's Sexy Selma?" asked Des.
"Way before your time,"
said J.T.
"When I was still a rookie, Selma Conroy ran a hot pillow joint on Route 381 for years. We busted the place 12 times, though somehow Selma always skated. No major convictions. She retired years ago."
"And she's Homer Gibbon's aunt? Nice family." Des looked at Goss. "Would have been nice to know that that's what we were stepping into when we took this call." "Hey," said Goss. "Just about the only two things they told me were jack and shit. Besides, the gag order was imposed because of all the threats."
"What threats?"
demanded J.T. "They got 50 kinds of threats during the trial. People wanted to drag Gibbon's body through the streets or string it up and use it as a piñata. A lot of people said they just wanted to piss on his grave." "Might have done that myself," muttered Des. Goss ignored her. "And they also got letters from a couple of dark worship groups." "Who?" asked Scott. "Cultists. Bunch of assholes who worship freaks like Gibbon or Satan or Ozzy Osbourne, I don't know. Black-masked dickheads. They said they wanted his body as a holy relic." "Oh, for the love of—" Des couldn't finish it. It was all too absurd, and her nerves were so raw that what she really wanted to say was, fuck it, and go back home, order a pizza, drink a 6 of Yingling, and watch Die Hard films until the day started making sense again. They were almost to the mortuary now. Additional police units had arrived from other towns, and the road was completely blocked. J.T. cleared his throat.
"Chief, in light of the threats and all,"
he began, keeping his tone in neutral,
"don't you think it might have been prudent to give responding officers some kind of clue? We could have been walking into a real mess if there had been cultists or—"
Goss said nothing, but his eyes shifted away. "You never even thought about it," Des thought angrily. "Shithead." Said J.T. His disapproval hung in the air. Like Des's, it was unspoken. The chief's face went red and he quickened his pace. "Well," said Goss, changing the subject, "at least there's no press yet." "There's blood in the water," Des said. "The sharks will be here." They re-entered the mortuary, moving carefully to avoid further contamination of the evidence. Scott went straight to the overturned gurney and the others gathered around it. Now that they were focusing on it, rather than the blood and death, they didn't need Scott to explain it. The gurney lay on a pile of stained white sheets and a black rubber body bag. Goss turned to an officer who was using a digital camera to document the scene. "Barney, you do this stuff?"
"Yeah, Chief, go ahead."
Scott took a pair of polyethylene gloves from his pocket, pulled them on, and then carefully lifted one corner of the sheet to expose words that were stenciled on the border in faded blue ink. State Correctional Institution at Rockview. The same name was stenciled in white on the body bag. "Okay," said Des. "So they really did bring Gibbon's body here. That's just fucking peachy. So we could have a group of religious nuts, an actual mob with pitchforks and torches, or a satanic cult willing to kill Doc Hartnett and who knows who else just to steal the body. I love this job."
Chapter 16. Hartnett's Transition Estate. He could feel everything. Every single thing. Jolts in his legs with each clumsy step. The protest of muscles as they fought the onset of rigor, even as they lifted his arms and flexed his hands. The stretch of jaw muscles. The shuddering snap as his teeth clamped shut around the young police officer's throat. And then the blood. Hot and salty and sickeningly sweet. Flooding his mouth, bathing his gums and tongue, gushing down his throat. Lee Hartnett screamed. He screamed from the bottom of his soul as his mouth opened and closed again and again, biting, tearing, chewing, devouring. He screamed and screamed, but not with those lungs, not with that voice. Those things, each physical part, no longer belonged to him. They existed around him. He existed within. Disconnected from control, but still connected to every single nerve and sensory organ. He felt it all. From the scrape of teeth on jawbone and vertebrae to the sluggish movement of half-chewed meat sliding down his throat. He felt it all. He was spared nothing. His screams echoed in the empty darkness. If anything, any part of his cries escaped, it was only as the faintest of whispers, merely a low and plaintive moan. Hartnett tried to pull back. He tried to throw away the ragged red thing that he held in his hands, and even though he could feel the flex of muscles in hand, wrist, biceps, shoulders, and chest, he could control nothing. He owned nothing except a terrible awareness. "God," he begged, "let me die." But his own voice whispered to him, "I'm already dead." The teeth bit and tore and chewed. "This is impossible. How can my body do these dreadful, disgusting things?" No voice, inside or out, offered an answer. He hung trapped in darkness, an unwilling passenger, unable to move so much as a finger or a nostril. Nothing. His body dropped to its knees, shaking its head to worry a chunk of flesh from the corpse. "I am in hell." The body bent over its feast, biting and tearing. "I am a monster. I am a hollow man." In his sensate darkness, Doc Hartnett screamed and screamed. Chapter 17. Dull Factory Road, Stebbins County, Pennsylvania. "So, what's the plan?" asked Goat. "Do we just roll up on Doc Hartnett and say, 'Dude, we hear you got a dead serial killer in the fridge. Can we take his picture?'" Trout snorted. "Ambush journalism? Sure." "You serious?" "No. We have to finesse him or he'll clam up, throw us the hell out, and call Aunt Selma to tell her to raise the drawbridge." "So, what's our evil master plan?" "We hit him with a cover story. We tell him we're doing a story about the death business. You know, the coroner's office, old folks' homes, cemeteries, mortuaries, that sort of thing. We'll tell him it's going to be a series, sober and compassionate stuff about the process of dying and the various stages of caregiving before and after death.
Respect for life, even in death. Shit like that. Yeah, agreed Goat. He's kinda new agey. He might buy it. They drove for a few seconds. On any other day, Goat said, it'd be an okay story, too. I know, agreed Trout. I was thinking that while I was saying it. How's that get us to Gibbon and Aunt Selma? I'm not sure yet. If the cover story gets us in the door, then we work him a bit, try to get him on our side. Maybe even cut him in on it. Feed him the Hollywood angle. The bestseller angle, too. If he can't see the marketing advantages of that, then, well, that leaves bribes and threats. Count me out of that, Billy. Trout speeded up to pass a school bus. I'm not talking about threatening to break his legs. If this is the same Selma Conroy from when I first landed out here, then she's an old hooker. We could play up some kind of connection between the doc and the hooker. Doesn't matter if it isn't true, because he'd have to prove a negative, and you can never do that on social media. Twitter, as you well know, is mightier than the sword, and in this economy, no business owner needs bad press. Goat turned in his seat and stared at him. You're kind of a dick. You know that, right? Trout drove for a few seconds before he responded. And you're what, a saint? Goat sighed and shook his head. You really know someone in Hollywood you could pitch this to? Trout nodded. I have an agent, but so far I haven't had anything this juicy to send her. Nothing remotely this juicy. She'll know exactly where to go with this. What if Hartnett stonewalls us? We do an end run and go to Aunt Selma. Her past gives us a lever. And if that doesn't work, we write the story anyway and force it to break. Every story breaks, kid, every one. You should put that on your business card. It's worlds better than fishing for news with Billy Trout. Blow me. Goat grinned as he fished out his iPhone and pulled up his Twitter account. Hey, we're doing okay. We got 300 retweets of the coming soon post. Nice. Give me something else so this doesn't get cold. Trout thought about it. How about Homer Gibbon? Does witness X know where he buried the bodies? Lurid, said Goat, and he posted the message. I like it. They turned off of Doll Factory onto Transition Road. Trout immediately stamped on the brakes, and the car skidded to a halt, slewing sideways and kicking up gravel. The road was blocked with police cars and ambulances. What the fuck? Yelped Goat. Oh, man! Someone else found out about our story! No, murmured Trout, shaking his head slowly. This is something else. But it looks like we're the first press on the scene. I think we just got even luckier, kid. Trout pulled the car onto the shoulder, turned off the engine, and got out. As Goat unfolded himself from the passenger side, they saw two police officers staring at them. One of them, a woman, began walking toward the Explorer with a kind of determination that, in Trout's experience, never boded well. No surprise, either, because even at that distance he could tell who it was. Trout gripped the wheel with white-knuckled fists. Des. They had avoided each other for months now, but here she was. Any foolish thought he might have entertained about being over her crumbled into dust. His heart hammered suddenly in his chest, but he couldn't tell if it was excitement over seeing Des or fear that she'd kneecap him the second he stepped out of the car. Brace yourself, kid, said Trout under his breath. We're about to experience Hurricane Desdemona. Her? Is that the chick in those pictures in your cubicle? She's got a serious ass on her. Nice rack, too, and Goat, said Trout quietly. If you would like to continue having your nuts attached to your body, do not, absolutely do not let Des hear you say that. She is not a tolerant woman at the best of times, and when I'm around, she's a lot less tolerant than, say, Hitler at a bar mitzvah. Yeah? You got some real history? Kind of. Goat shrugged. Who'd play her in the movie? The shark from Jaws, muttered Trout. Des Fox stormed up to the Explorer and kicked the door shut. Trout had to do a fast sideways shuffle to keep from getting clipped by it. Jesus Christ, Des, he barked. You dented the hole. What the fuck are you doing here? Her tone was loaded with enough frost to start an ice age. Trout winced, but tried to turn it into a smile. Hey, is that any way to treat me after— Des got up in his face, her voice low and tight. Bring up the past, Billy, and I'll tase you and stomp the shit out of you while you lay pissing in your khakis. Don't think I'm joking. Jeez, Des, let's have a little perspective here. I wasn't the one you're a dickbag who should have been thrown out with the afterbirth. Trout sighed and placed his hand over his heart. You wound me, Desdemona. I'm about to. Whoa there, officer, interjected Goat, waving his hand between them. Let's dial this down and— Fuck off, Des and Trout said at the same time. JT had been a few steps behind Des and stepped in now to take Goat by the arm and pull him back. Come on, son. Best to stand at a minimum safe distance when those two are in gear. Goat let himself be pulled to the other side of the road, watching as Des and Trout bent toward each other, almost nose to nose, shouting at the top of their voices. What's with them? Goat asked. They have some bad blood between them or something? JT wore a tolerant smile. You figured that out, did you? Good for you. Goat turned to him, and he wasn't smiling. Don't patronize me. I'm a freaking news cameraman, so how about a little respect? JT spread his hands. Don't have a stroke, kid. It was a joke. I got you out of there before you got hurt. Even I don't try to get between Des and Billy, and I'm armed. Goat was hardly mollified and grunted something in Yiddish. JT chuckled. 20 feet away, Des and Trout were still going at it. I didn't come here to start a fight, Desdemona, said Trout. Call me that again, I'll put a baton across your kneecaps. It's Des or Officer Fox. Actually, for you, it's only Officer Fox. Now tell me what you're doing here. Trout bit back something he was going to say, and instead pointed at the crooked line of parked police units. Chasing a story, Officer Fox. Why else would I be here? There is no story. Thanks for coming. Have a nice day. Fuck off and die. No story? So why are half the cops in the county here? And, Christ, is that blood all over your shirt? His guts knotted like a fist. Damn it, Des, are you hurt? Des stepped back from him, and Trout could see shudders drop behind her eyes. She cut a look at JT, and when Trout followed the line of her gaze, he caught Sergeant Hammond giving a tiny shake of his head. Des cleared her throat. This is an active crime scene, she said in the uninflected tone cops are taught to use at the academy. Should the situation require it, a formal statement will be made at the appropriate time. She started to turn, and Trout touched her arm. Come on, Des, don't run that shuck on me. I own the patent on bullshit in Stebbins County. There's something serious going down here, and I want in. Des, in control now, stopped and looked pointedly at the hand and then at his face. Please remove your hand, sir. Sir? Oh, please, cut the shit, Des, said Trout, though he took his hand back. At least tell me if you're hurt. It took Des a while to reply to that, and Trout watched various emotions struggle to present themselves on her face. But the wooden cop face won out. Why? She asked. Why do you think? Trout forced a smile, despite the hurt he was feeling. Look, just because we have some issues, she echoed softly, doesn't mean that I don't care about what happens to you. Des glanced down at the drying blood on her clothes, and then looked up into Trout's eyes for a long 3 count. I'm not injured, she said, her tone and selection of words coldly formal. Trout felt his stomach begin to unclench. Then what happened? Just go away, Billy, she said as she turned and began walking away. Trout ground his teeth. Fuck it, he thought, and then called after her, Is this about Homer Gibbon? That stopped Des in her tracks. Trout knew that she was too good a cop to do something as lame as whirl around in shock, but the sudden tension was there in every line of her body. She turned and walked back to Trout. Would you repeat that, please? She said. Trout licked his lips. Does that mean that this is related to the Homer Gibbon case?
What do you know about that, Billy?
Not sir, not fuckhead. She used his actual name.
I know that he's here,
said Trout, nodding toward the mortuary. Dez said nothing.
Did something happen?
Trout asked. There were some threats during the trial and before the execution. Did someone break in to desecrate the body? Nothing. Dez's eyes might as well have been made from cold blue stones.
Did someone steal the body?
There were threats about that, too. There was a flicker in Dez's eyes that told Trout that he had scored a point.
Holy rat shit, he thought.
Someone actually did steal Gibbon's body. If the execution was the third act, this is a solid gold epilogue. He kept the triumphant smile off his face.
Any theories on who stole it?
He asked.
I never said a goddamn thing about...
Dez began, and then stopped as J.T. Hammond crossed the road and stood next to her. Goat followed silently in his wake.
Do you have information to share with us, Billy?
Asked J.T., his voice as cool as Dez's.
No, but I'd like to get some information from...
Then please get into your car, turn around, and go back to the road,
said J.T.
You can't throw me out. This is news and...
J.T. stepped close. Trout was tall at 6 feet, but J.T. was 2 inches taller and a great deal tougher.
This is a private road, Billy,
said J.T.
It's mortuary property all the way down to Doll Factory. You can wait down at the crossroads or up the road at the diner, but you cannot park here.
Since when did you join the Gestapo, J.T.?
Billy asked in a disappointed tone.
The skin around J.T.'s eyes tightened.
When he wanted to, J.T.'s face could transform from the genial nerd Samuel Jackson from Jurassic Park to the far more predatory Samuel Jackson from Pulp Fiction. This was the first time the transformation was done for Trout's benefit.
You didn't have many friends when you arrived here, Billy, and you have fewer of them now. Now get in your car and drive out of here. I won't ask again.
Billy Trout tried to outstare J.T. Hammond, but he knew that it was a lost game before it started. He had no cards to play. So, without another word, he turned around, gestured curtly for Goat to get in the car, and within 10 seconds he was driving down the road. Just to piss off the 2 cops, he broke the speed limit all the way. It was a silly little victory, and it made him feel about 3 inches tall. Chapter 18. Magic Marty in the Morning. WNOW Radio, Maryland.
This is Magic Marty at the mic with news from the exact middle of nowhere. If you're in a hurry this morning, steer clear of Doll Factory Road east of Mason Street. There's some police activity in the area, and we're getting a rubbernecker slowdown.
Sound of canned thunder.
Time for an update on that storm that's grinding its way here from Pittsburgh. Heavy winds have picked up, and we're seeing 50-mile-per-hour sustained winds and gusts reported up to 90 miles per hour. The National Weather Service has classified it as a Category 1 hurricane, and there are reports of moderate damage to motorhomes, billboards, and other light structures, as well as small to moderate stream flooding. It's expected to hit our area in 2 hours, so expect a list of school and business closings.
Chapter 19. Hartnip's Transition Estate.
How the hell did he find out about this?
Growled Dez as they watched Billy Trout's car vanish. J.T. shrugged.
Maybe he was monitoring the police radio and heard the call.
Doesn't explain how he knows about Gibbon.
J.T. shrugged.
He's a good reporter, Dez. He probably has sources, maybe in the department, maybe with the courts, or even the prison. Could have been anyone, and it's moot. He knows, and now this circus is going to turn into a state fair. This will draw down the big media, CNN, Fox, and everyone else.
Yeah.
J.T. looked at Dez, who was rubbing her temples and wincing.
Why are you so hard on that young man?
He asked.
Don't start.
Dez,
Billy wants too much. He wants shit that I can't give.
I know what he wants, Dez. I was there the last 500 or 600 times you two broke up. What I can't understand is why you're always giving him such a hard time. I've seen you treat wife-beating meth addicts with more compassion. All the boy did was ask you,
What's it to you what he asked? JT pointed a finger at her.
Don't take that tone with me, girl.
Des glared at him for a moment. Then her eyes shifted away. Sorry. In a softer tone, JT said,
It matters a lot what happens to you, Des. You've been a raging bitch since the last breakup. You were drinking too much before, and now—
Des's hands were clenched into fists. Listen, Dr. Phil, I don't need you to tell me how fucked up my life is. The real news flash is that I'm doing okay with it. Fucked up is my comfort zone, so stop trying to be my mother.
If I was your mother, I'd send you to your room.
Des stabbed a finger toward the mortuary. Is this about what happened in there? You trying to build a case for diminished capacity or something? Poor Des, she's so torn up with a broken heart that she's been pickling her brain in Jack Daniels. Can't trust a fucking word she says these days. Pink elephants and—
What's with you today, Des? You keep thinking that I didn't back up your play in there, but if you'd stop shouting at everyone for 2 minutes, maybe you'll remember that I sure as hell backed you up.
You sold me out in there. You didn't believe me and you didn't back me up.
The hell I did. I had your back then and I have it now. All the way, and you damn well know it. I told the chief the only version of the story that makes sense, so stop trying to alienate everyone. I am not your enemy. Neither, by the way, is Billy Trout or the rest of the human race.
Her eyes blazed with icy blue challenge. So, you're saying that you believe that the Russian broad attacked me?
How many ways would you like me to say it?
She poked him hard in the chest with a stiffened finger. Then why didn't you say so when we were inside? JT pushed her finger aside.
Because I was in shock. What the hell do you think? You were in shock, too. At that moment, I didn't know what to think about anything. Can you stand there and tell me that everything that's happened today makes sense? That is easy to swallow?
Des said nothing. JT nodded.
What I thought. So, what would you have said if I had told you that Doc Hartnett just got up and strolled off? You trying to tell me that you'd accept that without pause, without question? No, you wouldn't, because it doesn't make sense. But we know it happened. Just like we know the cleaning lady attacked you. None of this makes sense.
JT and Des stood staring at each other for several silent seconds. Far to the west, there was a low mumble of thunder. The sound broke the moment, and Des's eyes flicked to the west and then down at the gravel. Shit, she said.
It's okay,
JT said softly, touching her arm.
We'll get it all sorted out.
He didn't specify which issues would be resolved, the case, Billy, or the train wreck that was Des's life. Even so, she nodded slowly. There was a dull crackle behind the trees. Des looked up at the clouds. The radio said that a bad storm was coming, but the crackle came again. Not distant thunder. It was gunfire. That's when the screaming started. Chapter 20. Green Gates 55+ Community. Dr. Herman Volker nearly shot himself when the phone rang. His nerves were fiddle-string taut. His heart fluttered like nervous fingers on a tabletop, the old Makarov pistol rattling in his hand. His clothes smelled of body odor, Old Spice, cigarettes, and fear. He had the barrel pressed to his temple, but had not yet slipped his finger inside the trigger guard. If he had, he would already be dead. Instead, his finger jerked tight round the outside of the guard. "Gott!" he gasped aloud. There was no one to hear him there in the brown shadows of his house. The single word banged off the walls and burst apart into silent dust. The phone rang again. It was an old hotel model, kitschy when he bought it, merely cumbersome now, and loud. The bell seemed to shriek at him. Volker's entire body had jerked on the first ring, and he could feel the tremulous echo still reverberating in his chest. The sensation grew worse with the second ring. Anxiety was a cold wire in his stomach. Was it the police? Had his handler called them? Turned him in for what he had done? Would the police call first or just burst in? Even after all these years working with prisons, he didn't really know.
Ring!
Mr. Price, Volker's handler at the CIA, would call his cell rather than the home phone. So would the warden and the staff at Rockview. The hand holding the pistol twitched like a dying fish. He slapped the pistol down on the table, jerking at the solid clunk the metal made against the hardwood. Then he jerked again a second later as ring. Volker knew that he was a dead man. Even if the police broke down the door and arrested him before he could pull the trigger, he was dead. A prison official in jail was marked. The convicts would tear him apart, especially when what he did got out. Homer Gibbon was a legend at Rockview, a convict's convict. They called him the Angel of Death. Some of them had Gibbon's face tattooed on their arms. When they learned what Volker had tried to do, had in fact done, they would— His mind refused to form any specific end to that thought. Volker held his breath as he watched the phone ring 2 more times. 5 in all. There was no answering machine attached to the phone, no voicemail. It would ring until the caller gave up, or until Volker went mad. Who was calling? Then he abruptly lunged for it, snatching the receiver from the cradle before it could ring again, pressing the phone to his ear and mouth. And here he faltered once more, unable to speak a word. A voice crackled down the line. "Hello?" Volker closed his eyes in relief. A stranger's voice. Not his handler, not the warden, not the cool formality he imagined the police would use. After a moment, the voice said, "Dr. Volker?" The doctor swallowed a lump in his throat that felt as big as a fist.
Yes.
"Oh, good," said the caller brightly. "Thought I'd misdialed. Who's calling?" "Oops, sorry. This is Billy Trout, Regional Satellite News. I was at the prison yesterday and—"
"Please," interrupted Volker, his irritation immediately overriding his fear. "I cannot comment on that event, and I would appreciate it if you—"
Trout cut him off. "This isn't about the execution. Not exactly." Volker said nothing. God, did this man know about Lucifer 113? If so, how? "I apologize for calling you at your home, Doctor," Trout continued. "I tried your office and your cell."
"So why are you calling me?"
"I'd like to talk with you about Aunt Selma."
"Who?"
He knew it sounded like the lie it was.
"Selma Conroy,"
prompted Trout. "Homer Gibbon's aunt? The one who claimed the body? It's my understanding that you released the body to her?"
"Yes,"
said Volker woodenly. Even to his own ears, his voice sounded dead. He glanced at the pistol lying on the table. He closed his eyes.
"How do you know about her, Mr. Trout? It was my understanding that such information was not to be released to the press. How did you find out?"
"Sorry, Dr. Volker. Confidential sources," said Trout. Volker gave a disgusted grunt.
"What do you want? My part in this is over. If you were at the prison, as you say, then you know that."
"Yes," Trout said, stretching the word to imply other possible meanings.
"Then what do you want?"
Volker asked again. Was the phone tapped? It would not surprise him if the CIA had kept this place tapped since they moved him in. He looked around as if he could see agents huddled over elaborate wiretapping equipment, but all that surrounded him were the empty shadows of his sterile home. "I want an opinion, Doctor," said Trout. "As the prison's senior medical officer, you would be in a unique position to know Homer Gibbon. On a personal level, I mean. People talk to their doctors."
"No,"
Volker said evasively.
"I was the doctor for the whole facility. I had a large staff. I was not that man's therapist or caseworker."
"I understand that, but can we agree that you knew Homer Gibbon, at least as well as anyone on the medical staff?" Volker said, and let his voice trail off, not knowing which answer was safest. So, continued Trout, as if Volker had given his agreement, could you speculate, Doctor, as to why someone might want to steal his body?
Steal?
Volker's chest heaved so sharply that he almost vomited onto the phone. He slammed down the receiver and backed away from the instrument, as if it could bite him.
Oh, God,
he said to the brown shadows that filled the room.
Oh, God, what have I done?
Chapter 21. Fairview Shopping Center Parking Lot, Stebbins County, Pennsylvania. "Smooth," said Goat, grinning with a mouthful of Burger King French fries. "Watching you in action is like a crash course in investigative journalism. You really opened Dr. Volker up. Wow." "Shut up," grumped Trout. "No, really. I'll bet Anderson Cooper thinks you're a rock star. I mean, I was impressed with how you dealt with that lady cop, but when you do a phone interview, people unburden their souls to you. Wish I had a video of that to put on YouTube." Trout gave him a withering stare. "You finished?" Goat considered, shrugged. "Yeah, unless there's a third act to this comedy." Trout sighed. "Speaking of the cop," Goat said, "what's with you and Lady Deathstrike?" Trout chewed on it for a bit, then sighed. "We've been seeing each other off and on for a while. A long while. We mostly kept it off the radar, cop and reporter. That sort of thing always looks hinky, but things kept getting more serious and we kind of hit a wall. You know how it is. One person wants to commit and the other wants to keep things open. After a while, all we were doing was fighting." "Let me guess," Goat said with a grin. "You were the asshole who didn't want to commit. All those wild oats to sow." Trout looked through the windshield, as if it were a window into the past. He sighed again, deep and long. "No," he said. "I was the asshole who wanted to marry her." That shut Goat up. He stared at Trout's profile for a while and then shook his head. He fished out his iPhone and began trolling Twitter. Trout didn't bother filling in any details about the breakup. He didn't want to go any farther down that road. The breakup with Des was 6 months old, and it felt like yesterday. From what he had heard, Des had soothed her shattered heart by screwing anything that had 2 legs, testosterone, and a tolerance for Boilermakers. And every one of them was probably the same type, too. Tall, blonde or sandy hair, blue eyes, an outdoorsy face with laugh lines and a tan. That was Des's type. It had been ever since high school and that sizzling junior year when they were dating for the first time. They had broken into the school at night and lost their virginity together on the couch in the vice principal's office. The detention couch, no less. On his good days, Trout believed that he was the template for Des's subsequent conquests. Trout had blue eyes, blonde hair, and a passable version of a weathered smile. On his bad days, he wondered if he simply fit the bill that had coalesced in her head during puberty. He knew that some people were like that. They fixate on a type and go hunting for it. Years ago, before he and Des had become an item for the 3rd time, a reporter friend had once remarked that Des would blow the captain of the Titanic all the way to the bottom of the Atlantic if he had blue eyes and a cowboy smile. So far, they had been an item 5 times, and between some of those times, Trout had gotten married and divorced. It did not help his peace of mind any when that same reporter friend pointed out how much each of those women looked like Des. The last time they'd been involved, Trout had given Des an ultimatum. He couldn't take the roller coaster ride anymore. He wanted to make it permanent with Des, despite the therapy bills and probable mutual murder that would almost certainly go along with that. Des had told him she wanted to think about it. The next day he went to her trailer with a ring, flowers, and plane tickets to Aruba. He let himself in with the key she'd given him, smiling like a kid and ready to put it all on the line, his heart, his career, his actual hopes and dreams. Des was sprawled naked in the arms of a biker with jailhouse tats and long blonde hair. Trout lost it. He threw the flowers at Des, dragged the biker out of bed by his hair, kicked him in the nuts, and threw him naked into the dirt outside. Then he called Des a lot of names that he normally reserved for the lawyers who had represented his ex-wives. Des chased him out of the trailer and halfway down the road with a shotgun. She was naked, and the shotgun, it turned out, was unloaded. It took J.T. Hammond and 2 pairs of handcuffs to quiet things down. But the magic seemed to have gone out of their relationship. "Ain't love grand?" Trout mused as he drove. "I posted another teaser on Twitter," Goat said, breaking into Trout's dismal reverie. "So, what's next?" "Let's listen to the call again." Trout had recorded the call on his digital unit and played it back with the speakers on high. Even with mild distortion, Volker's voice and inflection had been clear. "Okay, oh mighty Goat, you're supposed to be the great filmmaker and director. Give me notes on Volker's performance." Goat stared up at the roof of the car, considering. "Well, he was upset." Trout twirled his finger in a keep-going gesture. "Volker was either trying to keep his voice in neutral and fucking it up," Goat said slowly, "or he was scared." "Scared? I didn't get that." "Sure, scared and maybe paranoid. His voice was stiff. He vacillated between guarded defensiveness and trying to figure out what you knew." Trout was fascinated. "Explain." "Well, think about it. You called this guy at his house. When you were dialing, you told me that he was probably going to hang up on you, which he did, but not at the right time. He's a prison senior medical guy, and he just performed a lethal injection on a mass murderer. He's probably been dogged by everyone from the media to the Christian right. If his home number was public knowledge, then he'd be letting it go right to voicemail, or he'd yank the cord because he'd be getting 1,000,000 calls, right?" "Right. But it wasn't public knowledge. You had to call in favors to get that number. Volker isn't getting calls on that line, so yours must have been a genuine surprise." Trout nodded, seeing the shape of it now. "So he should have been outraged at my call. He should have read me the riot act, threatened repercussions, yada yada, and he didn't. He didn't even press you to find out how you got the number. He wanted to know why you called. Anyone else in his position would already know why you were calling, an insider's view on Gibbon or the protests or the issue of execution. That stuff. The sort of stuff you usually do. But Volker didn't do that. I think he was not only trying to figure out why you called, but was afraid of what you'd say." Trout grunted. "You're building a case for guilty knowledge." "Hey," said Goat, tapping his own chest with a crooked French fry. "If I was building a guilty knowledge scene in a movie, this would be cookie cutter." Trout settled back and stared into the middle distance. Goat held out the cardboard sleeve of fries. Trout took one and munched it slowly, biting his way along its length with tiny contemplative nips. "What'd you get out of it?" asked Goat. "Not that much." "You're good, kid," said Trout. He picked up his cell and punched a speed dial number. "Regional satellite news," answered a voice that was as bright and flowery as a spring meadow. "Dear Marcia," said Trout, "how would you like to earn some overtime cash?" "As long as it doesn't involve a stripper's pole or popping out of a cake, I'm your girl." Trout grinned. Marcia Sloane had the voice that promised the smile and curves of a 20-something California blonde. Everyone who called the bureau fell in love with her. She was actually just north of 40 and far north of 200 pounds. Curvy, to be sure, with a heart-shaped face, masses of curly black hair, and, she claimed, 19 separate piercings. Billy Trout had seen 8 of them, and despite the fact that she outweighed him by at least 50 pounds, was intrigued to one day discover the rest.
"Sadly, not this time,"
Trout said.
"Murray approve it?"
she asked. Their editor, Murray Klein, was notorious for denying overtime for anything, expecting his staff to finish their work on their personal time. Trout didn't hate him for it, though. Regional satellite news worked with a budget surplus that could barely finance 2 cups of diner coffee. "Yes," Trout said, fudging the truth. Although Klein hadn't approved this, given the nature of the story, he would. "I need some of your research magic. You could find Jimmy Hoffa if there were any legs left to that story."
"Probably. What can I do for you, Billy?"
"I need everything you can dig up on 2 people. Deep background. I need what's on the net and anything you can find from other sources. First is Selma Conroy. Don't know if that's her maiden or married name."
"Sexy Selma? God, don't tell me she's back in business. She went to school with my mom, and I'm pretty sure she was at least some part of my dear parents' complicated divorce."
"Look, this is for something really important. Major. You can't tell anyone. Anyone."
"Lips are sealed."
"I'm serious."
"So am I."
"Okay. This is tied to the Homer Gibbon case, and there is a strong possibility that Selma Conroy is Gibbon's aunt, and she filed to have his body brought here to Stebbins." Marcia grunted. Trout said, "That's it? I thought you'd be surprised."
"Actually, I'm not," she said. "'Cause now that you say it, I can see a little resemblance."
"To Selma?"
"No, to her sister."
"There's a sister?"
"There was. She died a while back. Look, I'll put that stuff together. I know where to look for everything on the Conroys. Who's the other target?"
"Prison doctor from Rockview, Herman Volker. When I did a background on him for my story, I got as far as him being from Europe. The name's German, but the accent isn't. Sounds Polish or something. Lived here a long time. Medical degree from Jefferson in Philly."
"Okay, I'll get what I can get. Anything else?"
"No, sweetie, but I need this ASAP."
"Is this tied with what's happening at Doc's?"
"I don't know. We stopped there and ran into Des, and that could have gone better. She ran us off."
"Ouch,"
she said.
"I'll see if I can find out what's going on out there. Lots of cops on that one and more coming in, and they just made a second call for ambulances."
"Who's hurt?"
"Unknown. They've switched to a tactical channel that we can't get."
Trout felt a momentary flash of panic in his chest. Please don't let it be Des, he thought. Marcia, insightful as ever, said,
"I'll call Flower over at the station and see if I can pry anything out of her. Des probably beat someone up because he looked like you."
"Nice."
"Seriously, Billy, I'm sure everything's copacetic."
Marcia laughed. "Thanks. You rock, Marcia."
"You have no idea,"
she said with a wicked laugh and hung up. Goat was grinning as Trout put his phone away. "What?" asked Trout.
"When are you going to tap that?"
"She's a co-worker."
"Uh-huh. Not after hours and not between the sheets. She's a wild woman."
"How the hell would you know?" growled Trout. Goat's grin broadened.
"The only way there is to know."
Trout looked at him. "Is there anyone you haven't screwed?"
"In Stebbins?"
"In North America." Goat considered.
"I haven't screwed that cop with the tits."
Trout shook his head. "You're not her type."
"Why? 'Cause I'm Jewish?"
"No, 'cause you're sane." He turned the key and put the car in drive.
"Aunt Selma's?"
Goat asked. "Aunt Selma's." Billy Trout cut through the parking lot, bullied his way into traffic, spun the wheel, and kicked the pedal down toward Selma Conroy's farm. He didn't care at all about the speed limit. All of the cops were busy. Chapter 22. Hartnip's Transition Estate. The gunshot echoes bounced around under the low ceiling of storm clouds. Des whirled, instinctively pushing JT out of the line of some imagined fire as she reached for her gun. It was all reflex, and it was very fast. A long, high, piercing shriek ripped through the air, muffled by humidity and flattened by distance. There were 2 shots, then 3 more, then continuous fire until a second scream rose higher and sharper. The scream disintegrated into a wet gargle. Then silence.
"There!"
J.T. barked, pointing toward the tree line, but Des was already running.
"Shanahan!" she yelled. "That was Natalie Shanahan! She went into the woods with that kid, Deviney!"
J.T. caught up with her as they pelted along the path that led past the mortuary. Officers came spilling out of the building, running in the same direction. Chief Goss waddled along in the center of the pack, but the fitter cops were outstripping him, racing toward the trees. Everyone had guns drawn, but Des didn't like what she was seeing. Most of these guys were as inexperienced in combat as J.T., and the academy training was far from enough, and, for most of them, too long ago. Or too recent. They ran with panic on their faces. Somebody was going to get shot, she thought, and it wasn't going to be the bad guy. It was going to be another cop, or maybe a civilian. She poured on the steam and cut left to get ahead of the pack, waving one arm in an attempt to slow them to a safer pace. But those screams still seemed to echo in the air.
"J.T., watch my back!"
"Got it,"
he said.
"Go!"
Des reached the tree line first, and then slowed to a careful walk as she stepped from gray daylight to purple shadows. J.T. broke right and brought his gun up. They fanned their barrels back and forth in overlapping patterns. They saw nothing except tree limbs and bushes shifting in the breeze. As the other officers reached the tree line, Des stepped clearly into view and raised a fist. Most of them spotted it and skidded to a stop. 2 officers collided and fell, but J.T. was there to help them up and warn them to silence. Des turned to look at the cops. 2 from Stebbins and 7 others. 3 of them, she knew, were combat vets. Des saw them watching her, and she hand-signaled them to advance in a wide line. She waved the others back.
"What do you need, Des?"
whispered J.T., coming up on her flank. "Keep them back. Line of sight with each other, but spread out. Make sure Simmons keeps his fucking finger out of the trigger guard. I'll take the others with me." He nodded and faded back to close on Officer Simmons, the youngest officer in the county. Des checked left and right to see that the vets were formed up in a wide line but behind trees. 2 of them, Schneider and Strauss, had pistols and 2-handed grips. The third, Sheldon Higdon from Barnesville, carried an FN self-loading shotgun. Des pointed forward with a slow movement of her hand, and she broke cover and began advancing at a quick walk-run from tree to tree, zigzagging to alternate her route and deter possible return fire. She heard the crunch of shoes on dry leaves as the others kept pace. After 300 yards, Des stopped to assess the terrain. She saw 2 sets of footprints, and off to the left, a third. The third set was Doc Hartneff's, she was sure of that. One set of prints diverged to follow the dock, and from the size, she figured it for Andy Deviney. The smaller set was Natalie's, and they broke right to follow a downland path. That was odd. Why wouldn't she have accompanied the other officer to follow a clear trail? She waved Mike Schneider over and showed him the upland trail. Schneider got it and nodded, and he peeled off to follow that, jerking his head for Strauss to follow him. Des flagged Sheldon and pointed downland. He nodded, and as she began creeping forward, he followed along on her wide right flank, his gun steady, his eyes narrow and hard. As they moved down, the shadows grew deeper. There were boulders, left behind by a glacier thousands of years ago. Natalie Shanahan's trail was easy to follow through dirt or moss, but soon it vanished as the ground became rockier. After another 100 yards, Des lost it completely. 2 minutes later, Sheldon gave a sharp, short whistle, and when Des turned, he waved her over. She saw why before he even pointed it out. Natalie's trail reappeared in a different spot than Des expected to see it. It looped around one of the big boulders and headed uphill in a straight line. The shoe impressions were deeper on the balls of the feet.
"She went running up that hill like a bat out of hell,"
murmured Sheldon. Des nodded. "I'll go up the hill. You go around and come up the east slope." "On it," he said, and he was off, running low and fast. Des watched him for a moment, nodding approval. Like her, Sheldon had dropped the veneer of cop and was back in the big sand. The hill was too steep to climb without using both hands, so Des holstered her gun, grabbed some roots, and pulled herself up. She was surprised Natalie managed to haul her ass up this way. Natalie was the queen of Weight Watchers, but she snarfed down 2 Big Macs every lunch break. As she reached the top of the hill, Des took a firm left handhold and drew her pistol. She couldn't hear Sheldon, but she knew he would be coming up the slope. It was a longer route, but easier, so they should be hitting the same spot at the same time. Des took a breath, pulled herself up, peered briefly over the edge, and then ducked down, letting her mind process what her eyes had seen in that flash look. The green forest was red. "Christ," Des said aloud, as the data splashed across her mental screen. Leaves and grass painted a dark crimson. Something lying there, pale and streaked with dark lines of red. An arm. She was sure of it. Was there a figure standing there? No. It was a tree. She was sure of that, too. Des's heart was hammering as she tightened her grip on the root and the gun. Then, with a grunt and a curse, she was moving, her feet scrabbling and slipping on the mossy stones of the hill. Up, up, and then she was over the edge, swinging her Glock around into both hands, fanning the barrel from point to point, checking everything, making sense of shapes, putting everything into order. Except that it wasn't orderly. None of this was going to fit into a picture that would make sense. She knew that at once, and for a disjointed moment, she couldn't even feel the gun in her hand. Natalie Shanahan lay sprawled on the leaves and moss. Her eyes were open. So was her chest. The vest was torn open, shirt and bra in rags. Ribs stood up jagged and white through the torn meat of her breasts. Her body was bathed in blood. Her face was splattered with black mucus. The skin around the wound was ragged, the ends pulled and torn. Steam curled upward from the burst meat. Smoke curled from the barrel of the pistol that was still clutched in Natalie's hand. The slide was locked back. Brass cartridges lay scattered among the leaves and stones and dropped pieces of flesh. Nothing else moved in the clearing. No perp. Nothing.
"Jesus God Almighty!"
Des didn't even turn as Sheldon Higdon spoke. She couldn't. She was unable to move.
"Officer down!"
yelled a voice.
"Officer down!"
Des looked up. Sheldon glanced at her, and then they both turned and stared off to the east. The cries were coming from farther up the slope. She recognized the voice, one of the other 2 combat vet cops. And with a sinking dread, Des knew that they had found Andy Deviney. "God," she murmured. "God." Chapter 23. Hartnip's Transition Estate.
"Jesus,"
breathed Sheldon.
"Look at her."
"I know," said Des. There were more shouts, and then the hollow pock, pock, pock of pistol fire.
"Des,"
began Sheldon, but she cut him off. "I know," she barked again. And that fast she was charging up the slope. Sheldon was right there with her.
"The fuck is happening?"
grunted Sheldon as he ran. Des said nothing. The day was all wrong, and it was spinning away out of her reach. Even as she ran forward, she felt like she was shrinking back, retreating within her own mind. This was all impossible. She tore the shoulder mic from its clip and yelled into it. "We have officers down! Repeat, officers down! We need backup right fucking now!" Then she and Sheldon broke through a screen of shrubs, and the day became even more impossible. Officer Jeff Strauss lay face up on the grass at the far side of the clearing. His entire face was gone, torn away, to reveal ragged red muscle and white bone. Blood oozed down the sides of his face. Strauss's pistol lay 3 inches from his hand. Much closer, just a few yards away, Officer Mike Schneider stood with his back to Des and Sheldon. Schneider's Glock was down at his side, clutched in a tight fist. Schneider's whole body twitched, and he jerked the trigger. The blast was sharp and loud, and the bullet punched a bloody groove through the side of Schneider's ankle bone before burying itself in the dirt. Then Schneider's legs buckled, and he dropped full weight onto his knees, the jolt knocking the gun from his twitching fingers. There was a hissing sound, and Des saw a geyser of bright red blood shoot outward from below Schneider's chin and splash the pale face of Andy Deviney. The blood struck him in the mouth and eyes and splattered the rubbery leaves of a big rhododendron. As Schneider canted sideways and fell, Deviney stared straight at Des. Purple lips peeled back from bloody teeth, and Deviney hissed at her. Chapter 24. Hartnip's Transition Estate.
No.
Des heard the word, but she could not tell if she spoke it or Sheldon. It could not have been Strauss. That much was obvious. He had no lips left with which to speak. His mouth and cheeks had been torn away, and his eyes stared in terminal astonishment up at the roof of green leaves. The sounds of the forest were gone, washed out of the moment by another sound, that of Andy Deviney chewing a mouthful of flesh.
No!
This time it was Sheldon who spoke, who almost sobbed the word, and then his sob turned into a snarl as he rushed forward and swung the stock of his shotgun at Deviney's jaw. Des watched, unable to react. There was a terrific crack. Bone shattered, teeth flew, and the young cop's head whipped around so fast that his whole body was spun into an awkward pirouette. Deviney crashed into the rhododendron and fell almost out of sight except for his twitching legs. Sheldon looked down at him and then jerked his head around to look at Schneider and Strauss. Then he spun toward Des. His eyes were huge and wild, and he was breathing in and out with alarming rapidity.
Fucking no!
Screamed Sheldon. Des shook her head in mute agreement and denial. There were sounds behind her, yells, bodies crashing through the brush, and as she turned, J.T. was there, and the others were right behind him. They hit the edge of the clearing and jerked to a stop as if there were a force field. It was impossible to them as well. 3 officers down, 2 dead, 1 battered and twitching. Everyone looked around wildly for the perps, for the maniacs who had done this, and gradually those eyes focused on Sheldon and Des. "It was Andy Deviney," said Des woodenly. "When we got here, Strauss was down and Andy was biting Schneider. I don't... She shook her head, unable to construct a logical end to that sentence. J.T. stood blinking at the dead officers, his eyelids fluttering as if they could brush away the image that he was seeing. Then he took a tentative step in, and another, and then he ran the rest of the way to Des. He took her by the arms and stared at her, his gaze flicking up and down, looking for injuries.
"Des, are you hurt?"
She half laughed. That was what he had asked her before. The answer was clear. The answer was yes. She said, "No." He suddenly pulled her to him and gave her a fierce hug, like a father would, like a brother in arms would. Chief Goss came waddling into the clearing, his face bright red and his uniform damp at the chest and armpits with fresh sweat. Des pulled free of J.T.'s hug and turned toward him. She watched him as he tried to read the scene.
"It was Andy,"
said Sheldon in a hoarse voice.
"Andy Deviney. He
shook his head. Like Des, he did not possess a vocabulary for this.
"He did what?" shouted Goss. "What are you trying to say?" "It's true," croaked Des.
Deviney, when we got here, he was—"
"Hey!"
yelled J.T.
"Sheldon, watch. He's getting up."
Everyone turned toward Deviney, who was struggling to get to his hands and knees in the dense tangle of the shrubbery. He snarled, exposing jagged rows of broken teeth. Then, with a savage growl, Sheldon Higdon stepped forward and grabbed him by the back of the belt and hauled him up, spun him violently around, and then flung him face first onto the grass.
"Cuff that sick son of a bitch!"
The two closest officers hesitated. This was all so weird.
"Wait, what are you saying, Shell?"
said the older of the two.
"You're all screwed up here. Andy got here the same time we did. He couldn't have attacked Doc and—" "Open your eyes. He just killed Mike Schneider and Jeff Strauss. God damn it! We saw him do it!"
yelled Sheldon, and he aimed a savage kick at Deviney's backside, knocking the young cop down as he tried to get up.
"Throw some cuffs on that motherfucker before I pop a cap and—"
Deviney twisted around on the ground. His eyes were wide and dark and empty. His shattered chin was bearded with blood, and his throat was a junkyard of torn flesh. His mouth was a feral snarl. With another unnatural hiss, he threw himself at the older cop, but the officer jerked away, backpedaling 10 feet. Every gun swiveled around and pointed at Deviney. As Deviney rushed at Sheldon, Des stuck a leg out and tripped him. The deranged young cop fell hard, but again he began climbing to his feet, showing no signs of pain or fear.
"What the hell's wrong with him?" demanded Goss.
Des began moving around the edge of the circle of cops, waving them back.
"I don't know. He just went crazy."
She grabbed Goss's sleeve. "Chief, listen to me. Natalie Shanahan's down, too. I think Andy killed her, too."
"Holy Jesus!"
Andy Deviney's body swayed and trembled. Black drool trickled from his mouth. Des remembered that same ooze coming from the lips of the Russian cleaning lady. She didn't know what it was, but just the sight of it filled her with an atavistic dread.
"Be careful!" yelled Des. "Don't let him spit on you!"
Everyone was yelling at him.
"Andy, get down on the ground! Arms out to your sides! Do it now! Do it!"
If the young officer was able to understand the shouts, there was no sign of it on his snarling face. He suddenly rushed at Chief Goss, reaching for him with claw-like fingers. J.T. and Sheldon raised their shotguns and fired. The Mossbergs were loaded with small fabric pouches filled with No. 9 lead shot, weighing about 1.5 ounces. They were non-lethal, but each one kicked like a mule, and the rounds caught Deviney on both sides of his chest. He was plucked backward like he had been pulled from behind by a chain and crashed to the ground. By all rights, he should have been dazed, coughing and nauseous. Instead, he immediately rolled onto his stomach and got up again.
"No fucking way,"
breathed Chief Goss. Someone yelled,
"Pepper him!"
But Des already had her pepper spray in her hand. She slapped Deviney's reaching arm aside and blasted him in the eyes. He did not cough or choke or even blink. Instead, he tried to spit at her. Des hit him again and again, but now she was backpedaling away from those bloody fingers, away from that black mucus.
"Christ!"
she cried.
"Somebody drop this crazy son of a—"
5 officers fired their Glocks at once, the bullets punching into Deviney, slamming into the Kevlar and shattering bones beneath the vest, making the officer dance and judder like a puppet. The barrage sent him sprawling backward against a tree trunk, and he hit it with enough force to knock pine cones from the branches. But even as they rained down, Deviney rebounded from the trunk and made another run at Goss.
"Andy, for the love of God, stop!"
cried J.T. But the officer flew at the chief, bloody spit flying from his mouth. J.T. pointed his gun at Deviney's head.
"Hold your fire!"
bellowed Des. She threw down the pepper spray, whipped out her baton, stepped forward and smashed Davini across the shins with it. The shock vibrated a line of hot needles up her arm, but the blow swept Davini's legs out from under him, and he crashed onto his chest. Before he could roll over, J.T. was there, dropping his knee down hard between Davini's shoulder blades, and then 6 pairs of hands were at work, grabbing Davini's hair to hold his head down and his snapping mouth toward the dirt, fishing for the flailing arms, twisting them behind the young man's back, snapping cuffs around the wrists. His weapons were removed, and his utility belt unbuckled. J.T. kept his weight in place. They didn't have leg shackles.
"Christ, what's wrong with him?"
Goss asked over and over again, but no one had an answer. Des looked around. "Anyone have a spit hood?"
"I got one,"
said an officer from Martinville. He opened a small pouch on his belt and removed a disposable spit sock hood. Des shook it out and pulled it over Davini's head. The elastic throat band would keep it in place, but wouldn't choke the officer. There were better devices, including plastic bite masks, but none of them carried one on them or in their cars.
"Gotta do something about that throat,"
advised J.T. He fished in his pocket and produced an Izzy, tore open the plastic cover and handed it to Des, who had the best angle to apply it. She quickly wound the bandage around Davini's throat. The dressing, formerly called an Israeli bandage as a nod to where it was developed, had a built-in plastic tension bar that applied continuous pressure to a wound, allowing the bandage to act as a standalone field dressing. All soldiers carried them, and they had become very common in domestic law enforcement. Davini spit at Des as she worked, but the spit hood caught the spray of black blood.
"Careful not to make it too tight,"
J.T. cautioned.
"Ought to strangle the cocksucker,"
muttered Sheldon. They ignored him. Des tested the tension and nodded. "If he's going to live," said Des, "that should hold him." Des directed 2 officers to keep him pinned down. The other officers stood in a ragged circle around Davini. As Des got to her feet, she studied their faces and saw each of them take quick, frightened looks over at what was left of Mike Schneider and Jeff Strauss.
"What the hell's going on?"
someone asked in a hollow voice. Des realized with a sick jolt that the voice had been hers. Chapter 25. Office of Oscar Price, Department 10, Federal Building, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Oscar Price stared at his cell phone and considered what to do. He was a cool, disciplined man, and he was in a climate-controlled office, and yet sweat was popping out along his forehead. "Jesus Christ," he said softly. He was alone in the office, but he looked around as if he expected someone, maybe even Jesus himself, to step up and offer a solution. A few moments later he snarled, "Shit!" Price sat back in his chair, trying to pretend a posture of calm nonchalance in the hope that it would trick his body into relaxing. He could feel a newborn migraine wailing at the edges of his consciousness. Price was absolutely certain that if he and Dr. Herman Volker were alone in a quiet place, he would put the doctor on his knees and park 2 hollow points in the back of the stupid bastard's head. Lucifer 113 was off the leash. That was what Volker had called to tell him. Not exactly in those words, but close enough. It was a protocol improbability bordering on impossibility. Everything about Project Lucifer was old news, buried with the Cold War, virtually forgotten, except by psychotic sons of bitches like Volker and luckless schmucks like himself. On the whole, Price had a fairly simple job, day in and day out. No stress, no dramatic moments. There were 22 low-profile clients in his caseload, and each of them was in some phase of career step-down, no longer integral to the research machine that was Department 10. Most of them were years past their prime, naturalized foreigners who now lived in an age when Cold War was not even a phrase anymore. Old men and women, their genius spent, but still potentially useful enough as consultants, on works now long in progress, that they still merited a level 2 handler instead of a 3 or 4. The 3s and 4s were also on career downslopes. 2s, like Price, were shortlisted for steps up. Except when things like this came along. That bothered Price because he really wanted that step. Working for the company wasn't a hobby. He wanted a regional directorship or a chief of station in a country that mattered. Japan, for instance, now that North Korea was a constant threat. This matter with Herman Volker, however, could reverse that upward momentum and very quickly bury Price's career 10 feet under an outhouse. Or, handled the right way, he mused, it could shine a bright white light on him. The question was, what was the right move? Volker was a former CIA all-star. The information he had taken with him when he had defected was the political equivalent of a nuclear bomb. Reagan's diplomatic corps had used it to beat the shit out of the Soviets. It may not have actually torn down the wall, but it sure as hell knocked out the first brick. Price still marveled at it. Fucking zombie parasites as bioweapons. Or, as it was called in the Project Lucifer documents, metabolically minimalized ambulatory organic hosts. A dreadful weapon that contravened every global and closed-door biological warfare agreement on the books. Should have called it Project Screw the Pooch. It truly did not matter that the Lucifer research had hit a dead end and was scheduled for termination by the Soviets, documents to be sealed. Volker got out of Dodge weeks before that was implemented, and by then Reagan and the company had the goods. The tricky thing was, Volker was not supposed to be working on anything related to Project Lucifer. The old fart was supposed to be indulging his damaged brain by messing with death row patients who, let's face it, thought Price, nobody gave a sloppy fuck about. Volker was not, by federal order and private agreement, supposed to be screwing around with anything even remotely related to Lucifer. Nothing. Nada. And yet, Price sucked his teeth as he thought about what to do. It was not in his pay grade to know whether the US of A was doing anything with the project research. Price hoped they'd left it in a sealed box, ideally buried in a 10-foot cube of cement. But he was far from stupid and never naive. Somebody, somewhere, had to be working on it. They'd had it for 30 years. 30 years without outbreaks, he reminded himself, which suggested that they were at least being careful. Volker, on the other hand. Price drummed his fingers on the desktop, hard enough to rattle the phone in its cradle. He knew that he had to call this in. Question was, who to call? Protocol demanded that he take it directly to his section chief, and though Tony Williams was no fool, he was very career-minded. Would he, in turn, pass it along, or would he use it to crush the young go-getter nipping at his heels? Price rather thought the latter. This could very easily be made into a blame game with Price as the target. People were dying, though, and the longer it went on, the higher the body count. Price did not lie to himself that his motivations stretched to cover the lives of a bunch of Pennsylvania redneck farmers with cow shit on their boots. But he had to be seen to care. Which made the second option look tempting. Doing an end run around Williams and taking this directly to Regional Director Colleen Sykes. She was a classic ballbuster, but she was so tightly networked into D.C. and Langley that her career was virtually bulletproof. She could get something done on this ASAP, no question. But she was also pretty much by the book. So how would she view the end run? Would she see Price as a man on a mission who risked everything to protect the common good? Or would she see him as a self-serving loose cannon who broke protocol? Price didn't really see a clear path. Either way, this could kill him in the company. "Fuck it and fuck you," he said aloud, and then reached for the phone. Chapter 26. Hartnip's Transition Estate. "What do we do now?" asked one of the greener officers in a voice tainted with panic. He wore a guilty, caged expression, as if this was somehow their fault, rather than something that had come out of nowhere and swept over all of them.
"We don't do a goddamn thing,"
barked Chief Goss.
"The situation is way out of our control, so we're gonna sit tight and wait for the Stadies. They'll be here any minute."
"Chief,"
said J.T. discreetly,
"shouldn't we call this in?"
Goss pulled his walkie-talkie out of its holster and keyed it.
"Dispatch, we have officers down. I repeat, officers down."
"What?"
exclaimed Flower.
"Who's hurt?"
Goss cut her off.
"I need paramedics and additional units. Expand the call out another tier. Send everyone you can get. And give me an ETA on the state police."
Flower stumbled over her words for a second before she could organize an answer.
"State police are 8 minutes out. 2 units are—"
"I don't want to hear that shit, Flower. Tell them to roll every available unit because we're going to need roadblocks and a lot of feet on the ground. I want choppers, too. And get on the horn to the Zimmer boys, Carl and Luke. We need them and their dogs out here. And get me somebody to handle crowd control."
"What's happening?"
Flower demanded, her voice rising to a screech.
"Just do it,"
Goss snapped, and turned off the walkie-talkie. He was sweating badly, and there were starbursts of red on his cheeks. Damp winds blew up the slope and rifled his sweaty hair.
"Rain's coming,"
said J.T., still pitching his voice to keep things in neutral.
"And with these winds, I don't think we're going to be able to use helos or spotter planes." "Rain and wind won't stop the dogs,"
said Sheldon.
"The Zimmers have hounds that can track a weak fart in a hurricane."
Des looked at the chief, whose expression was that of someone a short step away from screaming. Des could understand it. Like most of these officers, Goss was a career cop in a town where there just wasn't any serious action. Bar fights and DUIs don't instill the same combat awareness that big city cops and veteran soldiers have. This was way beyond Goss's experience, and he was losing control of the details.
"Chief,"
she said, pitching her tone to match J.T.'s,
"we have people all over the place, and we don't know if this is the end of this. Shouldn't we get a head count?"
Goss blinked at her for a few moments, as if she had asked the question in Swahili. Then, understanding, flicked back into his eyes, and he nodded.
"A head count.
Good. Good." He looked around as if he expected everyone to be there, ready to be counted.
"Christ,"
thought Des.
"He's really losing it."
She glanced at J.T., whose brown face seemed to be carved from an inflexible hunk of mahogany, though his eyes were bright and almost unblinking. He was trying to keep his game face in place, but he was at the edge, too. Even Sheldon, who had been in Afghanistan, was freaked. Des swallowed.
"I guess we all are. All of us."
Then Goss grabbed his walkie-talkie again and keyed it to the team channel.
"All officers report in. Name, location, and status."
One by one the calls came back. Paul Scott, 2 paramedics, and another forensics collector were in the mortuary. 5 officers, all from other towns, were here with Goss, J.T., and Des. That left 2 unaccounted for.
"Wait, who's missing?"
asked J.T. Des said,
"Wait, who was it that went up to check on Doc's sister and her kids?"
Goss cursed and keyed the walkie-talkie again.
"Hold the air. Officers Gunther and Howard, report your location and status."
Then there was a sharp hiss of static, and a voice spoke intermittently through the squelch.
"We're at the Hartnett place. Nothing to report. I thought I heard shots. I called Flower, but she—"
Goss cut him off.
"Did you tell April about her brother?" "You said not to." "Good. Because he might not be dead."
Gunther paused.
"Say again?" "It's not confirmed, but be aware that Doc Hartnett's body is missing, and there is a strong possibility that he is injured and in shock, maybe delirious, and somewhere in the grove."
"How? Chief, I thought Des and J.T. said he was—"
Goss cut him off.
"Don't ask me how, 'cause I don't know. Just keep your eyes open. Doc might be trying to head to his sister's place. I want one of you on the porch and the other inside with the family. Do not let April see her brother if you can avoid it, and definitely not the kids. You see him or anyone, call it in right away."
"Yeah, okay, Chief."
Goss disconnected. If he was relieved by what Gunther had told him, it didn't show. Fresh beads of sweat glistened on his head. Des was afraid he was going to stroke out if things didn't calm down.
"The Stadies will be here soon,"
Goss repeated. He looked around, licking his lips with a nervous tongue tip.
We need to secure this crime scene, and also where, Natalie was, one of the other officers said. "I got that." He tapped another cop from the same town, and they set off down the slope, following Dez's directions. "I want in on the manhunt," protested Dez. "We should be out there now so we can get a jump on—" "On who?" snapped Goss. "Do you know what the hell's going on? 'Cause I sure as shit don't. We got a double homicide at the mortuary that turned out not to be a double homicide. One Vic attacks you and the other goes for a stroll in the forest. We have an officer involved shooting of one of those presumed homicide victims. We got an unknown person in bare feet leaving the scene of the crime, and we don't know how or if he was involved. We also have the theft of the body of a dead serial killer. And now we have 3 dead officers and one who's gone completely batshit nuts. Chief, so you tell me, Officer Fox, exactly what crime scenario are we trying to get a jump on? If it wasn't for the fact that all of this is happening right here and right now, I couldn't build a reasonable argument that they're all part of the same goddamn case." Dez clamped her mouth shut. She had no answers, and it was clear that arguing with Goss was likely to end badly. She didn't like the man, but she didn't actually want to cause the big vein in his head to explode.
"Okay, Chief, we hear you,"
said J.T. gently.
"If you had to make a horseback guess, what would you say is going on?"
Goss eyed him for a blistering moment. "How the fuck should I know?"
"Chief,"
said J.T., moving closer, his voice ever quieter.
"I think we should dial it down a few notches. What do you think?"
The chief took a deep breath that threatened to pop buttons on his shirt. Then he exhaled slowly, nodding. "Christ, I don't need this shit. I really don't." Dez couldn't argue with that.
"Maybe this isn't a murder scene,"
suggested Sheldon, who had also managed to regain control of his emotions.
"Look, you got ordinary people suddenly doing some mighty weird shit, inexplicable shit. Maybe this isn't people committing crimes. Maybe this is something else, something that's affecting people, like a toxic spill or something in the water."
They all looked at each other, and the idea changed the mood as abruptly as switching stations with a TV remote. Even Goss's posture relaxed as he stared into the middle distance, considering the question. "I don't think it's in the water, Shell," said Dez slowly. "Andy got here after Doc and the Russian woman were attacked, and I didn't see him take a drink after he got here. Not tap water or anything."
"Whatever it was,"
J.T. said,
"it must have hit Strauss or Schneider, too. I mean, look at Andy's throat. He didn't do that to himself."
Goss paled. "So, you're saying that we have another one out there?" "Stands to reason," said Dez. "Could even be Doc, if this thing affects people. Or it could be whoever left the bare footprints that went out of the mortuary office."
"Maybe it's something you get from a bite," suggested Sheldon. "Somebody bit the cleaning lady and then she went apeshit on Dez, right? Maybe the same thing happened to Andy. He got bit, got sick, and freaked out. Isn't that awful fast for an infection to spread?"
asked J.T.
"Doesn't that sort of thing take days?"
"I'm just saying that we need to look at it," Sheldon said. "Could it be something in the air?" asked one of the officers, who still knelt to keep Deviney pinned down. "If so, we'd all have it," countered Dez.
"A virus,"
said J.T.
"Not everyone reacts the same way to diseases."
Sheldon nodded.
"Allergens, too. Some weird plant the doc brought in for a funeral, or a chemical he uses. Maybe certain people are susceptible to it."
Suddenly everyone was throwing suggestions at him, while on the ground Andy Deviney still writhed and tried to bite. Finally Goss held up his hand. "This isn't getting us anywhere. If you have a theory, then we share it with the state police and the doctors." He pointed at Deviney. "Right now, though, we need to get him tested. Dez, J.T., get him into an ambulance and get his ass over to Wolverton Hospital. Call ahead. Tell them that this is a potential biohazard situation." "Okay, Chief," Dez said, and then punched J.T. on the arm. "Come on, Hoss." "Hey," said the chief. "Nobody here talks to the press. Nobody calls home and tells their family, and nobody fucking puts this on Twitter. This is a family matter now, so let's keep it indoors until we know where we all stand." They all looked at one another and slowly nodded.
even the younger cops. Des exhaled a ball of dead air that she'd been holding in her chest, and then nodded. She and J.T. grabbed hold of Davini and half-dragged, half-carried him down the hill. The moment had become orderly, but the day was still impossible. Chapter 27. Central Intelligence Agency, Langley, Virginia. Lorne McMasters, director of the Central Intelligence Agency, looked at the name on his phone's screen display. He smiled as he picked up the receiver. "Colleen," he said brightly. "How are you? How's Ted and the—"
"Lorne," interrupted Colleen Sykes. "This is a live wire protocol."
McMasters took a half beat on that, then punched the scramble on his phone. "Confirm. What's on the windowsill?"
"Bluebird,"
she said, giving the first part of the day code. "And in the tree?"
"Yellow kite."
"What's the other thing?"
"Foxhounds."
"Confirmed," said Lorne. "What's happening, Colleen?" Colleen Sykes was deputy director of the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology. Only once before in her career had she made a call of this kind. The first situation had been resolved quickly and with minimum fuss, and no trace of it had reached the news radar.
"I just received a report that the devil is out of the bag," she said.
McMasters opened a screen on his intranet browser and typed that in. The name Lucifer 113 popped up, followed by bullet points about the science, the dangers, the key players, and the in-place protocols. In the upper right corner of the screen was a coded threat status icon. Not the same color codes that Homeland used. Blue was the lowest level of threat. Black was the highest. This file was coded black. "Christ," he snarled. "Tell me." Sykes told him what Oscar Price had told her. "Has this entered the population yet?" demanded McMasters.
"We have no direct confirmation, but there is a suspicious incident developing at the mortuary where Gibbons' body was taken. We've gotten conflicting reports of a double homicide, but follow-up reports indicate that the victims may not have been dead. One allegedly attacked a responding officer who was apparently compelled to use lethal force to defend herself. The other suspected victim is missing, having apparently left the scene of the crime under his own steam."
"I'm still a half step behind you on this, Colleen. What does that mean? Dead people don't attack cops, and they don't get up and walk away."
Sykes paused. "Actually, Lorne, if you open Report 63 in the Translations of the Soviet Strategic Implementations folder, you'll see that this is in keeping with predicted effects. It is, in point of fact, the primary reason that the entire research line was ultimately scrapped by the Russians."
McMasters read through the data. He could feel the blood draining from his cheeks. "This is... Good God, Colleen. Are you telling me that we let someone continue this project?"
"No, we didn't,"
Sykes said firmly.
"Dr. Volker was under express orders not to go anywhere near this project, or anywhere remotely related to it."
"Then how did he gain access?"
"His handler believes that Volker did not so much gain access as recreate the research, and then take it forward an additional few steps. Volker is a brilliant scientist. At his request, we set him up as a prison doctor, and unfortunately it looks like he played us. The security buffer we provide, plus the additional security at a secure correctional facility, made it harder for Price, or anyone for that matter, to keep tabs on everything the doctor was doing. Lucifer 113 is not an expensive project, and many of the components are neither controlled substances or on watch lists. Volker took his time, decades really, and he fooled everyone."
McMasters was seething. "If he's so fucking smart, then how did he lose control of this thing? It's not like letting your dog off his leash so he can fuck the neighbor's poodle, goddammit."
"I know."
"Is Volker a terrorist?"
"Unknown, but unlikely."
She told him what Oscar Price had told her about Volker's motivations. "Sweet suffering Jesus," said McMasters. "I'm going to have to brief the president, and he'll need to contact the governors of Pennsylvania and Maryland.
Possibly Ohio and West Virginia, too. Maybe even Virginia."
"Tell me you're joking, Colleen."
"I wish I could, Lorne."
Okay. Give me some talking points for my call to the president. Where do we stand, and how bad can this get?"
"Lorne, I'm not sure you looked closely enough at the Soviet strategy stuff.
The only limit to the spread of this thing are natural barriers and direct sterilization. McMasters closed his eyes.
Mary, Mother of God,
he whispered. Chapter 28. Conroy's Acres, Stebbins County, Pennsylvania. Billy Trout followed a crazy zigzag of back roads and side roads to find Selma Conroy's place. It was deep in the heart of the county's endless farm country. Though the town of Stebbins was small, the county was huge, composed mostly of a patchwork of enormous fields of wheat, barley, potatoes, apples, peaches, and corn. Cut between these were tracts of grazing land for cattle and sheep. Houses and farm buildings were scattered around, but the farmlands were so broad that each house looked like a lost island in a vast sea of waving green. When Marcia called, Trout pulled onto the shoulder of the road and put her on speaker. "What have you got?" he asked. "Half the job," she said. "Dr. Volker's taking some time, but I think I got just about everything on Selma Conroy. You want all of it now?" "Email me everything, but for now give me the bullet points." "Okay," said Marcia, and they could hear her tapping computer keys. "Selma Elsbeth Conroy is 82 years old, born in East Texas. Dinky little place called Red Lick near the Arkansas border. Moved to Stebbins in 1969. And even though she had family here in Pennsylvania, the move was apparently along the lines of being run out of town on a rail. Her mother was a similar paragon of virtue. 6 kids, 5 fathers. Class. Want to guess what one of the fathers' names was?"
If you say Gibbon, I will kiss you."
"It is Gibbon. And do I get to pick where that kiss lands?"
"We'll talk. Tell me about the Gibbon connection."
"Is Goat listening to this?" "And enjoying it," said Goat. "Well, you boys are going to love this. Homer is Selma's sister's only child. Want to guess what Homer's mom's first name is? Clarice." There was a 2 count as Trout looked at Goat. They burst out laughing.
"Are you shitting me?"
Trout demanded.
"The mother of a serial killer is named Clarice?"
"Hello, Clarice," Goat said in a passable Hannibal Lecter. "I kid you not," Marcia assured them. "Is that life imitating art or something like that? Anyway, now here's a wrinkle. The family name is actually Gibbons. Clarice Gibbons, Gibbens. No idea where the spelling change started. Court and birth records are sketchy at best, but from what I could piece together, Clarice had a child out of wedlock and put it up for adoption within a few months. Whoever filled out the adoption intake form misspelled the name."
"How come nobody traced this back to Stebbins before?" Trout asked.
"No reason to. Clarice gave a cousin's address in Pittsburgh when she turned over the baby. There's no one in Stebbins with the name Gibbon or Gibbons, and Clarice only stayed here for a while. She was never an official resident. Besides, I was only able to piece this together when I added Selma Conroy's name to the search. Selma was given as next of kin for Clarice. Even then, though, it was Selma's East Texas address. The records are messed up 6 ways from Sunday."
"Intentionally?"
Can't tell. Most of it was probably the result of some semi-literate white trash filling out hospital forms. And later, maybe Homer Gibbon brushed out his own back trail."
"What about the mother, Clarice? Where's she?"
"Off the radar and probably dead. Last record of her was an arrest for possession in Harrisburg in 1993. My guy at Harrisburg PD looked in her jacket, and she had a dozen arrests for drugs and solicitation. Medical records say she had HIV and a bunch of other problems. She probably died in a crack house. Lots of junkies die in those places without ID, or their ID gets stolen after they OD."
"Dead end," Trout said. "Any other living relatives?"
"None of record. There's more background stuff, but nothing else exciting. Copies of records, stuff like that. I'll dig in on Volker now."
"Okay, Marcia," said Trout. "You are the best."
"I know I am," she said with a bit of sauce and disconnected.
Trout turned to Goat. The cameraman was grinning.
"Oh, yeah," he said. "Pulitzer for sure."
"Movie for sure," countered Trout. He restarted the car.
"Now let's go see Aunt Selma."
The GPS directed them onto smaller and smaller roads until they thumped along a rutted dirt road that threatened to tear the undercarriage out of the Explorer. They turned onto a lane that was so small the GPS had no name for it. "Is this even a road?" complained Goat as he bounced around in the passenger seat. The road rounded a bend and passed under the reaching arms of a double line of twisted elms, whose bark was mottled with blight and wrapped in hairy vines. Poison ivy lined both sides of the lane that twisted a crooked half-mile toward a weathered, abused old farmhouse. Trout rolled to a stop, his foot on the brake, the engine idling quietly. "Jeez," breathed Goat, and Trout nodded. Not even the blaze of fall colors could lend this place a shred of grace. The reds and oranges melted together into a pattern like the skin of a burn victim. The house itself was shuttered against the coming storm. The walls had once been whitewashed, but the paint had peeled to reveal leprous gray wood beneath. A broad gallery porch surrounded the house, and a row of empty rocking chairs creaked in the stiff westerly breeze that came whipping off the overgrown cornfields. Those fields were withered and brown, the stalks sagging under the weight of unpicked ears. "Get some footage of this place," said Trout. "This is gold." "I know," Goat said, already fiddling with settings on a small high-definition digital unit. "Frickin' Adam's family farm. I've been to haunted hayrides that are cheerier. Be best if we can get flyover shots from a chopper." "Who's going to pay for that?" Goat smiled. "I'm just saying, if you want to put some real mood in this thing." Trout rolled down his window and leaned out. Even the air was ripe with the sweet stink of vegetable decay. "This place has all the mood we're going to need," he said as he eased off the brake and drove the rest of the way to the front of the house. They parked in a roundabout next to a 2-year-old Nissan Cube that was so clean and out of place that it looked photoshopped into the landscape. "And Selma drives a Cube?" asked Goat, grinning at the thought. Trout shook his head. "Gotta be a visitor. She's old, so maybe it's a Meals on Wheels thing. I don't know. Car's clean. Nothing else out here is." They got out of the car and began walking toward the porch steps. Goat had his full-size camera now, and he hoisted it onto his shoulder, the tape already running. As they approached the bottom step, the front door opened a cautious 5 inches. Trout stopped and touched Goat's arm. The face that peered out at them was that of a woman whose skin was so comprehensively wrinkled that she looked like an ancient mummy. The one eye they could see, however, was a startling and lambent green. Before Trout could say anything, the woman demanded, "What?" Her voice was as sharp as a breaking stick. "Pardon the intrusion, ma'am," said Billy Trout in his very best hat-in-hand, aw-shucks voice. For all that Pennsylvania was a nominally northern state, there was a lot of country out here in the farmlands. "I'm with Regional Satellite News. My name is—"
"I know who you are," she cut in. "I've seen the TV."
Swell, Trout thought. This is my demographic. He kept his smile in place. "I'd like to ask you a few questions." Selma Conroy studied him with that fierce green eye, then opened the door and stepped out onto the porch. She was thin and old, but Trout could see that beneath the wrinkles was a woman who was probably very beautiful before life and her own bad choices had chopped her down. She wore a faded blue frock under a thick gray bathrobe, which she cinched tight as she came to the edge of the porch.
"Questions about what?"
"About your nephew," Trout said. He didn't say the name and wanted to see how she would respond. Selma's cold eyes went colder.
"All my family's dead," she said.
"I understand you had a sister and she had a son?" She gave a brief, bitter shake of her head.
"My sister's long dead, and I've got a ticket for the same train."
She turned and spat off the porch into a row of withered roses. Trout put a foot up on the bottom step of the porch. But you do know about your nephew.
Selma said nothing, but she cut a single brief look toward the car in the turnaround. Trout noted it, but didn't know how to approach that subject.
What about him?
Selma asked quietly. You arranged to have him brought here to Stebbins. She said nothing. With, Trout continued, the intention of having him buried here on the family farm.
How do you know about that?
She demanded. Does it matter?
You're not supposed to know about that. No one's supposed to know. The judge in the prison guaranteed it.
I don't think anyone knows but me, said Trout as he stepped up onto the first riser and put his foot on the second. Selma held her ground.
That's a bullshit statement,
she fired back.
You're here for a story, and whether I say anything or not, you're gonna tell the world. That's what you reporters do. You find people who have been hurt and you dig into their wounds. What's that expression? If it bleeds, it leads.
She shook her head.
Why would I want to talk to someone like you?
Okay, said Trout. Fair enough. Reporters trade in pain. It sells papers. Everyone knows that. And this story will get out, no doubt about it. He stepped up so that he was almost eye level with her. It's your call, though, as to whether it gets out with your voice and opinion included, or not.
Is that a threat?
Trout spread his hands. It's journalism.
You're a shit.
And you're an ex-whore, Trout said flatly, dropping all pretense. Let's start there and see if we can get somewhere interesting. Aunt Selma folded her arms across her breasts and studied Trout with the frank coldness of a butcher appraising a side of beef. Then she smiled. It was small, just a curl of one corner of her mouth.
Okay,
she said.
Let's have a talk.
But before Trout's smile could blossom on his face, Selma pointed a sharp finger at Goat.
Not him, though. This doesn't go on the camera. I got about a spoonful of self-respect left, and I can keep that intact if I can say that it's your word against mine. No pictures, no video, no tape recorder.
Trout thought about it, then nodded. He turned to Goat. Wait in the car, okay? Sure, said Goat. He turned and trudged down the lane and vanished behind the Explorer. Trout turned back to Selma. Shall we go inside and—
No,
she said flatly.
There's a lady from church in there, and she don't need to hear this.
Ah, thought Trout. The cube. Without another word, Selma walked down the steps and headed toward a rust-colored barn that stood by a creek 60 yards into the field. Trout put his hands into his pockets, used his left thumb to click the button on his digital tape recorder, and followed. Chapter 29. Office of the President of the United States of America, Washington, D.C. The President went through the day code ritual with Lorne McMasters, feeling his gut tightening as he did so. Go ahead, Lorne, he said when the protocols were completed and the secure line verified. Mr. President, there has been a deliberate but unauthorized release of one of a Class F biological in rural Pennsylvania. Terrorists? No, Mr. President. One of our guests. McMasters quickly brought the President up to speed on Volker, Lucifer 113, Rockview, Homer Gibbon, and the real possibility of an outbreak in Stebbins. As he spoke, corresponding information filled the screen on the President's laptop. My God, breathed the President. Where are we on containment? Law enforcement agencies have been notified, Mr. President, said McMasters. Local law in Stebbins may be compromised, but we're coordinating with the state police in Pennsylvania and Maryland. However, we're going to need the National Guard to lock down the entire area. I'll call Governor Harbison immediately. Stay on the line. The President punched a button. Janine, please get Governor Harbison on the line. Code 1 emergency. Also get the National Security Director and the Secretaries of Defense and State in here. Now! His secretary had the governor of Pennsylvania on the phone in under a minute. Mr. President, began Harbison. What a pleasure.
"What can I—" The president cut him off. "Teddy, I need you to listen to me. Time is critical." He hit Harbison with both barrels.
Chapter 30. Conroy's Acres.
Goat peered around the Explorer and saw Selma and Trout walking down a crooked lane toward a barn, their backs to him. Goat opened the hatch, set his heavy camera inside, and took out a smaller unit. He checked to make sure the coast was clear, then sprinted to the near side of the house. He moved along the side of the gallery. Then, when he was sure it was safe, he climbed onto the porch using the side steps. There were 3 windows on the side, and he moved to the first one, where he knelt and peered in through the bottom corner of the window. The glass was smoked gray with grime, but still clear enough for him to see the living room. A couple of big armchairs that looked like they were 1,000 years old, mismatched sofa, various tables and cabinets filled with all kinds of collectible crap, decorative spoons, plates with Disney characters, a collection of porcelain bunnies. Bunnies? He loved it. Juxtaposition always worked in stories like this. Hooker with a soft side, or maybe Hooker who'd become a sad, lonely old lady surrounded by cheap tchotchkes. Sweet. He raised the camera and shot the room from various zoom levels. The second window revealed a dining room with a table with one end piled high with stacks of mail and piles of old magazines. The other half of the table was set out for tea. China pot, 2 mismatched cups, sugar bowl that was a souvenir from Atlantic City, opened pint carton of half and half, and a plate of cookies. As he had walked away, Goat had overheard Aunt Selma tell Trout that she had company, a lady from church. No sign of her, though, so Goat moved on. As he swung the camera across the window, he thought he saw a piece of shadow detach itself and move toward an open interior door. Goat shifted around to the rear window of the kitchen to try and get a better view, but the figure was gone. It had been a figure, too, a person. The church lady? Probably, he thought, though it had seemed too large. There was nothing else to see downstairs, so he moved to the yard, which was as dreary as the front of the house, diseased elm trees supporting a threadbare hammock filled with last year's rotted leaves, a picnic table with one missing leg that sat unevenly on cinder blocks, junk that made a statement about a life spiraling downward. So he shot it all. This was all background footage. There was nothing actually happening here. So he clicked off the camera and trudged back to the Explorer to kill time plugging the story on Twitter. Goat did not see the shadow that moved slowly from window to window, watching him go. Chapter 31. Hartnip's Transition Estate. "Give a hand!" Des called, and 2 paramedics erupted from the back of their ambulance and sprinted to meet them. Des knew them, Dawn and Joan, a male and female team who looked like they could have been siblings. They were both tattooed and muscular. Neither had much of a neck, and they looked like they had bulldog genes somewhere in their DNA. "Is that a throat wound?" Joan asked. She reached for Davini, but Des batted her hand away. "Careful," Des warned. "He's a biter, and he's spitting some nasty black shit." "Get the gurney," Dawn said, and Joan peeled off back toward their vehicle. She pulled it out and began loading equipment onto it. JT and Des held on to the squirming Andy as Don bent forward as close as he dared and lifted the edges of the Izzy to try to see the wound. "What's the nature of the wound?" demanded Don. "Bite," said Des. Don flicked a look at her. "What kind of bite?" "Human." "Christ, looks ragged as hell. But he hasn't bled through the dressing, so I'm going to leave it in place. We need to get him to an ER stat." "That's the plan," Des said between her teeth. "Why's he cuffed?" Dawn asked. "He went crazy," JT said. "Reason unknown. Killed at least 2 other officers, possibly 3. The paramedic gaped at JT. "Bullshit! I know Andy, and you ever known him to eat anyone?" Des said sourly. "You're out of your mind, Des. Des, really? Take off the spit mask and bend a little closer," she said. After he's done eating your face, we can have this conversation again." Joan returned with the gurney and collapsed it down. "What have we got?" she asked Don.
"They said Andy lost it and started attacking people." "Killing people," JT corrected. "Jeff Strauss, Mike Schneider, and maybe Natalie Shanahan."
Joan's face went white. "Oh, my God. I'm telling you," insisted Don.
"That's impossible."
Deviney surged forward so unexpectedly that Des and JT almost lost their grip on him. The young officer's teeth bit the air inches from Don's nose.
"Holy rat fuck shit!"
Don screamed as he fell backward against the gurney.
"Stop screwing around and get in the backboard,"
JT yelled as he and Des wrestled Andy back down. The paramedics were stunned for a moment. Des saw the spark of disbelief flare in their eyes and knew exactly how they felt. Impossible. Every damn thing was impossible. Then they snapped back into the moment and went to work. The backboard was a body-length piece of heavy-gauge plastic with holes along the edges that served as handholds or places where a patient could be secured. It took the four of them 3 minutes of sweating and cursing to force Andy Deviney onto the board, cuff his wrists to the sides, and secure his legs with duct tape. Better-equipped departments had expensive strapping for these kinds of situations, but out here in the sticks, duct tape was quick and durable and always available. Joan wrapped the tape around and around each shin. Then she repeated this around his mid-thighs and chest. "Yeah, you have a plastic bite mask?" asked Des, as she forced Deviney's head down for the 20th time.
"Philadelphia collar's better,"
said Don, and he pulled one out of an equipment case. The device was a 2-piece foam plastic cervical collar that fit together with Velcro and had an opening to allow access to the throat. It effectively kept Deviney from opening his jaws wide enough to bite, and nicely immobilized his head. They reinforced this by winding another turn of duct tape around his forehead, securing it to the backboard. Des grabbed the tape from Joan and put a final loop around Deviney's chest and shoulders. Then Des and JT sat back, sweating. Don and Joan wavered with indecision.
"Is he safe?"
JT asked. Deviney moaned and snarled and thrashed.
"Can you give him something?"
asked JT as he wiped sweat from his eyes.
"Don't you have some kind of chemical restraint? Valium or something?"
"We use midazolam, Versed these days," Joan said, fishing in the trauma kit. She produced a hypodermic, removed the safety cap, shot a little into the air to remove bubbles, but she hesitated. "With him thrashing like that, I could get this wrong, and I sure as hell don't want to nail myself with an accidental needle stick."
"Go intranasally," suggested Don. "Doesn't kick in as fast, but it's a lot safer."
Joan handed him the equipment, and Don fitted a port into one of Deviney's nostrils and attached the syringe to that. Once in place, he pushed the plunger and the filter converted the liquid stream into a mist.
"Let's get his vitals," Don said, "and then get him the hell out of here."
Joan clipped an oximetry monitor to the top of Deviney's right index finger while Don wrapped a pressure cuff around Deviney's arm and began pumping the rubber bulb. Joan keyed the portable radio and called the hospital. When an ER doctor came online, she said, "We have a police officer down with trauma to the throat. Other officers think that is from a human bite. They applied an IZI and the patient has been administered intranasal midazolam. Taking vitals now. Patient's skin is cold." She took a digital thermometer and placed the tip in Deviney's ear. "Whoa. Temperature's 88.4. Pupil's non-reactive. Not getting any pulse with the oximeter." She dug her fingers into Deviney's wrist, made an irritated face, tried again in a different spot, tried again. Into the radio, she said, "Doctor, I still can't find a pulse. He's in serious shock and—"
"BP is non-palp, 0/0,
said Don as he began pumping the pressure cuff again. And again.
"Damn cuff's broken."
"Forget this shit and let's go," urged Des. Don ignored her. He looped his stethoscope from around his neck and pressed the chest piece against Deviney's ribs. His face went from confused to blank.
"No respiration. We need to intubate him."
Deviney snapped and bared his teeth. "Can't intubate a biter," Joan said.
"We're losing him," Don yelled. "He's crashing."
His words trailed off. Deviney wasn't crashing. He continued to snarl and writhe and fight against the restraints.
This doesn't make sense, he said.
What doesn't? Asked Des. Des could hear the doctor yelling for information and clarification, and Joan picked up the mic. We're unable to get reliable vitals at this time. She listened for a moment, and then disconnected. He wants us to start an EKG as soon as we get him into the ambulance and take a blood glucose reading. He's prepping a room. The four of them stared at each other for a moment, and then looked down at Davini. I don't understand this, said Joan in a distant voice. He has no blood pressure, no pulse. He's not breathing. What are you saying? Asked Des. Joan almost said it, but didn't. What she said was, we can't get any vitals from this patient.
It's not the equipment, added Dawn quietly. We just can't get any vitals. He
shook his head. Neither of them said the word. Des looked at JT, who was sweating as badly as if he stood next to an open fire. Let's get him to the hospital, Des said quietly. I mean right fucking now. Without another word, they hoisted the gurney into the back of the ambulance. Joan climbed him back, but she sat on a metal fold-down stool as far away from Davini as she could. JT climbed in with her, and Dawn got behind the wheel. Des ran to her unit, fired it up, and led the way through the maze of haphazardly parked vehicles. Another Bordentown unit was parked down by the road, and the officer was erecting sawhorse barriers. Beyond his unit were a dozen cars and vans. The press had arrived. Once the true nature of this got out, there would soon be more reporters than cops. Rubberneckers were walking along the highway and cutting through the woods, their cars parked on the shoulders of Dull Factory Road for a half-mile in either direction. As soon as they reached the blacktop, Des hit lights and sirens and kicked the pedal all the way down. The cruiser shot out onto the road and went screaming away from that place of death and mystery. The ambulance, carrying its own mysteries, followed. Chapter 32. Hartnip's Transition Estate. Chief Goss stared down at the madness that lay sprawled in shades of red and green before him. 2 officers here. Another down the slope. Not his officers, but that didn't matter. The towns in this part of the county always shared work. Their cases always overlapped. They were all a family. 3 dead. 1 completely out of his mind. The clearing was still. No one moved. Shock danced in every set of eyes. It beat wildly in their chests. He stared at the bodies. Mike Schneider, Jeff Strauss, not only dead but torn apart. What the hell was Andy doing to them? Eating them? Goss felt the contents of his stomach turn to greasy sludge. He wanted to throw up. He wanted to go the hell home. He turned to Sheldon. "Shell," he said softly. "What happened here?" Sheldon shook his head. Then he took a breath, licked his lips, and explained things exactly as he'd seen them. Goss was shaking his head throughout. Not to suggest that Sheldon was lying, but because it was all so weird, so wrong. "Any sign of Doc Hartnip?" He carefully lowered his bulk to one knee, a few inches from Strauss. Goss knew him better than Schneider. Their kids were in the same grade. They played on the same little league team. Strauss's son was the shortstop. His own Mikey was the catcher. This was going to have to be a closed casket. The whole lower half of Strauss's face was gone. Pieces of it were stuck to the dead man's uniform, to the grass, to his hair. The rest was... He couldn't allow himself to frame the thought. Jeff. Damn it to hell. Goss had never been beside the body of a fallen friend. Everyone he knew had died in bed or in the hospital, and accident victims were usually strangers. He wondered if he should close Strauss's eyelids. That's what they always did in movies. Close the eyelids. Kind of like closing a door or pulling up a sheet. It meant something, he supposed. A show of respect. A gesture to restore some little bit of dignity. Would it matter to the forensics guys? He thought about that. Lips pursed. Heart heavy. Yeah, he murmured to himself. It's only right. He reached his hand out, his fingers trembling with adrenaline and shock and revulsion. It was hard to look at that torn face. Goss felt the greasy sludge in his stomach bubble and churn. His fingertips brushed the half-closed lids. Suddenly, Jeff Strauss's lipless mouth lunged forward, and those naked teeth clamped down around Chief Goss's fingers. Chapter 33. Pennsylvania Army National Guard, Company D, 103rd Armor, 108 Washington Avenue, Connellsville, Pennsylvania. Sergeant Teddy Polk stood in the rain, waving his men forward and pushing them up into the back of the troop truck. A line of troop transport trucks stood idling in the downpour. One of the soldiers, a corporal named Nick Wickoff, from Pine Deep, the same small town as Polk, nodded at the convoy. "What's the op? Sandbagging streams and shit?" Polk shook his head. "Nobody saying nothing, Nicky." Wickoff nodded and reached for the strap to pull himself up into the truck, but Polk tapped his shoulder and Wickoff bent close. "Couple of weird things about this man." "Yeah, like what?" Polk spoke as quietly as he could, given the roar of the rain. "We were told to handpick single men. No one with family in the area, no one with kids. Married guys are to be used for flood control and emergency evac only. None of them roll with us." "Was the—" "No, wait," said Polk. "It gets weirder. I saw them loading some crates into a couple of the trucks." "Crates what?" Polk licked his lips. "Hazmat suits." "Oh, shit, man," murmured Wickoff. "Yeah." A few minutes later, the trucks were rolling through the gate. Major General Simeon Zetter stood at the window in his office, hands clasped behind his back, eyes fixed on the line of vehicles heading into the storm. He was alone in his office. All of his senior officers had gone with the convoy. This wasn't an operation that could be trusted to lieutenants. The rain troubled him. It was like a thick gray veil, and even from where his office was set, it was hard to see the line of trucks. With these winds, his Apaches and Blackhawks were grounded. That was bad. If there was ever something that was a perfect operation for the air cav, this was it. Ground troops? Stebbins County was sparsely populated, but it covered a huge amount of ground. Fields and forests and barns. So much natural cover. In any other situation, he could rely on thermal scans for target acquisition, but during the conference call with the governor, the president, and the national security advisor, he had been told something that still echoed in his head. Something that screamed in his head. "Hostiles may display variable heat signatures," said Blair, the national security advisor. "Sir?" Zetter had asked. "We have to prepare for the possibility that a fair number of the infected may not be trackable by body temperature." "How so? Are they using thermal suppressors or—" "No," said Blair. "These are civilians." "Well, then I don't—" "Their body temperatures are dropping. On average, 1 degree per hour. Faster in this cold." Is this a symptom of the disease, sir?" Blair said. "No, General Zetter. It is proof of the absence of life." Part 2. Death's Other Kingdom. We are each our own devil, and we make this world our hell. Oscar Wilde, The Duchess of Padua. Chapter 34. Magic Marty in the Morning, WNOW Radio, Maryland.
This is Magic Marty at the mic with an update on the storm that's currently chowing down our area. A hurricane warning is in effect for Stebbins and Fayette counties. Take my advice, if you don't have to go out, don't.
I have an updated list of school and business closings.
Chapter 35. Town of Stebbins. The radio crackled while Des was still 2 miles from the hospital. She snatched up the mic.
Unit 2. Des, what the heck's going on out there?
Blurted Flower.
They've upgraded the storm again and they want to start moving the kids to the elementary school. All the stores in town are closing at noon and I can't get the chief on the radio.
The elementary and middle schools in Stebbins were regional, pulling in busloads of kids from all over. Early closings meant long delays as parents had to scramble to get out of work and drive to pick up their kids. That meant that the kids were usually kept in the school auditoriums or lunchrooms for hours. But with a storm coming, only the elementary school was rated as an official shelter. It was on high ground at the end of Schoolhouse Lane. All of the middle school kids had to be bused there, and all of the parents rerouted. It was a logistical nightmare under good conditions. Today, it would be insane.
I can't help with that, Flower. Things are pretty crazy right now. You're going to have to bring in the volunteers to handle busing the kids over to the little school. Are you at the hospital yet?
Almost.
Well, what should I do with the lieutenant from the state police?
Say again?
Lieutenant Hardy's on the other line. He keeps asking to talk to the chief, but
patch him through, Flower, said Des. I'll bring him up to speed.
Thanks. Meet him on Channel 8,
Flower said, sounding greatly relieved. Des dialed over to 8, which was one of the secure lines. There was a burst of squelch, and then a strong male voice spoke. With whom am I speaking?
This is Officer Desdemona Fox, Stebbins County PD.
Officer Fox, good. This is Lieutenant William Henry Hardy, State Police, Troop B. Are you with Chief Goss?
No, sir. He's at a crime scene.
The Hartnett scene? Interrupted Hardy.
Yes, sir.
He isn't answering his radio, Hardy said in a tone that seemed to suggest that he was deeply offended that a police chief from a one-stoplight town would dare to dodge his call. I can't seem to make contact with him.
He had a radio when I left him, Lute. Maybe 15 minutes ago? Aren't your boys on site yet?
Just as she said that, 3 state police cruisers rounded the corner and shot past her, lights flashing, sirens blaring. She'd have heard them if it hadn't been for the wail of the ambulance.
Correction, Lute. 3 units just passed me en route to the scene.
Very well, I'll get a full report from them, said Hardy, sounding only slightly mollified. In the short term, what can you tell me? Des was expecting this, and she made sure she phrased it as blandly as possible. She gave him straight facts without any speculation or color. Hardy listened without comment until she was finished. My condolences on the loss of your colleagues, Officer Fox, he said. The comment lacked any real emotion, but Des gave him a couple of points for good manners. The officer who was overcome, was there any indication of erratic behavior beforehand?
None,
Des said. Very well, I'll be in touch. Hardy disconnected without another word. Dick, she grumbled. The hospital was 4 blocks away. Maybe she'd get some answers there. The radio buzzed again and Flower was back on the line.
Des, said Flower, we have a regular police call too, and I don't have any other units. It's a carjacking. Guy said a naked man rushed him when he braked for a light, beat him up, took his pants, and drove off in the car. Can you believe that? Took his actual pants. And get this, the guy who attacked him bit him.
Des nearly drove into a telephone pole.
Say again?
She demanded.
That's what I said. The guy bit him, and it's pretty bad, too. Hospital doesn't have any ambulances to send. They're all at Doc's place, so I need you to take a statement at the hospital.
Christ, thought Des. Another bite? Then she thought about the set of bare footprints that led out of Hartnepp's.
What's the location? The victim is at the diner. Murph is going to take him to the hospital.
Okay, we'll try to get a statement there. Half a block away, the facade of the hospital loomed out of the gloom. Chapter 36. Conroy's Acres. Trout walked side by side with Selma, and neither of them spoke until they stood in the lee of the sagging barn. Crows lined the pitched roof, and 30 kinds of birds flew in and out of holes in the rust-colored wood. There were no animal sounds from inside, and Trout suspected the barn had been in total disuse for at least 20 years. Okay, Trout said. We're officially out in the sticks. Let's talk.
Selma fished in the pocket of her robe and produced a pack of unfiltered Camels and a lighter with the logo of a Pennsylvania casino, Mohegan Sun at Pocono Downs. Selma kissed a cigarette out of the pack, lit it, and stuck out the corner of her lower lip to blow smoke up and over her face.
"Ask you questions," she said.
"Are you Homer Gibbons' aunt?"
"Sure, why not?"
"How well did you know him?"
"Seen him once in a while, mostly when he was like 17 and older, after he ran away from foster care the last time."
"When was the last time you saw him?" Selma puffed, shrugged. "Could you be a bit more specific?" Trout asked.
"I don't know. Maybe back in 91.
"That was after he had committed several murders."
"Alleged murders," she corrected. "He was never convicted for anything back then."
"Alleged," Trout conceded. No reason to argue that point. "Did you know about his, activities?" She made a face.
"Ever heard the expression, country don't mean dumb?"
"Sure."
"You're asking a question that you'd ask a stupid hayseed who didn't know shit from Shinola. Is that how this is gonna run? You gonna treat me like I'm poor, uneducated white trash?"
She leaned on the deliberately mispronounced word, giving it a heavy rural twist.
"If I say I knew what he was up to, then I'm an accessory. I look old, but do I look stupid?"
Trout grinned, unapologetically. "No, ma'am," he said. "You don't."
"Show some respect."
Trout found he suddenly liked Aunt Selma. "Sorry." She nodded and took a long drag. "Did you have any contact with Homer Gibbon after he was arrested for murder?"
"No."
"No letters, emails, Christmas card?"
"Homer strike you as the kind of guy who buys Christmas cards?"
she asked, smiling. "Actually," Trout said, "he tried to send valentines to the jury during his first trial."
"Publicity stunt. Probably cooked up by his lawyer to make him look crazy."
Probably true, Trout thought. "So you had no contact with him after his first arrest?"
"No."
"At all?"
"No."
"Then why did you place the request to have his body brought here to Stebbins for burial?" She shrugged.
"Family."
"Sorry, Selma," said Trout, "but that's thin. Not to offend, but it doesn't look like you have 2 dimes to rub together. Between the fees, transportation, mortuary costs, and a crew to dig a grave, you had to be shelling out $5-6 grand.
4 and change.
Still a lot of money.
Only if I was interested in saving it."
Selma picked a fleck of tobacco from her tongue and flicked it into the wind.
"You have any family?"
"A sister in Scranton," he said. "Distant cousins somewhere in upstate New York."
"When's the last time you saw your sister?"
Trout had to think about that. He and Megan had never been close. They swapped cards at the holidays, but the last time he'd actually seen her? A couple of years now? She arched an eyebrow.
"A couple?"
"Okay. 4 years ago."
"So, you're not close. If she died, would you go to her funeral?"
"Sure."
"You say that without thinking about it. Why?"
"She's my sister." Selma nodded, and Trout got it. "Well, yeah, okay," he said. "But she's a nurse and a mother. She's not a serial killer."
"Neither was Homer last time I saw him. He was a scared, lost young man who hadn't got much of a break or a kind word from anyone. His mom gave him up when he was just born, and let me tell you that leaves a mark. And he was in and out of foster care until he ran away. You ever do a story on foster care, Mr. Trout?"
Trout said nothing.
"Yeah, I bet you have. So you know what kind of meat grinders they are. Half the foster parents are in it just for the paychecks, and they don't give a flying fuck about the kids. The other half are pedophiles who shouldn't be around kids. You think Homer got to be the way he was because he had bad wiring?
She tapped her skull.
Fuck no. He was made to be what he was. The system screwed him every bit as much as those baby-raping sons of bitches they call foster parents. Don't try to tell me different, because then you'd be lying.
No, he said. I know what those places are like. A lot of kids get torn up in there, and that makes them victims of the predators and victims of the system.
And it turns them into predators themselves,
observed Aunt Selma. Not all of them, said Trout. Not even most of them.
Enough of them. Enough so that people became used to them being killers, and when that happened, it stopped being an what's the word I'm thinking of?
Aberration, Trout supplied.
Yes. And then they say that since most people don't turn bad, then those that do have done so because of choice.
She threw her cigarette into the cold dirt and ground it under her heel. Trout noticed that she wore bedroom slippers with little hummingbirds on them. A touch of innocence, or a memory of innocence lost. Either way, it made Trout feel sad for her. He wondered how much of her life was forced on her and how much was choice. And that made him wonder if a person who is forced into bad situations over and over again when they're too weak or helpless to do anything about it will eventually make bad choices of their own simply because they become habituated to them. He'd have to talk to a psychologist about that. It would make a great motif to string through the whole story, be it a book or a screenplay. Are you saying that none of what Homer did was his fault? Selma did not answer that right away. She took out her Camels and lit another and puffed for a while, one arm wrapped around her ribs, the elbow of the other arm propped on it, wrist limp so that the hand fell backward like someone considering a piece of art in a gallery. Only this wasn't an affectation, he was sure of that. She was really thinking about his question. Or, he thought a moment later, carefully constructing the content of her reply. On the roof of the barn, one crow lifted its voice and sliced the air with a plaintive cry that was disturbingly like that of a child in pain.
No, she said at length. That wouldn't be the truth, and we both know it. Homer may have been pushed in the wrong direction, but over time, I think he got a taste for it.
And yet you wanted to have him buried here. Selma nodded.
Yes.
Why? Trout asked.
You asked that already.
You never actually answered the question.
He's family.
Okay, but it's not like this is your ancestral home. You were born in Texas. Homer was born in Pittsburgh. Why here?
It's the family place now.
Is there more of the family around? She shook her head.
I don't expect you to understand, Mr. Trout.
I'd like to. He intended it as a lie, but he surprised himself by meaning it. She smoked her cigarette and stared at the line of gray clouds that had begun to creep over the far tree line.
I've got cancer, she said.
Her comment startled Trout. What? God, I'm sorry. Is it very advanced?
I'm a corpse,
she said.
I'll be dead by Christmas.
She waggled the cigarette between her fingers.
3 packs a day for 40 years.
I'm sorry.
Fuck it. The warnings are right there on the side of every pack. I knew what I was getting myself into. Slow suicide. Knowing that these coffin nails would kill me one day made them taste a little better.
Trout said nothing. Selma cocked her head and looked up at him.
I won't pretend that I'm anything but what I am, Mr. Trout. and being a whore and a madam is far from the worst things I've done. I've lived down in the gutter since the day I was born, shoved into the life, but chose to stay there. My choice. I make no apologies, and I spit on anyone who said they felt sorry for me. This is my life, and I had some good times, too."
A tear glittered in the corner of one eye, and she wiped it away irritably.
"I can't fix anything I ever done. Most of the people I wronged are long dead, so there's no way to make any kind of amends, even if I wanted to. I don't regret most of it, but there's one thing. One single thing that I wish I hadn't done. Or maybe it's a thing that I wish I had done."
"What's that, Selma?" Trout asked softly.
"When my sister Clarice got knocked up, she came to me and asked if I'd take the baby. She was really far gone, even then. Her hurt went so deep that she lost herself in her own darkness, and she knew, like anyone else knew, that she was never going to find her way out."
"Who is the father? Where was he in all of this?"
Selma gave a bitter laugh.
"He was any one of 100 $10 tricks. Even if she knew his name, there was no way he'd ever do the right thing, because nobody ever does the right fucking thing."
"So she asked you to take the baby?"
Another tear formed, and this fell down her cheek, rolling and stuttering over the thousands of seams in her skin.
"I had a place, and I had a little bit of money. I was running 10 whores, and I could have made them take care of the kid in shifts. I could have done that, and it wouldn't have been no skin off my nose. It would have been nothing to me."
2 lines of tears fell together.
"But it might have been everything to Homer. Nobody would have laid a hand on him. None of those foster parent fucks would have stuck their dicks in him. No one would have whipped him with electrical cords, or burned him with cigarettes, or made him kneel on pebbles."
Selma suddenly grabbed Trout's sleeve.
"Homer might have had a chance, you see."
"Yeah,"
he said thickly.
"I see."
"And all the hurt he did to other people, all those killings, the bad things he did to women and little kids, he might not have done any of that."
"You don't know that, Selma. He might have had this in him from birth."
She pulled her hand away from his sleeve and gave a derisive shake of her head.
"Bad seed? Bullshit. I don't believe in that. Babies don't carry sin."
"I'm talking a chemical imbalance, sir."
She shook her head again.
"No. It was the system that made him into a monster. It's their fault. Theirs mine."
They stood in the cold wind, watching the sunny day grow gradually darker.
"So,"
Trout began slowly,
"bringing him back here—"
"Homer never had a home,"
she repeated.
"I didn't give him anything before. Now, at least I could do that much. A home, and maybe some peace."
Trout had 100 other questions he wanted to ask, but he left them all unsaid. They tumbled into the dirt like broken birds as he looked into those lambent green eyes. Windows of the soul, and hers looked in on an interior landscape that was ravaged by storms and blighted beyond reclamation. He said,
"I'm sorry."
She nodded. Tears streamed down her face, but she set her jaw. Trout watched as she stubbed out her second cigarette and lit the third. Without another word, he turned and walked slowly back along the road to the Explorer. This story was solid gold, no question about it. But he knew with absolute certainty that it was going to break his heart to write it. Chapter 37. Wolverton Regional Hospital, Stebbins County, Pennsylvania. Des braked hard and jolted to a stop in front of the emergency room entrance and was out of the car before the ambulance passed her and pulled into the turnaround. Orderlies, nurses, and a doctor were running in a pack and converged with Des as the back door of the ambulance opened and J.T. jumped out. They brought the stretcher down, dropped the wheels, and then the swarm turned and ran with it into the hospital amid a flurry of technical medical jargon neither J.T. nor Des understood. Instead of taking Davini to a regular curtained bay in the emergency department, they wheeled him into the trauma bay, which was a large semi-operating room intended for a single patient. Des and J.T. stood in the open doorway, not wanting to enter, but needing to know something, anything, that would make some sense of this. An argument broke out between the doctor and paramedics over the vitals, and the doctor, an Indian man whose name tag read Sengupta, was loud and condescending. He ordered the nurses to take a proper set of vitals, goddammit! They did. Or at least they tried. They cut through Davini's clothes and stuck EKG leads onto his chest. They tried taking his temperature by the ear and, later, rectally. They put him on an automatic blood pressure machine and clipped another oximeter to his fingers. They used a Doppler device to try to take a pulse. Sengupta was soon yelling again. "Check the damn machines!" he snarled. They did. Then he went and checked for himself. New blood pressure machines were wheeled in. New thermometers were used. Half a dozen stethoscopes were pressed against Davini's chest and abdomen. And then the noise and confusion in the room suddenly melted down into a hushed silence as the medical professionals stood around the table. Some stared at Davini. The rest looked to each other for confirmation or explanations. No one said anything for at least half a minute. Oh, shit, thought Des. And she realized how much hope she was placing on a proper medical examination. Then the doctor began firing a new set of orders. "I want a Chem 7 panel, electrolytes and renal function tests, do a liver function test, ABG, CBC with div, serum urine tox screen, check for everything. Alcohol, Tylenol, aspirin, cocaine, heroin, any other narcotics, amphetamines, marijuana, barbiturates, benzodiazepines. Get me a UA culture and sensitivity, as well as blood cultures, cardiac enzymes. And let's get a chest x-ray and a CT scan. Get IVs going." He turned to the paramedic. "Who brought him in?" Dawn pointed to Des and J.T., and the doctor stepped away from the table and headed toward them, herding them outside with wide arms like a shepherd herding goats. They backed out into the hall. Sengupta had a dark, scowling face and very intense eyes. He loomed over them, taller even than J.T.'s 6'1". "What happened to this man?" "I don't know," began Des, but he cut her off. "Then tell me what you do know." She nodded and launched in. Sengupta interrupted constantly, digging into the story for little bits of information. Des could see him becoming more and more frustrated because even though they had a lot of details, none of them seemed to want to assemble into a reasonable picture of any kind. Sengupta drained them dry and then stood silent, looking from them to the swinging vinyl doors that separated the hallway from the trauma room. "Doc," asked Des, "what's wrong with him?" The doctor didn't answer. Instead he asked, "Did you see anything unusual? Containers of chemicals, unusual poisons, anything like that?"
"Just the stuff Doc Hartnum keeps in the mortuary,"
said J.T.
"Don't really know what he has in there."
"Is there a landfill near the mortuary? Any place where a toxic leak might—"
Des shook her head.
"Nothing like that." "Did Officer Davini drink or eat anything while he was there?"
"No," they both said. "I don't think he was even inside the mortuary building," said Des.
Okay.
The doctor chewed his lip.
"I'm going to call poison control and have them get some people out there. I would like you to contact Chief Goss and ask if anyone else has become sick or is acting strangely. Anything, even small symptoms."
"Is that what this is?"
JT asked.
A toxic spill?
Again, the doctor didn't answer.
Could it be a disease of some kind? Or an insect bite?
We should wait until we get some test results. Sengupta started to turn away, but Des touched his arm. Doc, what about the vitals? The paramedics couldn't get any, and I didn't see your team get any. What's that about? The doctor's eyes were hooded, and he repeated,
We need to see the test results. Now, please, officer.
Des sighed and stepped aside. Sengupta went back inside the trauma room, and the vinyl doors swung shut in Des's face. She tried to peer through the window, but it was virtually opaque. All she could see were figures milling around. She stepped back and turned to JT.
This is some shit, Hoss.
I need to sit down,
he said, and he staggered over to a row of ugly plastic chairs and collapsed onto one. Now that the urgency of the moment was over, exhaustion hit them like body blows. JT bent forward with his elbows on his knees and buried his face in his palms. Des stood and watched him, afraid for a moment that he was crying. He wasn't. After a moment, he rubbed his palms over his face, rubbed his eyes with his fists, and sat up.
This is definitely some shit, he said.
I know, she said. And it's not over. While we were en route, Flower called to say they were bringing in a bite victim. We'd better go find him and get a statement.
JT stared at her, his brown eyes filled with fear and confusion.
What's going on?
Des looked down the hall toward the nurse's station, and instead of checking on the bite victim, she sat down next to JT. There was a clock on the wall across from them, and the second hand chopped its way through a minute of silence. It seemed to take an hour.
You want to talk about this?
She asked, her voice idle, the question loaded. He shook his head.
Not now or ever.
They watched the second hand. Then JT said,
It doesn't make sense.
No, it damn well doesn't,
Des agreed. It felt as if there was a war going on inside her body. She could feel the shakes wanting to kick in, trembling there at the edge of her self-control. And deeper inside was an anger that was unlike anything she had felt since Afghanistan. When your friends roll over a landmine and a sudden blast scatters them and their vehicle over 100 yards of the landscape, the same feeling begins to burn. There's never a signature. You have no one specific to hate. It's hard to hate an ideology or concept with any degree of satisfaction. Hate is a personal thing, a reaction to attack. Here, Des didn't know if this was a person somehow spreading a toxin, or a bug that escaped from a lab somewhere, or a microscopic bug kicked out by Mother Nature. She wanted a cause, a culprit, someone to go after, someone to hurt, as a way of reducing her own hurt. JT kept shaking his head.
Doc Hartnett was dead. I mean, you saw it right. He was dead. He was way past dead.
Yep. So is the Russian broad.
The silence that followed that remark was filled with all kinds of ugly thoughts. After a few moments, JT looked sideways at her. He licked his lips.
About that. I'm sorry, kid.
Fuck it.
No, you were right earlier. I doubted you in there. Not for long, but there it is, and that makes me an asshole and a bad partner. I'm really sorry.
They stared at each other for a few seconds. Des smiled.
Make me a pot of your ass-burning chili and put a 6 of Sam Adams on ice, and we're square.
He grinned.
You asking me out on a date, girl?
Gack! Don't be a disgusting old fuck.
Good, 'cause I don't date white girls.
Des snorted.
What I was saying, old man, is that we eat some chili and drink some brew and forget today ever happened.
He nodded. They pretended to smile. Time passed with infinite slowness.
So,
she said slowly.
Where the hell are we?
JT shook his head again.
At a guess, I'd say the Twilight Zone. Damn murder victims coming back from the dead. Cops killing cops. Cops eating cops. How does that make sense? I mean, even if this is a toxic spill or something.
I know, she said.
I'm going to either become a serious drunk or I'll be in therapy the rest of my life.
Fuck therapy. I'm going to get drunk and stay there. It's safer. The pink elephants and polka-dotted lobsters don't try to eat you. A nurse burst out of the trauma room and ran past them. Hey! Des called as she jumped to her feet, but the nurse never even turned her head. Des looked at JT for a moment. Then, without saying a word, they both moved to the big vinyl doors and bent close to listen. More medical chatter, but they only caught slices of that between shouts and yells and the constant snarls of Andy Deviney. The sound of footsteps made them turn, and they saw the nurse hurrying back down the hall with an armful of folded hazmat suits. She didn't want to stop, but JT stepped into her path and blocked the hall.
Excuse me, nurse. We brought Officer Deviney in. What's his status?
The nurse gave him a single haunted look and then a fierce shake of her head. You'll have to talk to Dr. Sengupta. She shouldered past him and pushed into the trauma room. Des and JT stared at the door.
That can't be good,
JT muttered. Des sniffed and turned away.
Hey,
said JT gently.
Are you okay?
She shook her head but said nothing.
Talk to me, kid.
Des took in a long breath and sighed it out, blowing out her cheeks. When she turned back to him, her eyes were rimmed with red and wet with unshed tears. I'm really scared here, Haas. She pointed at the trauma room. You saw the paramedics try to take Andy's vitals. He had no blood pressure.
Boy was moving and fighting the whole time.
Yeah? Well, that Russian bitch was pretty damn spry, too. And neither of us believed that someone came in and carried off Doc Hartnett. JT said nothing. Doc and the cleaning lady were both dead, Des growled. So was Andy. And then they... She waved around as if she'd snatched the right words out of the air.
And then they were not dead,
JT supplied.
Come on, Des. If you're going to try and sell me on some bullshit that they're vampires or ghosts or something, then I really am going home to get drunk.
She wiped angrily at the tears. Did I say anything about vampires? Andy wasn't Vlad the motherfucking Impaler. He was Andy, and he was dead, and he was trying to bite people.
Okay, so what does that make him?
She chewed her lip. I don't know. I guess it makes him fucked up. They both nodded. We'd better see about that other bite victim, Des said. JT nodded, and they hurried off. But the nurse in the ER informed them that the man was in surgery under a general anesthesia. JT suggested that the nurse talk with Dr. Sengupta, who was dealing with a similar bite wound. The nurse nodded and headed off to do that. Des and JT walked back to the row of chairs.
It's hard to believe they're all gone,
said JT as he sat back down.
Doc, Jeff Strauss, Mike Schneider, Natalie Shanahan. Andy, too, I guess. 5 people that I've known for years.
He snapped his fingers.
Gone, just like that.
Des nodded. JT cleared his throat.
Is this what it was like in Afghanistan?
Des shook her head. Yes and no. The shock and the grief, yeah, they were the same. But the fear was different.
Different how?
Over there, she said. It was just bullets and bombs. But this... She shivered. I don't know how to be afraid of this. The right way, I mean. You know what I'm trying to say?
Sadly, I do.
The door to the trauma room opened, and the tall Indian doctor came out. It took a moment for them to recognize him because he was covered head to toe in a white hazmat suit. He came toward them, but stopped 10 feet away and held up a hand to keep them from coming closer to him. His hazmat suit was splattered with betadine and other chemicals. "Doc!" barked Des, jumping to her feet. "What can you tell us?"
"We are taking Officer Davini to quarantine."
"What's wrong with him?"
"We still need more information."
He considered them.
"Since you were in direct contact with the patient, we should consider admitting you both for observation."
"Not a fucking chance, Doc," growled Des. "Storm's hitting any minute." Sengupta nodded.
"Then at least I would like to have a nurse draw blood from both of you. Urine samples, too."
They didn't ask why. They agreed.
"I've been on the phone with Poison Control, and with several of my colleagues. We have specialists on their way here, and I requested a hazmat team for the crime scene." "What specialists?"
JT asked.
"Toxicology, epidemiology, others. This is a very unusual matter. I may put a call into the Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta." "The CDC?"
JT frowned.
"Then you do think it's a disease. As I said, this is very unusual. We don't know anything yet."
The vinyl doors opened and the team, all of them in hazmats, wheeled the gurney out and hurried away down the hall. A metal frame had been erected over the bed, and it was draped with heavy protective sheeting. Dr. Sengupta directed a nurse to get samples from JT and Des, and then he hurried down the hall after the gurney. Chapter 38. Stebbins County. Billy Trout climbed back in the Explorer and drove away from Selma's place. A frown etched deeply onto his face.
"What'd she say?"
asked Goat. Trout fished in his pocket and removed the digital recorder, thumbed back the rewind, dialed the volume up, and pressed play. The recorder had excellent pickup, and the playback was only slightly muddied by the cloth of Trout's trousers. They listened to it twice. Goat said,
"Interesting stuff."
"Isn't it, though?" replied Trout.
"She really got to you, didn't she?"
"I'm not afraid to admit it." Trout cut him a sideways look. "What's your take on her?" Goat fished a York peppermint patty out of his jacket pocket, opened it, broke it in half, and handed one piece to Trout.
"She's really something,"
Goat said, then nibbled the edge of his candy.
"She was maybe 25 years younger, I'd have tapped that shit."
"Really? You listen to that tape and the only thing you can say is that you'd throw her a pity fuck?"
"I ain't talking a pity fuck. She looks like she was hot stuff, and not that long ago. I could really see Helen Mirren playing her, 'cause I'd tap Mirren in a heartbeat."
"You worry me at times, Goat."
"Why? 'Cause I'm on the prowl instead of pining for a redneck lady cop who'd like to see your nuts on her keychain?"
"Don't," warned Trout.
"Don't what? You're telling me you're not still hung up on Officer Boobs?"
"I've interviewed 20 serial killers over the years, Goat. I know everything there is to know about how to hide a body where it'll never be found."
"Truth hurt?"
"I'm talking dismemberment and multiple burial sites."
Okay, subject closed."
"Selma," Trout prompted, "give me your professional opinion." Goat shrugged.
"The theater lost a major player when she decided to fuck for a living."
"Meaning?"
"She's incredibly controlled. I could barely tell where she was lying and where she was telling the truth."
"Whoa, barely? So you could tell some of the time she was lying?"
"Well, sure."
Trout glanced at him in the rearview mirror. "Like where?" Goat played part of the tape back.
"Here, listen to this. Ask your questions."
"Are you Homer Gibbons' aunt?"
"Sure, why not?"
"How well did you know him?"
"Seen him once in a while, mostly when he was like 17 and older, after he ran away from foster care the last time."
"When was the last time you saw him?" A pause. "Could you be a bit more specific?"
"I don't know. Maybe back in 91.
Goat hit the pause button.
"See?"
No, admitted Trout.
The pauses. First, when you asked her if she was Homer Gibbons' aunt, she lost about a half a second answering.
So?
So? Why the hesitation? She knew that you were going to ask that, and yet she still stumbles over her answer. And then again when you asked when she saw him last.
She shrugged.
Okay, she shrugged. She should have had that answer on the tip of her tongue.
Damn kid, she's dying of cancer. And her only nephew was just executed yesterday. How smooth can a person be after all that? Goat spread his hands.
I'm just saying. In film, pauses mean something. They convey meaning. Same thing happens in conversation. Maybe not always as calculated as theater, but people use pauses to convey a message or allow a person to stall in order to write a script for a specific message.
And people call me cynical.
You asked.
No, keep going. What else? Goat played another fragment.
That was after he had committed several murders. Alleged murders. He was never convicted for anything back then. See? She not only threw alleged at you, she got kind of pissed that you didn't use it.
She's related to him.
No doubt, said Goat. But I don't think that's why she got pissed.
Why then? You think she thinks he's innocent?
No, I don't think she cares. That's a family thing. Especially families on the edge like this. Kind of the my country right or wrong mentality distilled down to a single family. People can fuck up and do all manner of harm, but at the end of the day, if their name and your name are spelled the same, then there's going to be some kind of, I don't know, acceptance, forgiveness, maybe even allowance.
So, what's your bottom line here? Asked Trout. Why is she being so dodgy?
How should I know? I read performance. You're the writer. You build the story.
Trout grunted. He rounded a turn too fast, and his BlackBerry slid out of the little tray below the dash. Goat picked it up.
You got mail,
said Goat, showing Trout the flashing red light.
You got your ringer turned off?
Usually. I have 2 ex-wives, and they have aggressive lawyers. I'll subject myself to that shit later. Goat grunted.
Looks like you have a zillion missed calls and 1 email.
That'll be from Marcia. Probably the Volker stuff. We'll be at Volker's place in 10 minutes, so read it for me. Goat punched the keys and peered at the lines of text.
This is an hour old. Looks like a bunch of biographical stuff first. She says that Dr. Herman Volker was born in some place called Panevėžys. No idea how to pronounce it. In Lithuania?
That fits. I thought he sounded more Slavic than German.
Father was German, but he was raised in Lithuania. Always into medicine. Worked as a lab tech as a teenager, went to medical school, did residencies in psychiatry and epidemiology, went into the Soviet Army as a doctor. Then he's off the radar for a while, but get this. He surfaces again as a field surgeon with the Russian forces in Afghanistan, and while he's there, he defects to U.S. personnel.
What kind of personnel?
Doesn't say.
But it's inside Afghanistan?
Seems so.
CIA, said Trout. Has to be.
Yeah, that works. 11 months later, he's working at a good hospital in Virginia. The notes mention that he has a wife and daughter, but Marcia says she can't find any records of them after he went into the Army. Divorced, maybe?
Goat scrolled through the notes.
Yeah, a lot of this is dry background stuff. He moved several times, worked at several hospitals in Virginia, Maryland, and then Pennsylvania. And 10 years ago, he took a job as a doctor in the corrections system. Federal first, and then a few transfers. Another interesting thing. He got the job as senior medical officer at Rockview ahead of 6 other doctors with more seniority in the prison system.
Trout nodded.
So he still has some federal juice. Someone's making sure he gets what he wants. Wonder why.
"That's about it," said Goat. "The rest is straight employment info, a few tax records Marcia could scrounge, and references to employee evaluations, all of which give 'em top marks for everything." "More federal juice. If you're sucking on the CIA's tit, they watch out for you. I'd hate to be a traffic cop who tried to give 'em a speeding ticket."
"Or a professional rival," suggested Goat, as he handed the phone back. Trout stuffed it in his pocket without turning the ringer back on or checking his voicemail. The Volker information was so compelling that he plain forgot. They chewed on the information as they drove.
"If he has federal juice, then why is he afraid of anything?" asked Goat. "I mean, someone fucks with him, and he's one phone call away from calling down the wrath of God."
"Yep," agreed Trout,
"which means that if he was being harassed about having performed the lethal injection, then he could call in 10 kinds of support. And here we are," mused Goat, "driving right to his door to try and bully him into giving us a story. How smart are we?"
Trout didn't answer.
Overhead, the storm was darkening the sky to the color of a fresh bruise. Chapter 39. Hart Cottage, Stebbins County, Pennsylvania. Officer Ken Gunther stood on the porch and sipped coffee from a mug that had Hartnip's transition estate in fancy script on one side and a quote on the other. "Death is momentary. Life is eternal."
"Bullshit," he said.
He sipped the coffee. April, Doc's sister, was not only smoking hot by Gunther's finicky standards, she could brew a pot of damn good coffee. No lattes or macchiatos, no hazelnut or Irish fucking cream. Good old-fashioned American coffee from Colombia. Black and bitter. Hot, too, which was a blessing because he was freezing his nuts off. He still wore a lightweight summer uniform under a nylon windbreaker, which was dumb because all he had to do was turn on the TV to see what the temperature was. Even the plastic cover for his hat was in the trunk of his cruiser, and the storm clouds were so thick and black they looked ready to explode. He sipped and stared out at the trees. The Hartnip place was called a cottage, but it was really a big split level. Roomy, tidy, and remote. He could see himself living in a place like this, maybe even with April. She was divorcing that ass pirate Virgil, who, despite having fathered 2 kids, had finally realized that he was gay. Wow, Gunther thought. What a news flash. Everyone had known that since the 5th grade. He wondered how April didn't know it. She seemed pretty smart, but then again, a lot of people are dumb when it comes to love. Gunther drank some more coffee and set the cup on the porch rail. He needed to pee, but he did not want to go inside. If he did, then he'd get stuck in there while Dana Howard would escape out here. On the upside, he'd get to spend some time with April. But on the downside, he'd have to spend time with the kids. Gunther was not a fan of children. He looked at the front door, which was closed, then cautiously peered in through the window. Dana was standing with her back to him in the doorway between the living room and the playroom. April was changing a diaper. Now was a good time. Moving quietly so as not to squeak any of the porch floorboards, he crossed to the steps, went down, and then cut around to the side of the house where there was a row of thick holly bushes. He looked up and down the side yard, saw no one, unzipped, and began pissing on April Hartnip's autumn sunflowers. When he heard the crunch of a foot on dried leaves, he jumped sideways, trying to stop his stream, cover his penis, and grab his zipper all at the same time.
Dana,
he began. But it wasn't Dana Howard. It was a white-faced thing that came out of the shadows between 2 massive willow trees. It had eyes as black and empty as bullet holes, fingers the color of old wax, and a mouth that was filled with bloody teeth. Gunther got one word out before those teeth tore into him. He said,
Doc! And then the world was red and black, and ultimately empty of all color and sense. Chapter 40. Conroy's Acres. Selma sat with Homer on the dining room floor. His head was buried in her lap, his arms around her waist, Mildred Potts's blood soaking through the fabric of Selma's bathrobe. She stroked his hair and hummed disjointed fragments of nursery rhymes to him as he wept.
"It's okay,"
she said every once in a while.
"It's okay."
Except that it wasn't. She knew it. The truth screamed in her mind. He knew it too. How could he not? It took a long time for his body to stop trembling. For a long time his sobs were so deep that they threatened to break apart the shadows of the room. They were terrible sobs, torn from some deep place that Selma was sure Homer had not accessed in years. They were the broken sobs of a tortured child, magnified by the mass and muscle of a grown man. She used the flap of her robe to wipe the blood off his face. His lips were pale. His skin was like wax, except for small bursts of red around his eyes.
"Selma?"
he whispered, looking up at her the way a confused toddler might.
"Yes, honey. What is it?"
"Did I die?"
She closed her eyes for a moment, trying not to wince at the question, even though it dug under her skin like a fishhook.
"Please,"
he begged. She stroked his cheek.
"What do you remember?"
He closed his eyes, too.
"I remember the prison. I remember being there. I was there for a long time, wasn't I?"
"Yes."
"I remember them coming for me. They gave me some food, and I ate everything on my plate."
"Like a good boy,"
she purred.
"I wasn't even hungry. I was sick to my stomach, but I wanted to eat it all, to make it last."
"I know."
"But they still came for me. 4 of them. In the movies, there's a preacher, but he didn't come to my cell."
He sniffed. His nose sounded dry, almost dusty.
"They took me to the place, like a doctor's office. But it wasn't Dr. Volker's office. It wasn't the infirmary. It was the other place."
"Yes."
"They made me lie down. I almost didn't. I thought about it. I wanted to fight. I wanted to make them force me down, make a stand. Show them that I was tougher than them, that they hadn't beaten me, not in the end. But I was afraid they'd think I was a coward. Trying to pussy out at the end. I think they must have put something in my food. I wanted to fight, but I couldn't. I was so out of it. When they pushed me down on the gurney, I just let them. It was weird. I could feel myself wanting to fight. That black eye was opening inside my head like it always does. I could feel my hands ready to go. My whole body was ready to go. I was going to tear into them, take at least 1 or 2 of them with me and ugly up some of the others. That'd be an exit, wouldn't it? Rip off some faces and pop some eyes. The eye was open, but the red mouth didn't whisper to me. It didn't give me permission.
Selma squeezed her eyes shut, not wanting to sob or scream. She knew all about the black eye and the red mouth. It was on page after page of the trial testimony. There were photos of a black eye from 30 crime scenes. Photos of red mouths cut into the chests of so many people. Men, women, children. In court, Homer had never spoken those words. He had never admitted that they were part of his— Selma fought for the word. Method? His style? And yet here he was, telling her about them. God, she thought. Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God. Not that Selma ever doubted that Homer had done these things, but hearing him say it was somehow more real. She could turn off the TV, refuse to read the newspapers, but these were words spoken to her. She owned them now, and there was no way to turn away from them. Dead by Christmas. Maybe sooner, if there was a kind God somewhere up there. Homer shifted his head so that it rested against her breasts. He pressed his ear to her sternum as if listening to her heart, the way he had done as a baby. The way he had done when Selma had held him while Clarice drove them to the shelter in Pittsburgh. Clarice never held him, except to hand him to someone else. To Selma, to the intake nurse. Clarice winced every time she put her hands on the child. Selma had wanted to lock her arms around him and never let him go. Why had she? God, why had she done that? Homer was speaking again, fishing for the thread of his fractured memory.
They spoke to each other in a weird way. The guards, the doctors and all. Like a church thing. Like a litany. It was strange. Everybody saying out loud what they were doing and the others in the room saying that they saw it or agreed. So weird.
He sniffed again.
They put 2 IVs in. I asked why they needed 2, but I had to ask 3 times before Dr. Volker told me. He said that one was a backup in case the other line failed. I thought that was funny. Going to all that trouble just to kill a man. Killing is easy as snuffing a match. The state never understood how to do it right. They should let the other convicts do it. Even some of the new fish can do a man faster than a wink and do it clean, without fuss, even without much pain. Those prison fucks, they think it's rocket science.
Homer laughed, and Selma tensed. The laugh was an older laugh, less of the lost child, more of the man who had gone to prison.
They ran one of the IV lines into the next room. But you know what's really funny? I mean really fucking funny, Aunt Selma?
Tell me,
she said, and her throat was so dry that her voice cracked.
Before they put the IVs in, they swabbed my arm with alcohol. How stupid is that? I mean—
He burst out laughing, his body trembling against hers.
They're stupid people,
said Selma, trying to soothe him.
Yeah, that was rich. That was really something. Afraid I'd get an infection.
There was a chance you'd get a stay of execution,
she said.
Yeah, I know. It was all about my comfort and protection.
He chuckled again. It was older still,
a small, dark laugh. Even so, he still lay on the floor with his arms around her. His voice was still soft.
"What happened then?"
she asked, not knowing what else to say.
"They started a heart monitor. That's part of the show, I guess. Watching to see the blips. He's alive. He's alive. He's alive. Ooh, he's dead."
He gave her body a squeeze.
"The other convicts told me how it works. They give me a shot of sodium something or other to put me out, some kind of barbiturate, then some kind of muscle relaxant that paralyzes everything, then something else to stop the heart. They say it takes about an hour, but the dope is supposed to drop you under right at the start. But they don't do it right then. No. They open the curtains and start the show. Other side of the glass is a big room filled with all kinds of people. I recognize a lot of them from court. Family members of the people the red mouth took. The black eye saw and marked each one. They were there to see me go, and they'd probably been working up to it, eating their hate, convincing themselves they had the juice to do this, to see me strapped down and pumped full of death. The black eye looked into each one of them, and there was nobody, no fucking body who was carrying enough hate to get them through this. The red mouth was laughing inside me 'cause we knew that this was going to fuck them up 6 ways from Sunday. They were all going to take a little bit of me home inside their heads, and I was going to be standing by their bedsides when they went to sleep, and I'd be pulling on their sheets every night until they died. That's one of the things the red mouth gives me. I'm inside their heads, and I always will be. And when they looked at me through the glass, they saw someone so much more powerful than them that they could see they were just specks of bird shit floating in the universe.
Selma said nothing. She continued to stroke his hair, though now the effort required deliberate effort. This was not the Homer she had cuddled as a baby, or the teenage boy on the cusp of manhood that she had held when he cried in the night. This was the one who was in the newspapers, and she did not know how to speak with him. So she stroked his lank hair and listened as the monster told his tale.
The reporters were different. There were a few of them there. I heard they had to win a lottery to get in, so they probably felt lucky as shit. They're a lot different. They're not afraid of the black eye or the red mouth. They love them. Almost like I do, but in a different way. Like Baptists and Presbyterians. Same religion, different churches. Without the black eye, they'd be lost. Just like me. Without the red mouth, they'd be reporting on car shows and hog contests. I didn't mind them there. I could see the black eye on their foreheads. I felt like I was Jesus, looking down and seeing Peter and John and Simon.
Homer was quiet for a moment, and Selma tried to predict where his mind had gone. The old house creaked in the cold wind. She hoped that it would cave in and bury them both, right here, right now, with Homer in her arms. Dead by Christmas. That was too far away.
Then things got weird. The other convicts said the doctors didn't usually give the injections. Something about some oath they took, or some law. I'm not sure. But Dr. Volker was running the whole show. And Volker... Now there is one motherfucker who knows everything about the black eye. I saw it on his forehead the first time I went into the infirmary. Fucking angel of death got nothing on that prick.
What do you mean?
Asked Selma.
A lot of people tried to get me to open up, to admit shit. Like I was that stupid. Not him, though. He knew. From the first time I met him, he knew who I was. He never said so, but I know that he knew about the black eye and the red mouth.
Was he
like me?
Homer thought about that for a long time.
Yeah. Not really, but yeah. It was there in his eyes. The red mouth had whispered its secrets to him, and probably a long time ago. He had that lived-in look, like someone who was at peace with the voice. It's crazy, but I kind of admired him. Prison doctor and all, getting paid to stick the needle. Everybody watching. Biggest audience you can imagine. Papers and TV. Witnesses there to see him perform.
Perform. The word hung in the air, impossibly ugly.
He only opened up to me once, said Homer. Just once. It was the only time I was alone with him. After that spick shanked me in the yard and I had to get stitches. Wish I'd killed that spick. Oh, well. Anyway, I'm cuffed wrists and ankles, face down on his table, and Volker's stitching me up. Then he bends forward and says, I know. Just like that. 2 words. But man, they said everything.
Was that all he said?
No, but that was enough. I got it. He was telling me that he could hear what the red mouth said. What else could it mean?
Homer pulled away from her and sat up, resting his bare back against the doorframe. The blood on his chest was clotted and dark, and he scratched at it with a fingernail. His eyes were hidden by the shadows cast down from his heavy brow, but Selma could feel them on her, boring into her like slow drills. Selma licked her lips.
What else did he say?
Just one more thing. He said, after you go, you won't be gone. You'll be with us forever. You'll know forever.
Homer shook his head.
I wanted to thank him. It was the only nice thing anyone said to me since they busted me.
Are you sure you meant...
She stopped herself. Homer nodded.
I know what he meant. He hears the red mouth. He knows what it means to live forever in the sight of the black eye. He was telling me, you know, you see. That was decent of him. I thanked him and told him I'd like to shake his hand. But someone else came in the room, so that was that. We were never alone again after that.
He paused.
Except for a split second in the execution chamber. Doc Volker bent down to check the IV, and he shifted so that I could see his face. He mouthed the same words. "You'll know forever." Then the warden gave the signal for the circus to start. I don't remember much after that.
Selma looked down at the bloodstains on her robe. She tried not to flick a glance toward the cellar door, but failed. Homer caught it, and his face tightened for a split second. Was it humor? Annoyance? Shame? She had no way to judge.
"Is that what happened?" she asked. "Did the doctor rig things? Did he fake your death so he could get you out?"
Homer chewed his lip. Or so Selma thought, until she realized with sick horror that he was sucking up some drops of dried blood.
"Has to be,"
he said.
"I don't know how, but somehow he pulled a gypsy switch, and next thing I know, I'm waking up in a fucking body bag in a funeral home. Scared the living shit out of the guy who unzipped me. He was chewing gum and listening to some lame-ass Celtic music shit when he pulled down the zipper, and there I was, eyes open, grinning at him. At least I think I was grinning."
A look of confusion crossed Homer's face, and Selma waited it out. The walls shuddered under a cold blast, and the windows rattled like false teeth.
"I remember being hungry. So insanely hungry. I've never been that hungry before. Not until...
He ran his fingers across his bloody abdomen.
"What did you do?"
He leaned forward into a slanting beam of dusty light. Now his face was completely Homer Gibbon, the newspaper Homer. There was no trace of the child or the young man.
"The black eye opened,"
he said softly.
"The red mouth told me what to do, and it was clearer. God, it was clearer than ever."
As he spoke these last words, his eyes drifted shut, the way a connoisseur's would when savoring the delicate flavors of a piece of perfectly prepared lamb, the garlic and rosemary, the tarragon vinegar, the mint, the blood.
"Did you kill Doc Hartnett?"
Selma asked, and it cost her a lot to ask it. Her hands were shaking so badly that she had to ball them into fists around the flaps of her robe.
"Did the red mouth tell you to do that?"
"Yes," he said, soft as a whisper.
"God."
Her voice was softer still, tiny, almost not there.
"And the woman."
"Woman?"
"I think she was Russian. Came to clean the place. Came just in time."
"Oh, Homer."
"I had to."
He opened his eyes.
"The red mouth was screaming at me, not whispering, not talking. It was screaming."
"And Mildred Potts?"
"Who?" "Oh, her."
He nodded.
"I never... In the past, I never heard the red mouth speak so soon after. But I got hungry."
"Hungry?"
She echoed the word, almost fainting at what it now meant.
I was full. Stuffed from...
He let his voice trail off and looked away with a half-smile.
I was full, and I was still hungry. You wouldn't understand.
The phone rang. It was so sudden, so loud, that Selma Conroy screamed. She recoiled from the sound as if it had tried to bite her. Homer smiled at that. He looked from the phone to Selma and back again. The phone was on the counter in the kitchen. It rang a second time.
You going to get that?
He asked calmly.
No.
You should. It could be that reporter again. Don't want to make them suspicious.
Selma stared at him as the phone rang a third time.
Go ahead,
Homer prompted. Selma reached out for the wooden chair that stood in the corner. She pulled herself up slowly, her joints creaking and popping.
You got old,
Homer said. She said nothing, grunting with the effort. The phone rang again and again before she tottered into the kitchen and picked it up.
Hello?
There was no sound behind her, nothing to let her know that Homer had also gotten up. But suddenly, he was there, his body pressing against her. When he was a baby, his skin was always furnace hot. Now he was cold. So cold.
I would like to speak with Selma Conroy,
said a voice. A stranger's voice, male, accented, and hesitant.
This is she,
murmured Selma, her voice still small.
Who's calling, please?
Homer bent close to listen. Selma could barely feel his breath, but what little there was stank of corruption. It was like the open mouth of a sewer. The caller said,
My name is Dr. Herman Volker from the State Correctional Institute at Rockview.
The breath caught in Selma's throat.
I would like to speak with you about Homer Gibbon.
The breath in Selma's throat wanted to burst out of her as a scream. God, how she needed to scream. Chapter 41. On the Road, Stebbins County. Trout called Marcia to get an update on the Volker research and put the call on speaker. Marcia, we got what you said, but she cut him off.
Where are you, idiots?
Heading to Dr. Volker's place. Why, what's up?
I don't know, but all hell seems to be breaking loose around here. I called you a dozen times. Murray's been on my ass about you. The police are keeping it off the regular channels, but all I hear are sirens. And Nell over at the diner says that about a dozen state police cars and half as many ambulances have gone by in the last 15 minutes.
Heading where?
Doc Hartnep's. Whatever's going on there is getting worse.
I know, Trout said. I can try going back there, but Des will just run me off again.
Grunted Marcia. I still can't understand what you see in that piece of trailer trash. I mean, sure, she's got the body and the face, but she is seriously damaged goods. You'd need to win the lottery just to pay her therapy bills, providing she ever got her head out of her ass long enough to go to therapy.
Jealousy is an ugly thing, Marcia. Marcia snorted and hung up. A line of National Guard troop trucks passed them, heading south. Trout counted 30 of them.
A lot of men for flood control,
said Goat.
No shit,
agreed Trout. He said nothing for a few seconds, then he punched in another number. He did not put this call on speaker. It rang 3 times, and he was rehearsing what he was going to leave on the voicemail when a voice answered.
Hello?
Des.
A pause. I don't have time for this, Billy.
No, don't hang up. Listen, Marcia's been telling me that some weird stuff's been happening at Doc's, or at least in town somewhere. That's none of your— Stop, he said. I'm not calling for a story. I just wanted to see if you're all right. She said there were ambulances and all. A much longer pause. Des? Why? She asked. Come on, Des, don't be like that. I'm working here, Billy. I know, that's the point. You're on the job and something bad is happening. I need to know you're okay. This time, the pause was so long that Trout had to check the screen display to make sure the call was still connected. Des said, I'm not injured. It was the same thing she'd said earlier, and it was a funny way to phrase it. It felt awkward and evasive to Trout. You sure? I'm fine, Billy, she snapped. Then she took a breath and said it again. This time it was a softer voice than he'd heard her use in months. Really, Billy, I'm okay. Trout relaxed by half a degree. JT? We're both good, she said. And before Trout could say another word, Des hung up. Trout held the phone in his palm, weighing it, wondering if he could throw it all the way through the windshield. Beside him, Goat was studying him, and for once he wasn't wearing a joker's smile. Everything cool? Goat asked. Trout shook his head. No, he said. I don't think it is. Raindrops began spattering on the windshield as they made a right and drove under a stone arch that read, Green Gates, 55-plus community. Below that, in painted script, it read, Leave all your troubles behind. Chapter 42. Hart Cottage. Lee Hartnett stood in the shadows of his family house and watched the officer die. Because he did not need to breathe, he was able to scream continually the whole time, from first bite until the thing that was his body turned away from the lifeless meat. He did not understand that. The thing fed on anything it could catch. People, animals, insects crawling on trees. It fed, tearing each living being apart, drinking the blood, eating the flesh, gnawing bones. And then it stopped. Floating in the inner darkness, but still connected to every nerve and sensation, he could tell that it was not a feeling of satiation that compelled the monster to stop feeding. The hunger that lived inside this hollow man was insatiable, vast and eternal. And yet it stopped. Why? His body let the policeman's corpse slide down the side of the house and sprawl in an ungainly tangle of limbs. Why discard it? Why stop eating when there was so much meat left? And at that thought, at the fact that this thought came from his own mind, the screaming started again. The body moved. It shambled toward the front porch steps, moving awkwardly as rigor mortis took a greater hold over each joint. Please, he begged, let it stop me completely. That was his only hope now, that the death stiffness would freeze his body and stop it from doing these terrible things. He had no way of telling time, but he knew that rigor began setting in about 3 hours after death. Rigor was growing in him quickly, but it would take up to 12 hours for it to reach its peak, and then it would last for 3 days. 3 days. Surely if rigor made this lumbering monster fall and lie stiffly in the grass, someone would find him within 3 days. Find him and do what was necessary to stop this. Bury him, dissect him, burn him. Please, anything. He would welcome any death, any true death,
no matter how painful or protracted, as long as it stopped this.
At the bottom step, the thing's feet hit the wooden riser and rebounded. Hartnett tried to listen inside that darkness for some trace of a mind, of a presence. If something was there, if there was some consciousness or spirit, even that of a ghost or demon or whatever had done this to him, then perhaps he could reason with it, bargain with it. The right leg bent at the knee, and the foot rose over the riser and thumped down on the bottom step. Hartnett felt it happen, but nowhere in this vast darkness could he detect the slightest trace of a directing intelligence. What was making the legs move? What allowed this thing to encounter the problem of an obstacle like stairs and come up with the solution of stepping up? Even a newborn baby could not do that. This thing has less consciousness than an infant, so how was it doing this? His rational mind tore itself to pieces trying to solve that. The dead thing took a second step, a third, and then it was on the porch, facing the front door. With a burst of terror more profound than anything he had so far experienced, Hartnett knew what door this was, just as he knew what unbearable horror lay behind it. Through the closed window he heard the sound of voices. 2 women. One was a stranger. The other, April, his sister, and the laughter of children. The thing raised a hand and pounded on the door. It was limp, almost completely slack, but it was loud. "Hey, Ken, did you lock yourself out?" The other woman's voice, coming close, a trace of laughter in her words. The creature pounded again, and again, and then the door opened. Hartnett begged God to let him die for real and for good and to not have to be a witness to this. His loudest cry was as silent as death, and not even God heard him. Hartnett tried to scream loud enough to drown out the other screams that now filled the air. He tried. He tried. He tried.
Chapter 43. Green Gates 55-plus Community. Dr. Volker surprised them by answering the door after the first knock. He pulled it open abruptly as if he intended to spring out at them, but then he froze, his eyes narrowed and suspicious.
"Who are you?"
Trout smiled.
"We spoke on the phone earlier, Doctor. I'm Billy Trout, Regional Satellite News."
Volker was in his late 60s, beyond retirement age.
His sharp German features were softened by age, his blond hair thinned to a pale rime.
He wore a thick velour bathrobe, and one hand was buried to the wrist in one deep pocket. The pocket sagged under a heavy weight, and Trout suddenly felt his testicles climb up inside his pelvis. Gun, he thought. Christ, he has a gun.
"How did you get this address?"
"Does it matter?" asked Trout.
"Yes,"
snapped Volker.
"It does. How did you—"
"DMV, the address on your license."
"You shouldn't have access to that kind of information."
Trout spread his hands. Behind him, Goat shifted nervously, and Volker's pale eyes shifted toward him.
"Who is this?"
Volker demanded.
"My cameraman, Gregory Weinman."
"Weinman," Volker repeated, his lip curling slightly into a sneer. Great, thought Trout. He probably hates Jews. This is going to be so much fun.
"Doctor,"
Trout said,
We would like to ask you a few questions about Selma Conroy and Homer Gibbon." Volker gave him a flat reptilian stare, and Trout was already fishing for something to say to try to convince the doctor to let them in, when Volker suddenly stepped back.
"Very well,"
he said. He turned and walked into his house, leaving the door open. Trout and Goat looked at each other. Goat raised his eyebrows in a, "Well, this is what you wanted" look. They followed the doctor inside and closed the door. The house was depressing and dry. The pictures on the wall were the kind you bought at IKEA. The living room was almost certainly picked without passion from a catalog, and it was set up to match that page. It was technically attractive, but it lacked warmth and humanity. No magazines on the coffee table, no novels or even technical books. Nothing. It was a place, not a home. Volker waved them to chairs. Trout and Goat sat on opposite ends of the couch. Volker surprised them again.
"Do you want coffee?"
Yes," said Trout.
"Thanks. It's instant."
"Instant's fine."
"I don't have milk or sugar."
"Of course you don't, you sour old fuck."
"Black works for me,"
Trout said aloud.
"Me too,"
said Goat hastily, even though he was an 8 packs of sugar and a quarter cup of half-and-half coffee drinker. Volker set a tray with 3 steaming mugs on the coffee table. 2 of the mugs had the logo of Rockview Correctional Institution on them. Very cheerful for home entertaining, mused Trout. The 3rd had Happy Birthday written in bright red cartoon letters. Trout took that one. Volker lowered himself onto the lazy boy across from the couch. He perched on the edge, elbows on his knees, holding the coffee cup between his palms. The vapor from the cup steamed his glasses.
"Before you ask your questions," he said, "I want to explain something to you. When you called this afternoon, it got me to thinking that I ought to record this. I was going to write it down, but now that you're here, I can see that this is probably a tale best told to real people. That way you can ask questions. I don't want any mistakes, and there won't be a chance later to get the facts."
"Why not?" asked Trout, as he set his small recorder on the coffee table.
"Because,"
said Dr. Volker, as he peered through the steam,
"as soon as we're done here, I'm going to kill myself."
Chapter 44. Wolverton Regional Hospital. Des and JT were climbing into her car when the radio buzzed. JT took it.
"Unit 2.
Flower screamed at them.
"JT! Jesus Christ! Get back to Doc's! Oh my God! The state police are there! They said, oh my God!"
"Flower, calm down and tell me what happened."
"It's the chief!"
Flower wailed, her voice phlegmy with tears and shrill with panic.
"Oh my God! The chief!"
Des slammed the car in gear and stamped down on the gas so hard the cruiser shot away from the curb like a missile, burying JT and Des deep into the backrests. She cut across the oncoming traffic, siren wailing, swung into the fast lane, and was doing 90 before they'd gone 2 blocks.
"Flower,"
JT said, speaking as calmly as he could,
"tell me what happened."
But he already knew. They both knew. Flower said it anyway.
"He's dead! They called it in! The chief's dead! Oh my God, JT, what's happening?"
"What's happening?" Des thought, as she rocketed past cars that veered desperately out of her way. That's the question everyone's asking. What the holy fuck is happening? She knew with perfect clarity that she absolutely did not want an answer to that question. And with equal clarity, she knew that she was racing toward that answer at over 100 miles an hour. Chapter 45. Green Gates 55+ Community.
Volker's living room was deadly still. Trout and Goat sat staring at the old doctor as motes of dust drifted like tiny planets through the air. "Okay," said Trout, as reasonably as he could. "Why do you want to kill yourself?"
"Want to?"
echoed the doctor.
"I don't want to die. I would prefer to live out my remaining years somewhere quiet where I can spend my afternoons fishing and my evenings listening to Wagner. But as the saying goes, that ship has sailed."
He smiled. He had surprisingly bad teeth for a medical man.
"However, I don't care to spend the rest of my life in jail."
Trout leaned forward. "Why would you go to jail?" Instead of answering, Volker said,
"And there needs to be a record of this for after."
"After?" Volker shrugged.
"If there is an after."
He said it more to himself than Trout, but the words hung in the air.
"Okay, Doc,"
said Trout. "If you're fishing for the award for best cryptic speech, you're a shoo-in." There was no trace of a smile on the old doctor's mouth, but he nodded.
"Very well. But I suppose I need to give you a little of my history so that you'll understand the context of what I need to tell you."
He sipped his coffee.
"I am not a very nice man. I am deserving of no compassion. I have done many questionable things in my life, and I make no excuses for them. All I can do is provide a reason."
Trout nudged the recorder an inch closer, a passive gesture with just a touch of hurry the fuck up in it.
"I never wanted to be a prison doctor," Volker said. "That is a side effect. I detest criminals, and I have a special hatred for a certain kind of criminal. Serial murderers, especially those who prey on families. I have a personal connection to that kind of person. My sister and her 2 children were the targets of such a person. This was in East Berlin years ago, during the Cold War. Your news services always concentrated on the politics of that era, but there were other stories, other horrors. The restrictive and oppressive nature of life under the Soviet heel tended to cultivate the worst qualities in people. Paranoia, of course, but hatred, suspicion, ruthlessness, lack of sentimentality, avarice, and the kind of anger fueled by such deep resentment that it struck to the core of who we were. Many people, even those who appeared to live a normal life since the destruction of the wall, harbor the fruits of those emotions. The incidence of spousal abuse, child abuse, and sexual deviance is shockingly high, even today. Back then, back when crimes were committed wholesale but never admitted to the non-Soviet world, we were breeding monsters. So many monsters. Here in the United States, you create a media circus around serial murderers. They are celebrities. They get book deals. There are people who collect their possessions. Murderabilia, it's called. In your cinema, they are presented as charming and charismatic. Hannibal Lecter. He shook his head in disgust. In East Germany, when a serial murderer was caught, he disappeared forever. Sometimes it was a family member, perhaps a war veteran who understood how to kill, who hunted the monster down and did what was necessary. More often it was the police who removed the person. Justice was swift, but it was unpleasant, and it was inconsistent. However, justice was not always served. Many times a skillful and practiced murderer was taken to prison and then recruited into the secret police or the Red Army. There was always a need for a skilled killer in both. And don't cock an eyebrow at me, Volker said, directing the comment to Goat. I was there, you were not. How old were you when the Berlin Wall fell? 6? 8? I was already a medical doctor and a major in the army. By then I had seen death in every imaginable form, and I had become familiar with every possible permutation of human and institutional corruption. The Soviet machine ran on corruption.
Goat held up his hands.
Didn't mean any offense, Doc,
Volker grunted.
You were talking about your sister?
Prompted Trout.
She was killed?
Volker's eyes swiveled toward him in a way that reminded Trout of the dead eyes of a crocodile. It was a strange blend of hostile potential and bland disinterest.
Killed,
Volker said, tasting the word.
Yes, she was killed. And believe me when I tell you that killed is so pale a word, so inadequate a description of what was done to her. She was destroyed. Her humanity was stolen from her, torn from her. Dear Kofrina, my only sister, my last blood relative, except for Danikas and Odra, her twins, 3 years old, babies, too young to grasp politics or even the concepts of good and evil. All 3 of them destroyed. I'm sorry,
said Trout. Volker's lip curled in a sneer.
This was 40 years ago. I was a young man then, a doctor, newly transferred from my hometown of Panevichis in Lithuania, a medical officer stationed in East Berlin, idealistic, a dedicated communist, a dedicated doctor. And then your family was taken from you,
Trout said quietly.
Yes. His name was Wolfgang Henker. You will not have heard of him. He was a sergeant in the Nationale Volksarmee. I did not know it at the time. How could I? But Henker was one of those monsters who had been arrested for heinous crimes and given over to the military as an asset, a tool, a weapon.
Volker shook his head.
Even after all these years, even after all that I know of the world, it still amazes me. I get that,
said Goat. And when Volker cut him a sharp look, the cameraman explained.
After World War II, after the Allies dismantled the death camps, they found tens of thousands of pages of research material culled from the experiments performed on Jews and gypsies and other prisoners. You'd think that we'd just chuck all that shit right into the fire. You'd think that we wouldn't want anything that came from that process. But that's not what happened. Our government and everyone else's, I guess, Russia, England, they took the research on the basis that, despite its source, it was valuable to the overall body of medical research. Yes,
agreed Volker, his stern demeanor toward Goat softening by a few small degrees.
That decision is frequently defended at medical conferences and in papers, because there is strong statistical proof that it has since saved many lives and advanced medical science as a whole. And justifies the means,
said Goat.
That is the logic.
But you disagree with that, Trout prompted.
Of course. Or I did,
said Volker.
It's confusing, because I have made some questionable choices of my own in order to accomplish my goal. And what is that goal, Doctor?
Volker smiled thinly.
To punish the monsters.
How? Asked Trout.
It became clear that I could not get to Henker. He was very much a prized soldier, and I was a simple army doctor. He was much more important than I was.
His specialty was interrogation. Imagine it, gentlemen, being strapped to a table so that you are entirely at the mercy of a monster such as this. A person who delights in your pain. A person to whom your screams are more delicious than a lover's whisper. A creature who knows how to keep you alive while he skillfully and meticulously deconstructs those things that define you as human.
Trout swallowed. As Volker spoke, he found that he could imagine it, and it was horrifying. He was one of the people who collected murderabilia. His desk chair once belonged to a mass murderer. He had followed the Homer Gibbon case more out of fascination with the man than empathy for his victims. Now another window in his mind opened up, and he looked through it into the horror Volker described.
"Christ,"
he said softly.
"Indeed."
Volker took a breath.
Naturally, I did not know that Henker was the killer. Not at first. No. After the police abruptly stopped investigating the case, I continued to look into it. I was very circumspect about it. I am a meticulous man, you see. I followed clues and compiled data until I built a picture of what had happened. I interviewed people, always under some unrelated pretense. And because I was a doctor and a member of the army, people were always willing to cooperate. I used, you see, the atmosphere of paranoia to investigate those murders. I won't go into every detail. Over the last few months, I have written it all down.
He stopped and waved his hand toward a cupboard.
There are several flash drives in there, in a sugar bowl. They lay it all out, and you may have them. You have me saying so right there on your recorder, in case there is any dispute. Thank you, Doctor,
said Trout, without enthusiasm.
The story was amazing, but it was turning his stomach. In order to try and get within reach of Henker,
Volker continued,
I volunteered for special services with the Red Army Medical Corps. I have both the aptitude and the patience for research, and I am not a weak-hearted person. I knew that there were special divisions that would require nerve. Every time I thought that I might falter, I held in my mind the crime scene photos of my sister. It was very effective. I was accepted. My obvious willingness and my apparent cold detachment served me well in moving up through the ranks and deeper into the inner circles of classified medical research. Soon I was working in one of the more arcane areas of interrogation.
With Henker?
Not at first. I was sent on research missions to various places around the globe. I spent time in Cuba and was part of a multinational expedition to Haiti. The cover story was that we were studying medicinal qualities of the flora and fauna.
Cover story?
The truth is that we were looking for a new generation of psychotropic drugs upon which we could build drug combinations useful in interrogation. You would be surprised what nature provides in such areas. I led 3 expeditions into the Amazon and the various parts of the Brazilian rainforests, which are treasure troves for pharmacologists. I became skilled in ethnobotany and related sciences. It amused my superiors that in the course of searching for drugs of warfare, we also stumbled on compounds that have contributed significant treatments for a variety of diseases. And there is little government interference in such countries. The biologically rich countries in the tropics are poor in money. Thus the rainforests are ripe for exploitation.
Volker spread his hands.
On the books, I was a field surgeon, but in truth I was part of the medical team that offered support and protocols for the interrogators. And from there it was a short step to biological warfare.
Trout nodded. You're here in the States, and you have a high-security job at a supermax prison. Somewhere up the line, the feds have to know your history. Our background checks show that you defected. Why?" If Volker was impressed by Trout's knowledge, he did not show it.
"I did not defect, per se. I was recruited. The CIA had spies peppered all through the Red Army, just as we had spies in the American military. Nature of the game. There is an expression in covert work that a prospect is cultivated. It means that there is a process of contacts used to establish trust and look for chinks in one's political loyalty. I am not political at all. My focus is entirely built around punishment. When my CIA handler finally recognized that, he made me an offer that I quite simply could not turn down. I defected at a prearranged time and shortly became an American citizen.
I'll bet the CIA was happy to tap you for information.
Very. And it is a scorched place on my soul that the information I shared has almost certainly been put to terrible use. I am well past the point of idealistic trust where I believe that governments only target bad people. That view is absurdly naive. They drained me of everything I knew. I was offered various positions within the covert scientific community here in the States, but I chose to work in the prison systems. They arranged that for me, with some encouragement to continue my research.
Trout and Goat shared a look.
Here it comes,
Trout thought.
I was accorded far more freedom than is typical with a prison doctor. My staff was handpicked by my real employers. That was necessary because otherwise there would be too many obvious irregularities, and, in truth, very little of what I did in the correction systems was regular.
He sighed and rubbed his eyes.
And that's what brings me to this moment.
Homer Gibbon, urged Trout.
Yes, another monster like Henker, but a monster I could get close to.
What happened to Henker? Asked Goat. Volker gave a short, cold laugh.
He died of prostate cancer. I never laid a hand on him. I never, in fact, met him.
Damn.
Yes.
Gibbon, said Trout.
One last bit of history,
said Volker.
But it's crucial, and I guarantee you that it will be worth your time to hear me out.
Trout nodded.
Among the projects in which I participated was one intended to create a mind control drug. I know, it sounds melodramatic, but it's a common research theme in biological warfare. The goal is to create a compound or pathogen-borne virus that can be introduced into an enemy population and affect brain chemistry. Much of what we know of the therapeutic uses for ethanol, scopolamine, 3-quinylidinol benzolate, temazepam, and barbiturates like sodium thiopental and sodium amytal have come from bioweapons and interrogation chemistry research.
Okay.
Our trips to Cuba and Haiti were intended to deepen that research by using combinations of those drugs along with various neurotoxins, particularly tetrodotoxin, which is found in certain species of pufferfish common to that area. At near-lethal doses, tetrodotoxin can leave a person in a state of apparent death for several days, while the person continues to be conscious. It was our task to create a bioweapon that would render an enemy population inert, but alive.
I heard about that stuff, said Goat. There was a movie about a guy who went down to Haiti to study it.
Yes,
said Volker.
Dr. Wade Davis, another ethnobotanist, though not one of ours. He was the first person to determine that it was tetrodotoxin, along with a few other substances, that was used to put a person into a death-like trance. So death-like, in fact, that the victims were often declared dead by trained physicians and buried, only to be later raised from the grave. It's cloaked in cultural mumbo-jumbo, but I assure you that it is very hard science. Science that we developed to a very high degree of effectiveness. Science I brought with me to the United States and shared with your government. Our government, I suppose. And science I continued to explore as a doctor in the prison system.
He rubbed his eyes again.
Science that I now fear has slipped the leash. Science that may endanger us all.
Trout stared at him. Wait a goddamn minute. Wade Davis? Tetrodotoxin? Jesus Christ, Doc. You're talking about fucking zombies. A cold tear broke from the corner of Dr. Volker's eye.
Yes,
he said in a hollow voice.
God help me, but yes. I am talking about zombies.
Chapter 46. Stebbins County Line. Lieutenant Colonel Macklin Dietrich turned to his aides.
Give me a minute.
The two junior officers saluted and stepped outside to stand in the rain. When the door was closed, Dietrich tapped his headset.
I'm clear, sir,
he said. Major General Simeon Zetter sounded tired.
I was just on the horn to the president, Mac. This is bad, and they're looking to us to keep it from turning into a complete clusterfuck. Seems to me this was a clusterfuck from the jump.
Zetter and Dietrich were old friends who had served together through 3 wars and had transferred from regular army to the Guard as career moves, taking the promotions and taking to heart their orders to bring the Pennsylvania Guard up to a level of combat readiness second to none. They had done that, despite having equipment that was mostly post-Iraq hand-me-down crap. The whole line of 2.5-ton troop trucks was ancient, and there was not one of their gunships that would pass a civilian flight safety inspection. The troops were top-notch, though, and they would need these men to be sharp as knives for what they were about to face. Not just physically tough, but emotionally and psychologically tough.
My teams are in position, said Dietrich. You're going to need to keep a tight hand on them, Mac.
Dietrich looked through the strict windshield as sergeants handed white hazmat suits out of the back of a pair of trucks. Other NCOs walked among the soldiers, overseeing the process of transforming 1,000 men in camouflaged BDUs into the cast of a big-budget science fiction movie. Hazmat suits looked scary enough at the best of times, but when the wearer is slinging an M16 and has fragmentation grenades jiggling on his belts, it became dangerously surreal.
They're professional soldiers, said Dietrich. They'll do their part. Don't bullshit a bullshitter. This isn't their part. None of them signed on for something like this. Well, hell, Simeon, neither did we.
Zetter snorted.
And you'll love this. The governor wants our assurance that we can guarantee a secure perimeter around Stebbins County. With 1,000 troops? Laughed Dietrich. During a hurricane? I told him that. He authorized me to pull as many men as I needed away from flood control.
Dietrich was silent for a moment.
That'll mean married men, too. I know. The press is watching this storm, Simeon. They'll want to know why. I told the governor that. His people are preparing a story and a statement. Viral outbreak of a type and source unknown. It's a stalling tactic until they build a prettier pile of bullshit.
Dietrich grunted sourly.
Zetter said, And Mac, the governor's going to pull the state police out and turn the county completely over to us. That order is being cut right now. We could use the extra boots on the ground. Not for this, said Zetter tiredly. A lot of these troopers are local boys. They know the people here. Ah, said Dietrich.
He kept watching the process of transformation that was making spacemen of all of his troops.
So how do they want us to play this? Containment is problematic under these circumstances, and
Mac, said Zetter, and there was a note of deep sadness in his tone.
We've been authorized to go weapons hot. The Q zone is a no-cross line. No exceptions.
Mac Dietrich closed his eyes. He knew that this had been a possibility, but it was still absurd on American soil. Obscene.
God Almighty,
he said. Chapter 47. Hartnip's Transition Estate. Desdemona Fox stood at the edge of the lawn and watched hell itself unfold before her. She knew that the impossibility of the day had now become its defining characteristic, and that all hopes of normalcy had been consumed in a red banquet of unnatural hunger. God, she breathed. A soft whisper, not a prayer. The state police cars were scattered around, parked on the lawn and in the roundabout, interspersed with county cruisers, emergency apparatus, and unmarked cars. 30, 40 vehicles. 3 news vans. 2 of the vehicles were burning, the smashed windows coughing black oil smoke into the still air. Most of the vehicles were pocked with bullet holes or peppered by shotgun pellets. There was blood everywhere. On the lawn, splashed high on the front wall of the mortuary, glistening on the driveway gravel. Everywhere.
They're dead,
murmured J.T. in a voice every bit as wooden and lifeless as hers.
They're all dead.
Des could only nod. They were all dead. She knew, though, that J.T. did not mean the bodies that lay scattered around, their eyes wide, skulls punched in by small arms fire, or skulls smashed by shotgun stocks. He was not speaking about those lifeless corpses molded into the crimson landscape. No. J.T. spoke of the others, the black-mouthed, empty-eyed, shambling hulks, who had all stopped what they were doing and turned toward them as J.T. and Des had gotten out of their car. Their mouths opened and closed like gaping fish, or as if they were practicing chewing a meal that was not yet theirs. They were on all sides of them, the closest about 20 yards away. Des recognized that one. Not a Stady. Paul Scott, the forensics officer. He only had one eye, and patches of his scalp had been torn away. Over to his right, standing half obscured by the smoke of a burning cruiser, was Natalie Shanahan, her Kevlar vest hanging open, her blouse torn and gaping holes where her breasts should have been. There were others. Sheldon Higdon stood by the open mortuary door, his chest marked with a line of bullet holes. There were 4 people, a civilian, 2 cops, and a trooper, with their hands cuffed behind their backs, but their faces were just as empty and pale as the others. A sound made Des turn, and closer than all of them, moving slowly out from behind an ambulance, was Chief Goss. One half of his face was gone, exposing the sharp angles of bare white bone and stringy muscles laced with yellow fat. The chief reached for her, and she could see that most of the fingers were missing from his right hand, bitten off, leaving a palm and one fat pinky.
Dead,
echoed J.T. Des felt her arm move, and she looked down to see her right hand rise. She was not aware of any conscious choice or deliberate intent. The hand rose, and the arm with it. The gun was 1,000-pound weight in her fist. I could end it now, she thought. Under the chin, against the temple, or maybe just suck on the barrel and go meet Jesus. Ask that fucker for an explanation. Say goodbye to this shit. This isn't right. This isn't how the world's supposed to be. I can't live in a world like this. The chief was 10 feet away. 3 shuffling steps and he would have her. I can't. The gun rose. Goss stepped closer. She could smell him, open bowels and an outhouse stench. Just do it, screamed her inner voice. Just one trigger pull and wake up in the big hereafter. If they weren't lying in Sunday school, then it was a ticket to heaven. Mom and Dad would be there. If it was all a lie, then there was nothing at all. Even that option was better than this shit. The chief's half of a face wrinkled in a snarl of predatory lust. Hunger flickered like matchstick flames in his eyes as he stepped so close that he could touch her. The fingerless hand pawed at her, leaving smears of red on her vest. The other hand scrabbled to grab her shoulder, to pull her close as his mouth opened wide. Chin, temple, or mouth. Do it! She chose the temple. The barrel pressed in against the skin until it stopped against the hardness of bone. Daddy, she whispered. Help me, and pulled the trigger. The blast was huge. The bullet punched a big red hole through 2 walls of bone and blue gray matter 20 feet across the lawn. Chief Goss fell. And Des Fox became alive again. JT! She screamed as she spun and aimed, firing at Gunther, hitting him square in the center of the chest. A certain kill shot. He went back and down to one knee. Then he climbed to his feet and kept coming forward. She fired again, a double tap, one to the sternum, which only slowed him, and one to the bridge of the nose. Gunther's whole body rocked back, paused for a moment as if he was going to recover and keep coming, and then fell. The other things around them moaned and hissed and snarled as they came. They all came. Des turned and fired at Natalie and blew away most of her throat. Natalie kept coming, red drool dripping from her lips. Fuck! Des yelled, and fired again and again, the bullets hammering into Natalie's body. Fucking die, you ugly cow! Natalie kept coming. Des took the gun in 2 hands and aimed. Her next shot blew out the light of Natalie's left eye and blew off the back of her head. Natalie's next step was meaningless, and she collapsed down, making no attempt to catch her fall. Des whirled toward JT, who was still frozen and immobile. Des shifted her gun to her left and with her right slapped him as hard as she could across the face, again and again, forehand and back. JT staggered back, his lips exploding with blood. She saw the precise moment when the vacant space behind his eyes suddenly filled again. Just as the gunshot had brought Des back from her brink, her slaps had dragged JT back from his. Watch, he barked, and shoved her aside as he brought the shotgun up and fired a blast at Paul Scott. The beanbag round hit Scott in the chest and spun him in a full circle, but Scott bared his teeth and lunged again. The second beanbag caught him on the bridge of the nose, and his head snapped back so fast and so far that Des knew that his neck was broken. Scott fell backward and sprawled like a rag doll. He did not move again. The others were coming now. They were not fast, but they kept coming, lumbering, some of them limping on damaged legs, a few, those with head injuries, staggering more awkwardly. Des fired into them, hitting everything she aimed at, punching hollow points through hearts and stomachs and thigh bones and groins. "Why won't they go down?" she bellowed. As they came closer, she raised her gun, tried for the more difficult headshots. She caught a state trooper on the cheek, tearing a huge chunk of his face away, but he kept coming. She shot him again, right over the right eyebrow, and he abruptly crumpled. She fired 2 more shots, and the slide of her pistol locked back. She began backpedaling as she swapped out the magazines, letting the spent one fall, against all training and instinct, and slapping the fresh one in. The new mag was heavy with bullets. Reassuring. She fired. JT was back to back with her, firing at the things she could not see. Des had seen the beanbag round drop Scott, but that had been a neck-breaker. JT tended to go for body shots with the shotgun. Dumb, she thought. Dumb, dumb, dumb. She heard JT mumbling something over and over again.
Holy Mother Mary of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death.
He fired and fired and fired the gun dry.
I'm out,
he said, as if surprised that a gun could commit such a heinous act of betrayal in so obvious a time of need. Get to the car! I've got a box of buckshot under the seat, Des said, turning, shoving him, and then they were running. Des did not even remember walking this far from the cruiser, but it was a dozen yards away. Some of them were in the way. All of them were closing in, some moving much faster than the others. Distantly, Des wondered if they were the more recently dead. Another part of her mind wanted to laugh at that thought. And still another part was whispering her 3 choices: chin, temple, mouth. JT used the shotgun like a club. An EMT grabbed at his sleeve and JT hit him in the eyes. The blow was savage, and the sheer force of it pitched the EMT onto his back, but the young man immediately started struggling to get up. Another state trooper lunged at JT and clamped his teeth down on his shoulder. Even through the Kevlar, the pain was immediate and excruciating. But JT channeled it into his rage as he swung the shotgun stock up under the trooper's chin so hard that it snapped his neck. The thing fell backward, colliding with 2 others who had been reaching to grab. That gave JT a tiny window, and he leapt for the car door, opened it, threw the shotgun in, and pulled his Glock.
Des, get in! I'll cover you!
He began firing spaced shots at the creatures that had been closing in on Des. He dropped a few, a bullet through the forehead or sideways through an ear. Most of them merely staggered, but still came on. It created a window for Des, and she jerked open the driver's door, dove in, and slammed it shut. They rolled up the windows.
Get us the fuck out of here!
JT bellowed as he fished under the seat for the box of shotgun shells. Des jammed the key into the ignition and turned it so hard that it fired the car and began stripping the starter. She released it, threw it into drive, and stamped on the gas. The road was filled with shambling bodies, and the car went 4 feet before it slammed into 2 of them. Even with the windows closed, they could hear leg bones break. The car rocked to a stop, lacking the momentum to roll over the 2 bodies that now tried to crawl out from under. She threw it into reverse and slammed backward, crushing others. Sheldon Higdon tried to claw open the door, but he could not master the mechanics of the door handle. He pulled the gun out of his holster and used it like a club. There was enough intelligence left in him for that, and the heavy pistol smashed through the rear driver's side window. JT pivoted around in his seat and fired at Sheldon, but the bullet merely punched through his chest. Des cried out at the blast. It felt like someone was smashing her head with hammers. A dozen of the creatures began pounding on the car, some with empty hands, some with stones or sticks. The rear window dissolved into a lace pattern of cracks. Des threw the car into drive again and kicked the pedal to the floor. There was a 10-foot lead in front of them, and she gave the car all it could take. It surged forward, the big engine howling. As the front wheels hit the crippled dead, the car bucked and lifted and crashed down, but it did so on the backs of the creatures. The wheels spun and the car thumped down over them. As the back wheels dropped onto the gravel, Des kicked the gas again and the cruiser shot forward toward a line of the dead. At the last second she cut hard to the right, clipping a dead reporter on the hip and sending him flying into the air. The mass of dead behind her were still coming. Some were trying awkwardly to run. Some could only crawl, but all of them kept coming.
Go! Go!
Yelled JT as he fed shells into his shotgun. She swerved around parked cars and smashed through hedges. She hit 2 more of the things and then angled down for the service road. There was a thump, and when she looked in the rearview mirror, she saw that she had just run over the bumper and part of the grille. The whole front of the car was torn apart, and the steering alignment was shot. She had to fight the wheel to keep it under control. She rounded the buildings and angled down toward the exit road, and slammed on the brakes. The cruiser skidded 30 feet, kicking up plumes of dust and sending gravel flying into the nearby trees. The road ahead was completely blocked. 2 cruisers had been parked nose to nose to keep the press and civilians out, and beyond that were dozens of cars and trucks. There had to be 300 people there. Most of them were still alive. Most were trying to flee, but at least 60 or 70 of those things were seeded through the crowd. It was a madhouse of struggle and red carnage. Screams filled the air, but there were few gunshots. Unlike the police, who had been the first to be overwhelmed, these people had no way of fighting back except with hands and feet and whatever they could pick up.
"Des,"
said J.T. "I know," she said.
"We can't help them."
"I know."
"They're coming."
She turned and saw the mass of troopers and county cops coming around the side of the building. There was no clear exit.
"Des."
"I know," she said again, and floored it. The cruiser was up to 80 miles an hour when it hit the 2 parked cars, and the impact flung the cars apart. It also rocked Des and J.T. back and forth in their seatbelts so hard that pain exploded in their necks and backs, and the air was driven from their lungs. Both front side windows shattered. Des kept pressing the gas. The car rolled forward now, barely moving at 20 miles an hour. Smoke curled up from the engine. All the dashboard service lights were lit. People tried to jump on the car, desperate for a way out, but the creatures reached for them, biting and clawing at them, dragging them down. Des steered with her right hand and fired her Glock with her left through the ragged window. J.T. filled the interior of the car with thunder and smoke as he worked the shotgun. The cruiser crept forward and finally caught the edge of Doll Factory Road. The road curved in a long slope down to the crossroads, and Des steered into the arms of gravity. The dying car picked up speed. One man, his leg bleeding from a bad bite, held onto the roof of the car, his fingers grasping tightly and his mouth open in a continuous scream. When the car crossed the train tracks at Mason Street, the man fell off and went crashing down on the rails. Behind them, dwindling in size, at least 30 of the dead things continued to follow. The man who had fallen off was trying to get to his feet, but his bitten leg buckled under him. Before he could crawl away, the creatures swarmed over him. The car rolled down and around a curve. Big pines blocked the road behind them, but Des knew that they were still coming. Then the engine coughed and died, but Des kept steering until it rolled all the way down to the crossroads by Turk's Getty. She turned the wheel and the car drifted to a stop in the exit lane. Des and J.T. piled out of the car and stared up the hill. The curve and screen of pines was 400 yards away. So far, they could not see any of the dead. Were they all clustered around a red thing that no longer screamed? Or were they still coming? "God!" Des cried, her voice a shriek inside her own head. "Are they still coming?" Chapter 48. Magic Marty in the Morning. WNOW Radio, Maryland. This is Magic Marty at the mic with new tidbits for travelers. Okay, kids, the storm is here. Batten down the hatches and make your peace with Jesus, 'cause this one's a doozy. National Guard units are being deployed to those areas where high floodwaters are anticipated, and we're already getting reports of small stream flooding in Fayette and low-lying towns to the north and west of Stebbins. If you live near a stream or river and still haven't gotten to high ground, you better do it now or wave at Aunt Marty as you go swimming by. Chapter 49. Green Gates 55+ Community. Zombies? Trout whispered. The word was so strange. It didn't fit into his mouth. Zombies were movie stuff. Bela Lugosi and Hal Layton. Old black and white late-night stuff. The Ghost Breakers with Bob Hope. I Walked with a Zombie. Zombies did not belong in the real world. Maybe in a National Geographic article. Not here in Pennsylvania. This was serial killer story. This was Silence of the Goddamn Lambs, not King of the Goddamn Zombies. Wait, you're saying you guys were dabbling in black magic? No, of course not, said Volker, wiping the tear from his cheek. There is nothing supernatural about this, though, by your standards, it is perhaps unnatural. Neither the devil or Mother Nature had a hand in what we were doing. He paused. In what I did. What did you do? Trout and Goat asked at the same time. Volker said, Homer Gibbon. Oh, man, breathed Goat. Trout licked his lips. Okay. Tell us. As I said earlier, I have committed my fair share of sins. Not sins in the same way as Gibbon, but sins nonetheless. Ethical sins, not religious. I have no faith. It died with my family. And that is how I came to make the decision I made. He drank the rest of his coffee, but still held on to the empty cup. My handlers did not place me at Rockview by chance. It was one of several prisons in states where capital punishment was technically still on the books. I would have preferred a less liberal state, say Texas, but they used the electric chair. That did not fit my needs. Needs? Echoed Trout. Death by lethal injection. I thought you were following me in this. Volker sniffed. I've wanted to be in a position where I could oversee the execution of a monster like Hanker. Homer Gibbon was a perfect substitute. His crimes are every bit as heinous as those perpetrated by Hanker. Gibbon has destroyed so many lives, and not just those of his victims. Their families are destroyed, ruined by what he did. If there was a God, then divine justice would dictate that Gibbon burn in eternal torment. The thought that he would sit in a prison cell with television and a library and more comforts than millions of innocent people have. Death row's hardly the good life, said Goat, but Volker turned an acid stare on him. Oh, really? And when was the last time you visited the ghettos of West Baltimore or North Philadelphia? Have you seen the squalor and rampant destitution in Louisiana and rural Mississippi? Have you seen 3 or 4 families crowded into a rat-infested single room in Gary, Indiana, or Birmingham, Alabama? No? Then please keep your privileged opinion to yourself. Goat flushed a deep red and sank into his seat. I've made a point to visit these places, said Volker. Just as I've made it a point to visit women's shelters and child protection services offices and support group meetings for families of victims of violent crime. My whole life, or perhaps it would be fair and truthful to say my obsession, has been to find a way to provide punishment for men such as Gibbon and Hanker. Death row is inconvenient. It is not a punishment that fits the crime. His voice was as sharp as broken glass. But I found a more appropriate punishment. Which is? Asked Trout, and his heart was split between the reporter's desire to get this story and the man's dread of what Volker could say. Everything so far had been bizarre. Red Army, covert bioweapons research, zombies. Volker said, even ordinary execution is an escape for these killers. We tranquilize them first,
They feel nothing, or at the worst they feel a little discomfort and some fear in the days leading up to the execution. But I ask you, gentlemen, measure that against what their victims felt and what the victims' families feel every single day for the rest of their lives.
He shook his head fiercely.
No, that is a sin. That is immoral. That is fundamentally wrong and a crime against justice. What did you do?
Asked Trout.
I devised a way for these monsters to suffer. Not just during the execution, but afterward. Long, long afterward.
That doesn't make sense,
murmured Goat.
It does if you've been paying attention. I have spent years seeking and developing compounds that control consciousness. Tetrodotoxin and the other elements from Bufo marinus, a species of cane toad, and an irritant produced by Osteopilus dominicensis, the hyla tree frog. Half a dozen others, all combined into what the witch doctors of Haiti, the Bokor, call coup poudre. You see, the religion of voodoo makes a critical distinction between the physical body, the corps cadavre, the animating principle, or guo bon ange, and the consciousness and memory, the ti bon ange. Correctly mixed and administered, the coup poudre brings the physical body to the very edge of death. So close that only the most sophisticated electrical monitoring equipment will be able to detect respiration and heartbeat. The consciousness becomes separated, much as it does with certain hallucinogenic drugs, or during the spiritual exercise of astral projection. There is a disconnect between higher mind and physical body. The consciousness has no control at all over the body, and yet the subconscious mind can be manipulated by suggestion.
Trout was breathless.
Are you actually saying that you turned Homer Gibbon into a zombie?
Yes,
agreed Volker, with a sober nod.
That is precisely what I did. Or a species of zombie. A variation, however you want to put it. Instead of the standard chemicals used for lethal injection, I injected him with my own version of the coup poudre. It was an extension of something my team began many years ago, a project codenamed Lucifer. This compound is Lucifer 113.
How is that punishment?
Demanded Trout. Volker sighed.
Gibbon had no known family, correct? As a result, his remains are the responsibility of the state. So he was scheduled for burial shortly after the execution. Had his aunt not showed up at the last minute, Gibbon's body would have been sealed in a cheap coffin, and he would have been buried in a numbered grave in the potter's field behind the prison. No one except the warden and the judge would know where he was buried, and there he would remain forever.
Again, how is that punishment? No, wait, said Goat. Oh, man. No, I get this. This Lucifer 113 stuff put him in, what, a kind of trance? A fake death state?
In so many words,
said Volker.
But not really dead.
No.
And his consciousness, that was still there, just detached, am I right?
Yes. The many Bokor I interviewed in Haiti and Cuba confirmed this, and their own bioweapons research bore it out. The consciousness remains, fully aware, still connected in a passive way to every nerve ending, but totally unable to exert the slightest control over the physical body. Not a twitch of a finger or a blink of an eye.
Trout felt the blood drain from his face.
In the grave?
Volker nodded, his eyes filled with dark light.
In the grave. Can you think of a more fitting punishment for a serial murderer
than to be awake and aware in a coffin while his body slowly rots.
Trout slumped back in his chair.
Jesus Christ, that's horrible. Is it?
Asked Volker coldly. Goat shook his head.
No, there's something wrong here. Even if Gibbon were in a trance state, he would still need oxygen, right? I mean, how long would he last in a sealed coffin before his brain got oxygen-starved and he just shut down?
Dr. Volker made a face that Trout could not identify as a smile or a wince.
That would normally be correct.
Normally, Trout said.
Oh, fuck. What's the rest? Well, as you say, the body needs oxygen, even in a reduced metabolic state. However, the precise needs of that oxygen can be modified.
Volker sat down with a grunt. He looked very old and tired.
One of the principal areas of bioweapons research conducted by the Soviet Union was what people loosely call germ warfare. Project Lucifer was built around an exploration of select combinations of disease pathogens and parasites. I took it several steps further by applying transgenics to those parasites, tailoring them to my needs.
Parasites? Trout asked.
Nature is so clever, so subtle. People have no idea how many parasites are all around them, everywhere. They have been found in the hypersanitized interiors of NASA spacecraft. They are everywhere. It's a conservative estimate that half the world's population is contaminated with toxoplasmic parasites, either in the body or the brain. Toxoplasma gondii is a very common parasite found in the guts of cats. Its eggs are shed in cat urine and picked up by other animals and by many homeowners who are cleaning cat boxes. The eggs become cysts in the stomachs of rats, and the parasites exert control over the rat's brain function. Normal rats will avoid areas that have been doused with cat urine. However, rats infected with toxoplasma actually seek out the cat urine-marked areas again and again. This is the deliberate work of the parasite. In humans, scientists have noticed a definite link between toxoplasma and humans with schizophrenia. This potential for schizophrenia will cross the placental barriers and present in newborns. Why include that in what you gave to Gibbon?
Asked Trout.
Schizophrenia heightens fear and increased psychological distress. Jesus God. The toxoplasma is only one of several parasites introduced into the mix. We have re-engineered the DNA of Fuchs Diarcelium dendriticum and Euhaplorchis californiensis to work in harmony with toxoplasma. Each of these flukes affords a measure of predictable control over the behavior of the host body. The key player, however, is the green jewel wasp, which normally targets cockroaches. It injects a venom that blocks the neurotransmitter octopamine, which is associated with alertness and movement. This subjugates the actions of the host body. We greatly accelerated the life cycle of the wasp. Where it normally takes weeks for its larvae to mature, now it happens in a matter of minutes. Unfortunately, the total lifespan is accordingly diminished. In order for the parasite to stay active and in control, it needs a constant source of protein. It therefore feeds on the host body, and that, too, is a desired goal. Lucifer 113 has transformed Homer Gibbon from a man to a parasitic factory whose sole output is suffering. Gibbon was supposed to be not only awake and aware in his coffin, it was my intention that he feel himself being consumed.
Trout and Goat stared in absolute horror at the doctor. Trout abruptly stood up and walked back and forth across the living room. He felt like he wanted a bath so hot that it would boil even the memory of this conversation off his skin. His skin itched, and he stared at the backs of his wrists as if expecting to see parasites moving beneath the skin. Finally, he wheeled on Volker, forcing control and a faux calm into his voice. "Doc, I can appreciate you wanting revenge on bastards like Gibbon and the man who killed your sister and her kids. That's normal. If you told me you took a gun and shot him, I'd be, hey, no harm, no foul. If you told me you went all Dexter on him and carved him up into deli meat, I'm good with that too. But this is fucking crazy. This is actual mad scientist stuff here. This is—" He fished for the word, but Volker supplied it. "Sinful?" Trout nodded as he ran his fingers through his thick blonde hair. "Homer Gibbon wasn't fucking buried in a numbered grave. He's in a mortuary in Stebbins County. Now you have to tell me how bad this is. Can those parasites get out? Do we need to call someone?" Volker's face was unreadable. "It's already too late for that, Mr. Trout. I called the Centers for Disease Control before you arrived. They did not believe me. I called the warden, and I called my CIA handler. He did believe me, and it is up to him to get the government machinery working to contain this situation." "Wait, so the authorities already know about this?" "Yes, but there is one more wrinkle." Volker's eyes were jumpy. Trout thought the man was half wacko when they arrived, but now he was sure Volker was a short twitch away from going totally batshit. "Then tell me," demanded Trout. "Minutes before you arrived, I placed another call," Volker said, his voice slow and dry. "To Selma Conroy." "Why? To warn her?" "To have her warn everyone. Gibbon was supposed to take the parasites with him into the ground, into a sealed coffin. With their reduced life cycle, they would consume all of the host matter in a few weeks and then die. End of Gibbon and the end of them. Clean and tidy. These parasites were never intended to be allowed to enter the general biosphere. Even when we were working on them in East Berlin, we knew that Project Lucifer was likely to produce a bioweapon that was too unstable to use, even when deployed in remote spots." "Did Selma call anyone? Is she out there raising the alarm?" A drop of drool dripped from the corner of Volker's mouth and ran down his chin. He did nothing to wipe it away. "No," he said. And in a voice that was almost too soft for Trout to hear, he added, "No. After I told her some of what I told you, Mrs. Conroy cursed me and damned me. And then she put Homer Gibbon on the phone." Chapter 50. Hart Cottage. Lee Hartnett stood in the middle of the living room, his body swaying with mindless indecision as the immediate need leached away to be replaced by a deeper and inexplicable need. The front door was open, and the wet fingers of the storm reached in to touch everything. The walls, the furniture, the curtains, the bodies. The smell of blood was even stronger than the wet earth smell of the rain. Even floating formless within his stolen body, Hartnett could smell it, and it drove him to madness that the smell made him feel hungry. Or rather, it made him completely aware of the hungers that drove this thing, this shell. Worse than the hunger, though, was the grief. It was so vast a thing that it should have split this infected husk apart and sent his soul screaming into the wind. April, Tommy, Gail. Oh, God, please let me die. His stolen eyes were not looking in that direction, so for the moment Hartnett was spared the horrors of seeing what had become of his sister and her children, Even so, the last image of them hung burning in front of him, there in the vast inner darkness. April, in a sprawl, dying as she tried to run with a savaged throat, her blood painted in broad arterial splashes onto wall and ceiling, and the two smaller bodies who lay under her, still wrapped in her limp arms as if she could protect them in death more effectively than she did in life. Tommy and Gail. Small bodies. So little of them left. So much of them in him. In his own stomach. Please let me die and not see this. Let me not know this. There was a wet sound behind him, and his body turned. A clumsy, lumbering act, triggered by an awareness of movement. He saw the policeman. Was this the second policeman he had killed? Or the third? Gunther, Hartnett thought. His name is Ken Gunther. The policeman rose slowly from the cooling body that was bent backward over the arm of the couch. Hartnett stared at the sprawled corpse, wishing he could weep for her. For all of them. But he did not own even as small a thing as his own tear ducts, and so no tears fell for Officer Dana Howard. Her eyes and mouth were open. So was her stomach. Steam rose from the red drama of that gaping hole. As Gunther moved sluggishly toward the door, his shoulder collided with Hartnett's, and the impact staggered them both. There was no reaction other than for each to right himself. No growls, no exchange of words. Like insects, Hartnett thought. On the couch, Dana Howard suddenly sat up, and the motion forced air out through the torn tissue of her throat. A hollow sound for a hollow person. She slowly clambered to her feet, indifferent to the intestines that sloshed out of the ragged hole in her stomach and slapped onto the carpet. Dana tottered 2 crooked steps forward, her head slowly turning left and right, but her expression remaining vacant, absent. Hartnett wondered if the real Dana was still in there, as he was in here, a hijacked soul in a hollow body. He wanted to step close, to look into her eyes, to see if there was still some sign, however small, that the soul or personality of Dana Howard still remained. And if it did, what then? What would it change? Would it make him feel less alone, knowing that he was part of some larger, shared catastrophe? Or would it build another layer of impotent sadness and grief atop what he already felt? Which was better? Which hell burned less intensely? There was another moan. More truly a moan than the sound Dana had made. Hartnett's body turned, and he cursed God as it did so, because he knew what horrors lay behind him. No, not lay. Stood. April. Somehow her face was untouched, though every other part of her was crumpled and torn and slashed by teeth and nails. April, with her dead eyes, holding small, squirming, hissing, moaning things in each arm. The hollow man turned away and shambled toward the door, moving away from this place, because there was nothing left here to hunt. The ache, the deep hunger, was waking once more in his stolen body. Within shuffling steps, he followed his sister and the police officers out into the howling wind. Chapter 51. Intersection of Doll Factory Road and Mason Street, Stebbins County, Pennsylvania. When Dez and J.T. got to the gas station, it was deserted, the doors locked and the staff gone.
"Turk's gone,"
JT said as he peered in through the grimy office window. Des rubbed a clean spot on the window of the roll-down garage door. Yeah, both of his wreckers are gone. Must be out cruising the roads between the schools. Turk and his son made money every time there was a heavy rain, pulling cars out of the mud. Des slammed her fist on the door and turned back to their car. It was a smoking wreck, and getting to the gas station took all that it had left. JT ran over and crouched behind a corner mailbox, squinting through the gloom up Doll Factory Road. Des opened the cruiser door and grabbed the mic, but all she got was static. Her cell phone was lost, and she had no idea where. Maybe at Hartnep's, maybe at the hospital. "Talk to me, Hoss," she called over her shoulder. "Are they coming?" JT reloaded his shotgun and shoved the remaining shells into his pants pocket.
"I can't see them,"
he called in a loud whisper.
"They must be over the rise. Did you get Flower on the line?"
"Trying." Des tried again, but there was only white noise. She threw down the mic and hurried over to kneel down next to JT. "What are we into here?" she asked. "I mean, Jesus, JT, this thing is spreading out of control." He licked his lips.
"Those people, they're dead?"
It was maybe the 10th time he'd said it since they'd got out of the car. "Yes, they're fucking dead," she said through gritted teeth. He glanced at her.
No, I mean..."
He shook his head, tried again.
"We shot the shit out of them, Des, and they kept coming."
"Except some of them," she corrected.
"Right, that's my point. Some of them went down. Some of them are dead, you know? Not running around dead. God, could this make less friggin' sense?"
Des touched his shoulder. "I know, Hoss, I know. The chief, a few of the others. I shot them and they didn't go down, and then I just shot them and they did. It doesn't make any sense."
"When you killed the chief,"
he asked slowly,
"where'd you hit him?"
Des thought about it. "In the forehead." JT let out a breath, almost a sigh of relief.
"Same thing happened when you shot the EMT, and I hit Paul Scott in the head and that broke his neck. And the cleaning lady back at Doc's?"
"I shot her in the cheek and she—"
"No," he said. "Where'd you put your last shot?"
Des paused. "Right above her eye."
"Headshot,"
said JT.
"That's it, then. It's the head, the brain, probably. Definitely the spine. That's how to put them down for good."
"Are you sure?" JT said.
"Think. Did any of them get up after you shot them in the skull?"
Des thought about it. "No," she said. "Not one."
"Headshots,"
he said again.
"We need to get them in the head."
She shook her head. "I'm a good shot, but I can't guarantee a headshot unless those fuckers are right on top of us. Maybe if I had a hunting rifle with a scope. No, we need SWAT. We need snipers firing from elevated positions."
"Try the radio again, Des. Maybe we can stop this if we get those snipers in here."
She nodded. "Or enough people with guns to create a shooting line. Most rounds slow them. Double tap the fuckers back to wherever they came from." JT gave her a troubled look.
"Des, they came from here. That was Chief Goss and Sheldon and Paul."
"You know what I mean," Des snapped. Though in truth, she didn't know what she meant. She turned and hurried back to the cruiser and tried to call the station again. Nothing. Des threw down the mic in disgust, and just as the handset bounced off the seat, she heard a voice. "Reporter." Not Flower. Des lunged for the handset and clicked the button. "Unit 2 to dispatch. Do you copy?" The response was immediate. "Unit 2, identify." She recognized the voice. The State Police Lieutenant, William Henry Hardy. "Lieutenant Hardy, this is Officer Fox." There was considerable static, but Des got every word. "Officer Fox, please state your location and status." "My unit is wrecked at the corner of Doll Factory Road and Mason Street. Turks Getty, requesting immediate backup. We have officers down. I repeat, we have multiple officers down. Estimate 30+, county and troopers. We have civilian casualties. Estimate 50 plus.
Say again?
Des repeated it. The enormity of it was like a fist against her head.
Backup is already rolling, said Hardy. What is the nature of the emergency?
I don't know. There was a moment of crackle.
Officer, please repeat. What is the nature of the—
People are going crazy down here, Lieutenant. Everyone's attacking everyone. People are fucking eating people. Cops, too.
Officer Fox, did you make contact with Chief Goss?
She took a breath. Chief Goss is dead. Tears boiled out of her eyes and fell down her cheeks. Christ, they're all dead. A sob hitched inside her chest, and suddenly she was crying. She leaned against the side of the cruiser and slid down to the ground, the sobs racking her, the pain in her soul doubling her over. She buried her face against her knees and banged the microphone against her head over and over again.
"They're coming!"
J.T. yelled, and she jerked her head up to see him rising to lay the shotgun atop the mailbox. "Christ," Des said, and realized that she was still holding the radio send button. "Lieutenant, with the storm, the emergency evacuation center is the elementary school. There's going to be hundreds of kids in there. Old folks, too. It's only a couple of miles from here. Please, get some people over there. You can't let any of the infected in there. Those kids—" With sudden horror, Des realized that she was yelling into a dead mic. She clicked the button, jiggled the handset, and this time she could not even raise a whisper of static. "Shit!" Her mind was filled with a terrible image of all those kids crouched in the cavernous old school as the storm pounded on the walls and the hungry dead clawed at the doors to get in. She threw the microphone down and pulled her piece. She had 8 bullets left and 1 extra magazine. J.T. had the loaded shotgun, 9 extra shells, and 2 full magazines, 1 in his Glock, the other on his belt. Des used her bloody sleeve to wipe away the tears. She was not going to let the infection reach the school. No way. If she had to kill every one of those monsters, if she had to break their necks with her bare hands, she was not going to abandon those kids. Not the little ones. Des knew what it was like to feel abandoned. To feel like the people who were supposed to be there just left you in the dark. With the boogeyman. With the monsters. Despite what Billy had said on the phone, Des knew the shape of her own damage. It wasn't particularly obscure, and she even understood how it warped her. Big deal. She could see it right there every time she looked in the mirror. That was a couple of grand saved on therapy, and it didn't provide a magic pill any more than it gave her a roadmap to a brighter future. To hell with that Dr. Phil shit. The simple truth was that parents let down their kids. It was a fact of life. It happened all the damn time. But there was no way that she would become another statistic in that drama. She was going to get those kids. End of story. Des Fox was not a religious woman. She lost a chunk of it in 2nd grade when her father was killed by friendly fire in the First Gulf War, and the rest when her mother died of cancer a few weeks later. She believed in God, but hated him for his cruel indifference. However, as she racked the slide on her Glock, she murmured a small and almost silent prayer. "God help us," she whispered. She kept listening, hoping to hear sirens, but all she heard on the breeze was the faint moans of the dead and the splats as the first fat raindrops fell from the leaden sky. God help us all. Chapter 52. Hartnip's Transition Estate. Everything should have looked familiar. The grove, the wide green lawn and tall trees were the same. The main funeral house and the mortuary work building, all the same. But nothing was familiar. Cars and emergency vehicles were parked haphazardly on the roads and the lawn. The grass around the mortuary was splashed with wild swatches of red and puddles of black, in which larvae squirmed and writhed.
and everywhere were the Hollow Men. Dozens of them, in uniforms, in ordinary clothes, in farm clothes and work clothes. Several of them had cameras hung around their necks and plastic press credentials clipped to their jackets. 2 of them were twins, girls of about 17, unique now because of the individuality of their wounds. This wasn't like the crowds who gathered for funerals. There were no tears, no suppressed laughter, no broken sobs, no whispered conversation. Their shoes whispered across the soft, wet grass. The hollow ones milled, bumping into one another or against the fenders of cars. One of them tripped over something, and Hartnett saw that it was the fat body of Marty Goss. The chief lay sprawled and silent, a big black hole punched through his forehead. His white fingers did not twitch. He did not try to get up. He looked dead. Dead. Hartnett felt suddenly and irrationally jealous of the dead man. How could a fat putz like Marty Goss deserve an actual death when Hartnett had to go on, floating like a dust mote inside a stolen body? It was wretchedly unfair. How did Goss die? A lot of the creatures here had gunshot wounds. What was different about Marty? Hartnett's body kept shuffling forward. Hartnett screamed for it to stop. He wanted to examine the body, determine the answer to this mystery. From the blood smears on Goss's face, it was clear that he had reanimated and become what Hartnett still was. So, how had that curse been broken for the chief? His body moved on, shambling toward the road, just as some of the others were turning that way. There was a sound coming from around the bend. A car was coming. More flesh for this feast. God, no! As his body moved toward the noise, it passed another body that lay unmoving in the mud. The whole top of its head was missing, blown away by a shotgun blast. And then Lee Hartnett understood. It was the brain. Yes, 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 whispered his own inner voice. It did not answer the questions of why and what, but it gave Hartnett a shred of insight. The brain. The motor cortex and the nerve conduction of the spinal cord. Even a stolen body needed that much. Maybe only that much. Rudimentary control and nerve signals. To stand, to walk, to grab and bite, to chew. Destroy the brain and you stop the monster. That would be perfect. Not merely hollow, but empty. God, he pleaded, let someone shoot me, please, God, let someone blow my head off and kill me. It was the strangest thought that had ever flown through his brain, but also the sanest, and it was his truest prayer. Unless... What if destroying the body did not turn off all of his own lights? What if he remained lost in the darkness of a dead and decaying body? Would that be worse? No, he told himself. If my body is dead, I can't hurt anyone else. The car rounded the bend. State troopers. The crowd of things moaned almost as one, their cries rising in intensity now, louder than the downpour. The cruiser slewed sideways as the driver kicked down on the brakes. Gravel and mud showered the dead things that staggered toward it. None of them fell. None of them stopped. The doors opened and 2 troopers stepped out, guns in their hands, their faces almost as blank as the things that approached them. Hartnett heard one of them yell, "What the Christ!" And then the creatures were upon them. The troopers yelled warnings over and over again. They leveled their weapons. Hartnett waited for the shots.
needing to see the bullets punch through skull and brain, needing to see one of the monsters fall. His own body moved forward on stiff legs, hands reaching for the distant flesh, hunger swelling like a scream inside his body. Then the troopers were gone beneath a mountain of white limbs and red mouths. "Please, no!" Hartnett pleaded. "Please, for the love of God, no! You haven't killed me yet!"